the hunter of all the evil gods. Legendary! Meet your end! Legendary! Double kill!
Ini kelanggaan kita. Ini gaya kita.
Every year, I gotta deal with your nonsense.
Anyways, selamat datang kepada Format Expedition video kita.
This season, a brand new game format has been introduced, and we are thrilled to be presenting it to you. The MPL MY has been waiting for this revolution.
Format kali ini lebih dramatic, lebih hangat.
So let's begin. 10 teams will be seeded into one group.
Masa regular season, 10 pasukan akan main sesama sendiri satu kali saja.
That's right, and these teams will score based on those games.
Bila cerita pasal markah, kalau menang 2-0, 3 markah, 2-1, 2 markah saja.
But if they lose 1-2, they will only earn 1 point. But if they lose 0-2, they won't score at all.
Markah yang terakhir akan menentukan kedudukan terakhir mereka.
And the lowest 2 scoring teams will be relegated at the end of the regular season. And the top 8 will then advance to the playoffs.
Sekarang, mari kita tengok format untuk playoff.
All games in the play-ins will be a best of 3.
Kecuali upper bracket final dengan lower bracket final, kita akan main best of 5. Best of 5. And grand final, kita akan main best of 7.
Teams ranked between the 5th as well as 8th place of the regular season will have to play in the play-ins.
Team yang menang dekat play-in akan lawan dengan tempat ketiga dan keempat dekat upper bracket quarterfinals.
The winners of the upper bracket quarterfinals will have to face off against the first as well as second seed of the upper bracket semifinals.
Team yang kalah dekat play-in dan juga upper bracket quarterfinals akan disingkirkan.
Luckily, if your team is in the upper bracket semifinals and they lose, they will go down to the lower bracket semifinals having a second life.
Kalau tim menang dekat upper bracket semi-final akan gerak kepada upper bracket finals.
Finally, the upper bracket finals as well as lower bracket final winners will face each other off in the grand finals.
Untuk lawan, untuk dapatkan trofi MPL Malaysia. Inilah video format explanation kita. Siapakah akan jadi juara kali ini?
The stage is set. Let the games begin.
Ini gaya kita.
Nadi sebuah bandaraya. Rentak berterusan yang menggalakkan kita ke depan. Sesuatu yang mengapi-apikan hidup dan semangat kita. Setiap orang mempunyai gaya dan irama tersendiri. Tapi, apakah yang boleh menyatukan semua lapisan masyarakat? Yang akan menarik perhatian seluruh negara dan mengujakan fan-fan dan players kita. MPL Malaysia ditubuh pada tahun 2017 dengan impian yang besar untuk menghimpunkan player-player Mobile Legends terbaik di atas satu pentas kompetitif yang terbesar di Malaysia. Musim-musim lepas menemui pelbagai cabaran dan halangan, tapi MPL Malaysia tidak pernah berundur. Sentiasa berdedikasi dan bertambah baik untuk meningkatkan pengalaman e-sukan yang bertaraf tinggi. Kini, MPL Malaysia adalah satu liga yang penting dan paling dinanti-nantikan di tanah air kita. Dengan fanbase yang setia dan pemain profesional dari pelbagai latar belakang yang berusaha menuju ke puncak MLBB Esports. Persaingan dah semakin sengit, namun juara hanya satu. Inilah aksi kita, budaya kita yang unik. Inilah MPL kita yang dipenuhi dengan drama dan emosi. Marilah kita nyalakan pentas kita. Ini gaya kita. Bulan lepas, tim Malaysia yang layak ke tournament peringkat antarabangsa telah gagal. Tapi yang dah lalu, biarlah berlalu. Kita akan bangkit semula dengan semangat reformasi yang terus membara. Tahun ini, kita berbeza. Bermula dari 10 Mac hingga 16 April, jangan terlepas kejohanan yang akan berlangsung di Stadium Juara. Datang dan saksikan pemain terbaik bersaing dalam MPL Season ke-11. Ini gaya kita.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
of all the evil gods. Legendary. Meet your end. Legendary. Double kill.
Ini gelanggang kita. Ini gaya kita.
Every year, I gotta deal with your nonsense.
Anyways, selamat datang kepada format explanation video kita.
This season, a brand new game format has been introduced, and we are thrilled to be presenting it to you. The MPL MY has been waiting for this revolution.
Format kali ini lebih dramatic, lebih hangat.
So let's begin. 10 teams will be seeded into one group.
Masa regular season, 10 pasukan akan main sesama sendiri satu kali saja.
That's right, and these teams will score based on those games.
Bila cerita pasal markah, kalau menang 2-0, 3 markah. 2-1, 2 markah saja.
But if they lose 1-2, they will only earn 1 point. But if they lose 0-2, they won't score at all.
Markah yang terakhir akan menentukan kedudukan terakhir mereka.
And the lowest 2 scoring teams will be relegated at the end of the regular season. And the top 8 will then advance to the playoffs.
Sekarang, mari kita tengok format untuk playoff.
All games in the play-ins will be a best of 3.
Kecuali upper bracket final dengan lower bracket final, kita akan main best of 5. Best of 5. And grand final, kita akan main best of 7.
Teams ranked between the 5th as well as 8th place of the regular season will have to play in the play-ins.
Team yang menang dekat play-in akan lawan dengan tempat ketiga dan keempat dekat upper bracket quarterfinals.
The winners of the upper bracket quarterfinals will have to face off against the first as well as second seed of the upper bracket semifinals.
Team yang kalah dekat play-in dan juga upper bracket quarterfinals akan disingkirkan.
Luckily, if your team is in the upper bracket semifinals and they lose, they will go down to the lower bracket semifinals having a second life.
Kalau tim menang dekat upper bracket semi-final, akan gerak kepada upper bracket finals.
Finally, the upper bracket finals as well as lower bracket final winners will face each other off in the grand finals.
Untuk lawan, untuk dapatkan trofi MPL Malaysia. Inilah video format explanation kita. Siapakah akan jadi juara kali ini?
The stage is set. Let the games begin.
Ini gaya kita.
Nadi sebuah bandaraya. Rentak berterusan yang menggalakkan kita ke depan. Sesuatu yang mengapi-apikan hidup dan semangat kita. Setiap orang mempunyai gaya dan irama tersendiri. Tapi, apakah yang boleh menyatukan semua lapisan masyarakat? Yang akan menarik perhatian seluruh negara dan mengujakan fan-fan dan players kita. MPL Malaysia ditubuh pada tahun 2017 dengan impian yang besar untuk menghimpunkan player-player Mobile Legends terbaik di atas satu pentas kompetitif yang terbesar di Malaysia. Musim-musim lepas menemui pelbagai cabaran dan halangan, tapi MPL Malaysia tidak pernah berundur. Sentiasa berdedikasi dan bertambah baik untuk meningkatkan pengalaman e-sukan yang bertaraf tinggi. Kini, MPL Malaysia adalah satu liga yang penting dan paling dinanti-nantikan di tanah air kita. Dengan fanbase yang setia dan pemain profesional dari pelbagai latar belakang yang berusaha menuju ke puncak MLBB Esports. Persaingan dah semakin sengit, namun juara hanya satu. Inilah aksi kita, budaya kita yang unik. Inilah MPL kita yang dipenuhi dengan drama dan emosi. Marilah kita nyalakan pentas kita. Ini gaya kita.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rockstar. Hey, hey, hey. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Get on my way, aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Hey.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rockstar.
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar.
Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of the MPL Talk Show, a show where we membawang pasal pasukan kita. My name is Rose and sekarang kita ada Gideon dan juga Abang Sid.
Hello. It's good to be back here one more time. I'm excited because this is my first time with Sith on the couch.
Yeah.
Yes,
Oh.
kita dapat bersama-sama. Kita dah tak ada pergerakan.
Why so touchy? Why suddenly so touchy? Okay, so now we're gonna be talking pasal Todak dan juga Madness. Another match that's upcoming. So Gideon, what do you think pasal performance Todak so far untuk musim ini?
You know, Initially, I was here to say a lot of good things about Todak because they're doing everything right. They brought in the most amount of imports we have ever seen before.
Yes.
They are looking much better every single day. Obviously the rosters has pros and cons with each individual player, but I'm excited to see whether or not my predictions for the match lineup is going to be correct. I know you've been calling us out during the press conferences.
Yes.
We're gonna get it right. Just you wait. Just before that match starts, those predictions are gonna be 100%.
I see. So, kita dah cakap pasal Todak. What about Madness punya performance? Sebab kita nampak Madness ended their 5-game lose streak by winning against Team Hub.
Ya, bagi saya satu momentum yang baik sebab masuk minggu yang keempat selepas transfer window. Ya, kita tahu bagaimana pasukan Madness tak membawa masuk player, kemungkinan sebab mereka dah dapatkan kemenangan. Mungkin mereka rasa mereka ada strong line up, mereka antara pasukan yang cukup kuat dekat tier 2. Jadi berhadapan dengan pasukan Todak, yes, it's not a very good game for them. Not an easy game untuk pasukan Madness, tapi saya mengharapkan mungkin mereka boleh at least steal 1 point.
I feel like they've been stealing points from everyone. I feel like Madness, I have a bit of a bone to pick with Madness. They've ruined my guess coins many times. I almost
By scoring
get
that one.
Yeah, by scoring that one. It hurts.
Oh no. Okay, so for this matchup, what are you expecting? Toda and Madness. Expect apa? Like, is it about drafting, play styles? What?
Here's the thing, right? Now, as much as Madness steals points from a lot of teams, I feel Todak should win this, but there is a certain degree of respect that needs to be paid, right? We all saw the match against SMG. We all can agree there was probably a good chance Todak could have won that.
Yes.
But, bit of, slowing down, bit of disrespect always goes a very long way, and I hope that maybe Madness isn't able to take the full opportunity.
Ya, mungkin saya pun merasakan perkara yang sama apa yang dikatakan oleh Gideon. Satu, sebab kita tahu dengan format sekarang dah berubah, which is hanya 2 tim dia akan pergi ke upper bracket. Jadi Todak kita dah masuk minggu yang keempat, nak tak nak mereka kena dapatkan semaksimum point yang boleh, dan berhadapan dengan pasukan yang boleh dikategorikan sebagai underdog, mereka kena ambil full opportunity ni.
Oh, new vocab, so maximum. All right.
So maximum the underdog. Okay, before we wrap this up, apa prediction korang?
The lineups, the score?
No.
Jangan ada line up. Jangan ada line up.
Lineups, we gotta wait a little bit longer. We'll crush it. Sith. We'll crush it. But I'm saying, I want to say 2-0, but I feel like Madness is gonna ruin it for me, and I want my guess coins to be correct. So I'm gonna say 2-1. 2-1 in favor of
Sith.
Todak.
Saya rasa 2-0.
2-0 Todak.
Todak 2-0.
Ooh.
Hey, say goodbye to your guess coins.
Saya rasa 2-0 juga Todak. Okay, so thank you to Gideon. Terima kasih untuk Sid for being here today. And that is it for the 8th episode of the MPL Talk Show. We will see you on the next one. Bye, everybody.
MPL Malaysia Season 11 is powered by Muntong. Official mobile internet, Hotlink. More internet, more speed, more Gaia with Hotlink. Game like a pro with ROG phone. Republic of Gamers, the #1 gaming brand in Malaysia. Champion Extra GG with Garnier Men. Fight 99.9% acne-causing bacteria in just 10 seconds. Official gaming chair, OSIM. Partners in esports, AirAsia Super App, ESI, PKL, EGG, and PSM.
The name of the game is Momentum, and here in MPL MY Week 4, Day 2. Opening up the day, will we see that momentum get languard, or will it be halted by a bout of madness? Welcome to the English Desk, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Staffa, joined with Gideon today for another day of exciting MPL action.
As day 2 is about to roll out, a lot of interesting things are going to happen today. Number 1, our predictions for the lineup of Todak, like you saw in the talk show. I have them right here. I'm going to pass it to the BM side in a little bit, but for now, it's Todak versus Madness. And Madness, this is one of the bigger teams that they actually have to fight.
Yep, it's going to be a very important bout for them. After all, they're going on a bit of momentum after they got their first victory of the season. But now they've got a pretty tough fight on their hands. It's going to be none other than Todak, veterans of the MPL scene, representatives of MY over and over again.
Yep, don't forget that we also have our highlight match of the day, and I'm pretty sure everybody's excited for this. It's the two teams sitting at the top of the leaderboard, SMG and Homebois, will be duking it out today. And to round things up, RSG versus Red Giants.
Ooh, we got a day of spicy matches here, so you guys want to make sure that you're not going to be missing out on any single one of them, because now that we are in week 4 of season 11, things are getting tighter, things are getting spicier. Teams have already stated a bit of a hierarchy for themselves in terms of the rankings, but there's still enough of a fight around the middle and the low ground to really put into question who is moving on to the playoffs.
It's really difficult to predict, but right now we're going to be focusing on our very first matchup, Todak as well as Madness. And I agree with you, this is not an easy position to be if you are Madness Esports, scraping up some points. But I have a bone to pick with Todak. I'm guessing their lineup here, and you know what? I'm just going to pass you my predictions. You can start reading that out as I pass these hints, my insider info, over to the BM side. Take it away, Staffa.
So Gideon definitely has a little bit of a bone to pick here with our Todak coach, who did just challenge the casters to predict the player lineup. He's literally walking over there now. Gideon, he's predicted that their lineup today is going to be Chiku, Rival, Yums, Momo, as well as Flint.
Yep, these are very bold predictions. And once again, thank you, Sir Cloud, for notifying me of people who dare challenge my predictions. I refuse to get this wrong.
Well, we'll see whether or not you get that right here. So make sure you guys paid attention to that. Write that down. We're gonna be holding it against him if it's wrong, and we are going to be lifting him above our shoulders if it is correct.
Okay. Look, for all we know, my switch. I'm backing though. I gotta double down. I have to double down on this. Sure, if you guys can carry me over your shoulders. I'm a big boy. I'm like what, six foot? So I'm like 181 cm, 183 on a good day.
We gotta take the challenge.
I mean, we're gonna make an attempt anyways. I honestly hope that I do get, honest to God, hopefully I get this correct. But overall, if we're talking about the matchup, fundamentally, Todak is the better team. Madness is looking to catch back up. However, the momentum behind Madness actually quite insane.
Yeah, no one could have predicted this going into the first couple weeks of Season 11. Madness looked like they were floundering rookies that didn't seem like they were comfortable on the MPL stage, despite some of their players having prior MPL experience. But all of that changed in one fell swoop with a clean sweep victory over on Team Hack. The question is whether or not they can continue that momentum. We'll find out, because we're about to open the first match of the day. So, none other than Rose, our host, we're gonna be passing it to you. Take it away.
Terima kasih kepada caster-caster kita. Hello semua. Nama saya Rose, host anda sepanjang musim ini. Guys, korang dengar kan guest casters pasal pasukan lain, pasukan Todak hari ni? Korang rasa betul ke tak? Betul. Prediction orang betul. 100% ke 80%? Oh, 100%. I see. Now, Stadium Juara, are you ready for the first match of the day? Okay, everybody is ready. And now, mari kita invite kedua-dua pasukan ke atas pentas MPL Malaysia. Tim Todak dan juga Madness Esports.
Todak!
Kedudukan yang semakin kukuh. Kini misi mereka untuk mengejar tangga teratas Liga. Dengan full local lineup diturunkan hari ini, adakah prestasi mereka akan terus cemerlang? Let's watch what they will present for this match.
Madness Esports.
Kembali ke medan pertempuran dengan semangat yang baru, bangkit dari kekalahan, mereka back to basic dengan pemilihan draft mereka. Berdepan dengan salah satu pasukan gegasi Malaysia, adakah persiapan mereka untuk menghadapi Todak mencukupi? Sama-sama kita saksikan kemampuan mereka. Sekarang masa untuk memperkenalkan coach dan analis kedua-dua pasukan. From the side of Todak, Coach Behave ditemani oleh analis Ajim. Manakala untuk Madness Esports, seperti biasa Coach Min hadir bersama analis CAs. Mari kita teruskan dengan fist bump di antara pasukan sebagai tanda professionalism. Inilah gaya kita. Inilah semangat kesukanan kita. Kawan di luar gelanggang, lawan di medan perang. Sementara player sedang mengambil tempat mereka, let's introduce the one who officiates the match and maintains MPL's integrity. Mereka inilah yang akan memastikan perlawanan sentiasa berjalan dengan adil dan lancar. Head of League Ops, Jay. Head Marshal, Nicholas. Kedua-dua Marshal, Hibi dan Haikal. Thank you for your hard work. And with that, the two teams are seated. Stadium Juara, make some noise! Who do you guys think will take the first match of the day? Is it Madness Esports? Or is it Todak? Okay, the crowd is ready. The players are seated. I am ready. And with that, teams, this is your moment. Game on.
The ultimate battle between the MPL veterans and the rookie lineup starting to make waves here in Season 11. And looking at the lineup here from Todak, Gideon, your prediction looking pretty accurate there.
Woo! Feels good. 100% accuracy rate so far. I had to pull out a lot of time just to get this prediction correct here. You never know when they're going to pull out the Filipinos. You never know if they're going to be subbing out in the middle of those games. Guessing that first five already feels great, but Madness Esports has to worry about a world championship level team here. With Flint replacing Moon, as of right now, he's kind of been, I mean, there's been a lot of arguments, but he's been kind of doing a lot more consistency overall. Like even Momo here, if we start looking at his consistency, and especially when he is playing on Arlet, he's kind of crushing it.
Absolutely. The fact that he is able to just straight up taunt other teams, ban my Arlet, otherwise you know what's coming. Currently a 100% win rate. When you're talking about consistency, this is easily the most consistent player on the side of Todak. No matter what is happening, you can expect Momo to be bringing up the front, bringing up the rear, supporting the team when necessary, and putting a little bit of style and flair to his gameplay as well. I definitely would not have predicted this lineup specifically from Todak against Madness, because if I'm gonna give my personal opinion here a little bit, I do think this is currently the strongest Todak roster.
Really?
Yes.
Instead of Moon playing in the mid lane. I mean, to be fair, he played a strong Julian the other time.
Yes, but I do think Flint adds a little secret ingredient to the Todak lineup in that he brings a balance that Moon doesn't provide. When Moon is around, these players, they've been together a long time. I think they influence each other a little bit too much. They're all like, let's go, we're gonna get some kills, we're gonna play flashy. Flint is there to be the background character, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. He provides the support, he makes sure that he can reel in the younger players on Todak, make sure, okay, you guys can do your thing, but I'm gonna be here if you need me, and that's something Todak was sorely lacking.
I don't think he's that old, to be fair. I think like how you know what? I need to check that. How old
been around
exactly?
a while.
I mean, he has been around a while, but I don't think he's that old, right? I don't think he's like 26 or 28 or anything like that. I think, you know, like more closer to Momo's age, and I think both of them actually in this situation where they're both considered side characters for a long time, and now taking Momo in particular taking the protagonist role, I would imagine and hope that, at least for Flint, that he does find his MC at the end of the day.
Hopefully we will see that be the case here, because the draft is about to commence, the final few seconds, and we will see which of these two teams are going to be able to maintain the momentum that they were able to create for themselves in Week 3. Now, we've already talked a little bit about Todak, but what about Madness Esports?
I think, you know, if we have to talk about both of these teams, it's about unique picks, because right now in the standings, Todak is second with the most amount of unique picks that they've brought out during the season, and Madness is honestly just slightly behind them in third place. I think it was, what, 31 to 29 unique picks overall?
Ooh, I'm not actually aware of that, but I would not be surprised. Todak always known for their unpredictability, and Madness Esports has also been bringing something fresh to the MPL. They've definitely spent the first few weeks experimenting, deciding which lineups, which heroes, which strategies they're most comfortable with, and they finally seem to have settled with going back to their roots and working on what worked for them in the semi-pro scene. The question is, though, will it work against Todak?
Well, I mean, in the semi-professional scene, Madness Esports has been playing a lot of early game heroes, right? So the fact that Todak is banning out the Lancelot, is banning out the Martis in particular, does give us an indicator that they want to slow things down. Kaja banned as well. I'm guessing they want Yves on Flint, I'm assuming?
Well, one thing's for sure, Todak are going to definitely prioritize Arlet first if Madness Esports doesn't ban it out at this moment. So that is the challenge that they're going to be throwing in the direction of Madness Esports. But there's also going to be a big question. Like you mentioned, the Eve is still open. Fredrin has been an absolute monster recently. So it's a difficult choice.
I don't think it's that difficult. I feel like people are putting too much emphasis on how effective Fredrin is as a jungler, but when you have Martis banned out, and especially Akai users for strong junglers, people like Rival who've adapted to multiple types of playstyles, I think for him, it's actually a very good matchup. The heavy spin is such a useful tool, and with no anti-CC, Fredrin just gets pushed away from these neutral objectives.
That is true. Unfortunately, we haven't seen a lot of players go for that sort of strategy recently, so it is quite interesting considering that usually now you see if Fredrin is on one team, you'll see Martis on the other team. That does seem to be the default style here, but Martis has already been banned out, so a little bit more focus towards Sonic to make sure he doesn't have playmaking junglers. With Hayabusa banned out, Arlet first pick does seem pretty obvious, but looks like there's something else that has been let through. The Joy gonna be returning to the land of Dawn.
Yeah, this is pretty good because now this is going to be an extremely exciting matchup in the EXP lane. We don't see this very often. I hope Madness Esports locks in that Arlet, and then it's a Joy versus Arlet. Again, we don't see this often here. Two highly prioritized picks so far.
That's honestly super interesting here, and while there is a certain degree of flexibility with Joy, I do still think that this is going to be EXP lane, so that's exciting to see. Don't think I've actually seen Momo play Joy yet so far, so we'll see whether or not they're going to be able to match up. Yeah has been doing a very good job as a new EXP laner, but this is a very mechanical matchup. Really
mechanical. It's not as boring as, you know, previously Uranus versus Esmeralda or the typical Lapu Lapu into Song. This is going to be all-out war from level 1 all the way to level 3. But Todak, I think they've got some really good responses here. The fact that they did decide to pick up the Joy means that they won't have access to Yves. But Todak says, you know what, that's totally fine with us. We planned ahead of time. We made sure to get the Claude so that we can jump on top of the Yves in the backline when the real-world manipulation happens, as well as getting the Valentina to have a real-world manipulation of our own.
Now, will Madness Esports want to prioritize going for a gold lane since they already know what Chiku is going to be playing? Zavs, his signature hero, very evidently Melissa at this point, really strong and a good matchup into the Claude as well. This is a hero you don't want to give farm to, especially in the hands of Chiku guys, as right now Todak have a pretty solid lineup, but looks like Beatrix going to be the choice for Madness.
Okay, so we're thinking about combo pieces here. Real world manipulation with the Nibiru's Passion is definitely a possibility. I'm thinking more towards the line of Final Slash into Nibiru's Passion. We'll see. Maybe Madness Esports has a particular support pick to actually help out with this combo with Beatrix, because we never see Beatrix just by herself, right? Unless they purely prioritize being able to shove out the wave and having that overall control down by Gold side. I just don't see it happening.
Yeah, it's a very interesting choice because I do feel like Madness Esports has a lot of AoE that they could have comboed together with the Melissa, not to mention the hero's ability to deal with close-ranged fighters and assassins like the Joy. But I suppose they are prioritizing a bit more consistent late-game damage here in terms of the Beatrix. As of now, we're going to be entering the second ban phase with Kufra being removed very quickly by Madness as well as Franco. So a lot of roam pressure right now.
Yeah, they're getting rid... It's interesting that Todak is going to be the one banning out the heroes that actually have suppression, ways to actually stop the real world manipulation, because again, you can't really do anything about it without suppress, and that's a very, very rare keyword to have on a hero. Now, Madness Esports, right, I would like to see the Melissa as well. I totally agree with you in that particular sense, but I will say that Madness Esports, we don't know which is the strong side just yet. Both Arlet as well as this Beatrix have a really good chance of winning out their 1v1s, making it impossible for the opposing team to maintain that sort of level of control, especially when it comes down to the timings of like neutral objectives, especially when it comes down to ganks and, more importantly, invades.
Well, this is a matchup we don't actually see very often because in my personal opinion, I feel like Joy actually has the advantage in lane against Arlet, but what are your thoughts on this?
I would agree. Joy does have a significant advantage at level 1 and more importantly level 2, because it comes down to when your opponent doesn't have their ability. If Joy dashes through the Vengeance, alright, that's not a big deal. You try to go for the stun, she dashes through that again. You still have 2 more dashes to deal with, and overall, Joy will be able to win that matchup because CC is such a prevalent thing for Arlet to proc his demon marks.
So I guess what Todak is doing here is eliminating heroes that would prove to be a bane to the Joy because they have a very obvious winning EXP lane with this, which is why Franco was removed. Getting rid of the Diggy as well is obvious focus towards Mali. They did mention that Madness Esports does play a variant of the Ube strat here, so they are definitely limiting the support heroes that would be effective in that position. As what? Florin and Minotaur on the side of Todak, the debut of 2 new heroes in Season 11.
What is this? What is this? I know I've been talking with Sunfrost. He's been mentioning about the Minotaur here, and apparently there's things in the patch notes that haven't been revealed to us. Number 1, knockups. Apparently, if you knock somebody up before the skill actually lands, it cancels out the ability. It just fizzles into thin air. Mincetar, the Furious Dive, there's a lot of different ways to actually cancel out abilities, and I think Todak made a really good call. Estes is going to get locked in for Madness Esports. A lot of people have been calling them, the blacklist of the Tier 2 scene here in Malaysia, and I think Todak had a very solid read.
The fact that they're taking Florin here is specifically to force Madness Esports into picking up this Estes, so they're already planning around this. They want to set up the big team fight with the Minotaur, with the Valentina, and provide space for Momo. But this is a very different style of play that we have seen from Todak this season, so I am honestly super excited.
Yeah, again, we've seen Florin a couple of times. MPL PH has pulled it off. Blacklist as well has pulled off the Florin before. The healing is immense, but it's a one-time thing. It's not as consistent in comparison to someone like Estes, who has a team-wide heal and it sustains for a very long period of time. I don't know. I feel like Todak, their team fighting has to be airtight.
Yep, we have to note Minotaur does have some healing as well, so there's going to be a lot of healing happening this game on both sides. Expect those Dominance Ices, Necklaces of Duras, who knows? Only the Land of Dawn will tell as we open up the curtains on the first game of today. It's going to be Todak on the blue side up against Madness Esports on the red side. Gideon, what are your thoughts on Minotaur jungle?
Well, I mean, any tank play jungle at this point. As long as you have that Molten Essence, you're able to do a lot, especially when it comes down to clear speed. However, Minotaur is in an interesting spot, right? Minotaur is in a spot whereby he, at least with the Rage meter, he can actually maintain it for a long period of time. So if he needs to be somewhere, he can actually just whip out the Minoan Fury as soon as he sees someone. The big issue is that he doesn't have Flicker. So how do you set up for this?
That is true. Having easy access to the Rage meter, because he is constantly going to be building it up by farming jungle camps, is a boon. But the lack of Flicker is going to be a bane as well, making it more difficult to engage. And if we look on the side of Todak, they're going to be relying on that Minoan Fury quite a lot, because they really don't have a lot of other ways to start fights.
Yeah, and in comparison to Madness Esports, well, I mean, unless Flint steals the real-world manipulation, at least there'll be a secondary means. But Madness Esports overall, it feels like, you know, if they get a lead and they hold on to it, it's going to be really difficult for Todak to actually fight back. But Madness Esports, we know how they play, right? They like to play for this early stage of the game. The fact that they're picking Estes, they want to go even further here. We get an early Flicker from Yumes, and that's what you want to see from Madness, right? A proactive jungler at all stages of the game.
I'm a little bit worried about putting Yumes on a hero like the Florin. He is the playmaker for Todak, and he has been super consistent thus far. Florin really takes a backseat position right here, so I wonder if this is making full use of his talents.
Yeah, I do think it's a bit of a waste, but then again, you know, you never know. Florin might just be really OP. We're not 100% sure about this. Yeah, actually taking that Vengeance.
Ooh, in the mid lane though, Yume's gonna be taunted by Sonic, taking a lot of damage. First blood easily picked up as Momo comes in with the Joy ultimate. Not gonna be able to do too much. Final Slash comes out from onto Rival. Real world manipulation. Sonic secures the turtle, but gets caught out, smooshed under the stomp of Rival, who gets killed in revenge by
I don't know what they were hoping for there, and yeah, that's why Rival, it feels good to play Minotaur, especially when you have like 3 different knockups and you can clear your jungle relatively fast, and I would argue comparable to Frederick. Nice isn't going to die here, right? Okay, he's not. He clears up the waves just in time, but yeah, Flicker, such a powerful tool.
Yeah, right now, I am not really seeing the direction of Todak's draft here. I guess they're going for their win condition, which is Chiku here. But look at the top lane, Zavs, already taking out not just the gold shield, but 60% of the tier 1 tower HP. Madness Esports firmly in the lead right now.
Yep, I mean, it's a difficult matchup. Hot can't outpush Zavs on this Beatrix, and it doesn't help that it's a 2v2 lane where Estes is going to be high value.
Yeah, especially compared to Yumes as well. He just doesn't quite contribute as much, especially since he will be relying on his ultimate mainly to be able to heal as compared to Ali just having pretty easy access to regeneration.
Here comes Rival. Let's see whether or not he... so far, we haven't seen him be able to get a good Minoan Fury just yet. Then again, it was only one team fight overall. Let's see.
Speaking of, Zavs out of position here. It's going to cut out Minoan Fury on one person, but that's enough. Here comes Sonic from the backline. Blazing Duet going to run out of time. Sonic taking way too much damage, but here comes the Appraisal's Wrath. Flint flickering out of position just in time to make sure he's not caught out. Whoa. Going for the 1v1 down here as well. I don't think either of them are going to die from this, though.
Yeah, I think both players are very experienced in the EXP lane. They're very good at dueling against each other, and they definitely respect the space. So EXP is probably going to be stagnant for a little while until we see the upcoming fights. When we see some kills come for or maybe even Momo, I think that's what's going to skew the lane.
The important part is that both of these players are able to keep each other in lane, and that's really important because Joy and Arlet both contribute heavily towards team fights in the early game, and the longer that a 4v4 can be maintained, the more ideal it will be. But here comes Momo now, dashing in, doing a lot of damage to Mali. He's gonna force out the... Oh, does he have ult? Mali not gonna be using it for now as the Vengeance comes out. Rival already securing the turtle, but they do catch out Momo. Gets taunted by Sonic, Appraiser's Wrath, doing half of Flint's HP as he gets the taunt once again. Blessing on the Moon Goddess, topping up Pozan and Zavs, who are looking to slow down Todak, but not successful there.
Doesn't get... They sacrifice Momo. That's going to put him a little bit behind, but it does mean that they do get a bit of a lane swap here. We see Claude immediately making his way down bot side and Joy looking to actually get in on top of this Beatrix. It's not going to be easy at the end of the day because Mali is going to keep him topped off, so he just has to maintain those waves.
A bit of vertical jungling happening as well as Rival. Minoan Fury going to be spent onto but not for much reason right there. Right now, Madness Esports still in control of the flow, and Todak are just doing damage control.
Yep, and So far, at least with clearing speed, Rival is keeping up with Sonic on Frederick so far, but overall, it just feels uncomfortable. I feel very uncomfortable looking at this. I'm not 100% sure whether or not Yums is going to have the numbers to keep his team alive, but I always have faith in Minoan Fury, right? I've seen too many fights get turned around by a single good 5-man Minoan Fury, and it's not that difficult to hit considering how team fight oriented both sides are.
And I think that is probably what Todak is aiming for, especially since their late game DPS is pretty strong with Flint and Chiku guys. So Madness Esports needs to make sure they're able to maintain this lead and allow for Zabs to outfarm Chiku. But Todak starting to apply more pressure right now. They want to funnel gold into the Claude as Momo gonna be dealt in 1v2. He's absolutely fine in the mid lane. Madness and Todak looking to trade one tower each on the top and bottom side.
Yeah. He doesn't mind sitting right on top of the turret. He knows that Momo doesn't have his ultimate, so there's no real risk of him dying, so he's just going to take the added time. Oh, whoa!
Ooh, Minoan Fury comes out. Rival, will he get away? No! Real World Manipulation finishes him off, and Blessing of the Moon God is keeping Madness Esports all alive. Sonic jumping in, praises Raph. Flynn gonna flicker out of it. Nibiru's Passion taking him to 20%, but he's still alive for now. Madness looking to apply more pressure bottom as the 1v1 mid. Probably not gonna result in too much. Jiku getting sniped to half HP by Zabs from afar. Sonic keeping vision over the backline. This is really annoying. Forces out the floor in ult. Mali, he doesn't have Blessing of the Moon God, is taking a lot of damage from Blazing Duet as Sonic trying to finish Chico guys off, but now he's surrounded. 1v3 Madness. They need to back him up. Producer's Draft comes out. Flynn gonna be finished off by Zabs as jumps the backline and picks off Yums under his own tower.
Yeah, but it looks like Todak is spreading out their resources, making sure that Minotaur is already on this turtle, and Madness Esports, they are able to get the tier 1, but Todak should be able to secure the turtle in time, I think. I hope. Arlen's on his way.
Ooh, this is scary right now, Rival. Yeah, he sees him. Rival should be able... Oh, Final Slash pushes him out of position, but he's able to get the retreat just in time as Momo 1v4. That's the annoyance of... Ooh, that was close. That was scary.
Very, very close here, but Madness Esports very clearly in the lead, and you can just see how much value they're getting from Mali on this Estes.
That miss on the Final Slash. He would have gotten that kill too.
Oh, that's such a feels bad. I've done that way too many times where it's like the Arlet final slash is so narrow, the closer it is to Arlet, and sometimes you just dash behind the guy, final slash thin air, and be like, ah, cool. This is let's just make eye contact, bro.
It's just so unfortunate because the best way to avoid the final slash is just to avoid any point of personal space. But Sonic now jumping in, looking for the taunt, not able to get it onto Momo. So Madness not able to continue this.
Alright, so they back away. Right now, we're not seeing too many Dominance Ices coming out, right? Again, there's not enough time. Chiku shouldn't die here.
Yeah, he's actually getting a lot of healing from Yums, and now, realizing he's in danger, able to dash away just in time. Here comes Mali, here comes Zabs, here comes Sonic, as Zabs picks off Yums. Sonic with a 2-man taunt into Nimiru's Passion, forcing out the flicker again from Flynn, as double kill is picked up by Zabs. Momo coming in, doing a lot of damage with his ultimate. He picks up Vengeance, keeping him alive for now, but he's run out of dashes, and that's a triple kill for Zabs.
Oh, that's a little unfortunate because Momo loses vision of Zabs, not being too sure where he is in that bush, walks in and out. He should have gotten at least one more tick onto Zabs if he wanted to put him at lethal damage, but the timing was just not there. But they do get a kill on Mali, but this just shows how weak... Oh, wait, hold on.
Ooh, Chiku guys jumping in, Blazing Duet, a lot of damage, but Sonic is there to taunt him away from Pozan. Sonic, though, at low HP, gets caught out by Minoan Fury, knocks out once again, and praises the draft. Doesn't land on Chiku guys, but Bennett's Rage does. Unstoppable for Zabs. Sonic unfortunately picked off at the end by Flint. Yeah, a bit too late. Final Slash going to miss, but Madness Esports maintaining their gold lead.
Yep, just a beautiful play there. Pozan making sure that the edge of the real world manipulation lands right on top of their main target, Jiku guys, and Momo can only do so much to clear this wave.
Todak playing very defensively right now. They did force Madness Esports into a position where they had to pick the S-list, but there doesn't seem to be a game plan yet to deal with it. They want to play around the Blazing Duet on Chiku guys, who is pretty farmed right now, but the rest of the team isn't quite matching the tempo.
Yeah, but looking at the amount of gold, it's 6.7k to 7.2k, so he is behind by 500 gold. Not too much of a margin there, but Madness Esports with a current 2.5k gold lead is going to be more than enough to keep Todak in check. I mean, it just shows you how weak we do see the Florin is, right? Not a lot of mobility options, only has a global heal. Wow, yeah, has some insane reaction time.
This is a player that we really have to pay a lot of attention to. Remember, these are rookie players from the semi-pro scene, but yeah has been consistent the whole time. Now on top of Rival, two-man final slash into the real world manipulation. Here comes Sonic from the side. Bandit's Rage finishes off Rival, forcing the flicker from Humes. Jigu guys coming from the side, not able to finish Savsauce as he flickers into safety. Here comes Flynn, gonna be caught out. Double kill from Sonic. Yeah, with the final slash once again, still alive.
Oh!
After Humes turns it around, finally gets shut down, but sets up for the rest of the team to get a wipeout onto Todak.
Oh, what a play! Oh my goodness. Yeah. The timing could not be more perfect. They're buying just enough time and allowing Zaz just to get a couple of shots off into Biru. More than enough to put him out of his misery. And they get an inhibitor turret for this without the Lord.
Yeah, straight up challenging the taunt from Momo right now. We don't have to ban Arlen when we can pick it up for ourselves. A free Lord going in the direction of Madness Esports, and now with a 5k gold lead, they are looking very comfortable.
They're looking extremely comfortable, and not to mention we see a rose gold meteor coming out from Beatrix. She is going to be tough to kill, and she has a lot of kiting capabilities. Shuku guys now getting his own Wind Talker. Sorry, not Wind Talker. That's going to be the Winds of Nature, just in case. Yeah, gets on top of him. I think right now Todak is trying to look. I mean, they can't look for the team fight anymore, right? They have to play for their high ground defense, but the heroes are just not designed for it.
But this is still a pretty sensitive time for Madness Esports regardless. Like, yes, they're in the lead, yes, they're comfortable, but they cannot allow themselves to get too complacent. That is where mistakes costing games have come up so far. The Lord gonna be pushing in mid lane. Madness Esports looking for the siege. Momo's gonna take the front line. Real world manipulation stolen by Flint to try and zone away the rest of Madness, forcing out the blessing of the Moon Goddess. As Momo is able to clear the lane up and provide the time that Todak needs to make sure that the threat of the Lord is extinguished. Madness Esports, they still have a wave up top, but I don't recommend. Ooh, the final slash from Yeah in the backline pushes Jiku out of position. 4-man Minnow and Fury not going to matter as the rest of the team not able to follow up, and Rival will be picked off by Pozan. Yeah, continuing to zone out, and now Todak are in danger. 3v5. Momo jumping in, doing a lot of damage. He has wrenches. Oh! Goddess Beast, where is your damage? You do no damage. Godlike streak to Zaz. Double kill for the Beatrix, and the crystal is exposed. Madness Esports takes the momentum and denies Todak.
What a clean and fast game coming up from Madness Esports. Play a standard game, not trying to innovate like Todak, and they get punished for their experimentation. Ooh, GG, well played to Madness Esports.
Wow, what a game we have just witnessed here, ladies and gentlemen. Todak definitely underestimating their opponents a little bit, going for the Florin Minotaur completion of their draft. Unfortunately, not effective enough. The rookie players from the semi-pro scene showing us that they truly deserve to be on the MPL stage.
I mean, Mali definitely had his timings with the blessing of the Moon Goddess. Yeah, was popping off as he usually does. And Sonic, he is just a rock for the team. With that being said, let's listen to the comps of Madness Esports.
Kita menang ke apa?
Dah.
Ui, amazing.
Marto.
Why I feel so hot, man? Florin gua.
Assalamualaikum. Mati tak sih? Matilah masa enggak.
Mati masa enggak. Nice.
Apa turun. Jangan masuk. Beli.
Pergi buat benda lain.
Buat benda lain. Tati aja aku pick up. Jota rati.
Nah,
Dek. Dah dapat. Woi, kuat juga kita.
Ya.
Go. Dapat. Cancel.
Boleh bunuh tau. Ni.
Boleh.
Boleh.
Mana suaranya?
Guys.
We talked about the importance of momentum, and Madness Esports are carrying their momentum from the first victory of the season, now in an upset situation, winning game 1 and remarkably well. against none other than Todak.
Yeah, I'm surprised, Todak trying to whip out something crazy like the Minotaur, but again, Minotaur is one of those heroes that you do need to have Flicker to make sure that you get that speedy ultimate, that you get that immediate impact in your games. And honestly, I think more people should consider joining Hotlink, because with more internet, more speed, and more Gaia with Hotlink, you can be enjoying some of the best Mythic Glory games of your life. And did I mention a couple of deals that they're having? You could enjoy 30 GB plus an extra 20 GB of bonus high-speed internet for 35 ringgit a month only with the Hotlink prepaid pantas. But what about postpaid? Don't worry, they're even giving you 50 GB and a new device for 0 ringgit with the Hotlink postpaid 60.
Sounds like a lot of benefits for no cons right there. So if you guys are looking for something to pick up, something to improve on your gaming experience as a whole, make sure to show Hotlink some love. But now, we're going to be having a look at the item builds here. As we can see, Madness Esports, 13-minute game, pretty quick by today's standards here. And that is no joke right there, being able to deny Todak from any of their plans right from the get-go.
Yeah, and here's the scary part, right? Especially when you have Flora, most people forget about her passive, which she gives a free item over to one of her teammates. And in this case, it's going to be Chiku. Now changing it from flat damage to adaptive damage really helps a lot in these situations, especially when you start considering that, hey, Chiku is going to basically one-shot the entire backline of Madness Esports if nobody stops him, unless Mali doesn't have his ultimate. And in a lot of these cases, Momo was able to get a preemptive Blessing of the Moon Goddess from Mali.
Yeah, this was a very experimental draft from Todak, but I do definitely see what they were trying to go for here. They know that Madness Esports are going to be playing some sort of Ube strat. That means they're going to be grouping up, and by denying all the supports, they can force the Estes, which means they're going to be playing 5v5. So, we picked the Claude, we picked the Minotaur, and just supercharged the Claude with this Flower of Hope from Florin, except Madness Esports never gave them the chance to reach that point.
I mean, I don't think they should. Madness Esports got early kills. They made sure they basically got all team fights up until the 8th minute of the game. And even then, Todak was still looking shaky. If you look at post-game stats, I think we'll get a bigger story here, because we're seeing be having comparable damage to Pozan on that eve. And of course, Zabs having the time of his life.
Momo consistently still being a really powerful frontliner for the side of Todak, having the highest amount of damage dealt in the game, but unfortunately that's not quite enough. The value that was bringing to his team was way more than the damage that Momo was able to output, especially with Blessing of the Moon Goddess always there to top up Madness Esports. You would think that Todak has a lot of damage with Chiku, with Momo, but the timings from Madness were beautiful, they were perfect. The fact that they were splitting up the team fight was something Todak was not prepared to deal with.
Well, I think, the one thing that Todak wasn't really prepared to deal with was how fast Madness Esports was able to clear out their waves. Like Rival, for example, every time you see him first on top of neutral objectives, whether it be Lord, well, not in this case, mainly the Turtles, but Yums is basically a non-factor here for Madness Esports. He moves slow, he has no mobility options, he has a snare which is really predictable, and it's a skill shot so you can dodge it. Madness Esports basically abusing them here, and of course, our match MVP, it's gotta be making that sick play right at the very end. They could have gotten the bot inhibitor target, but no, they wanted them to group up together nice and comfortable so that remember, Final Slash is always from left to right.
Doing an excellent job here in this game. There is no doubt, I think, in anyone's minds that he deserves the game MVP this time. I think his build is excellent, going for the choice of Concussive Blast into the Fury Hammer, into the Radiant Armor, make sure that he has enough early game presence to deal with Momo, because we mentioned during the draft, Momo should outright win that lane, and was matching.
Yep, he was matching very well, and I think, both EXP laners didn't play their lane terribly. I think they played it as good as it could get. Both sides not getting big trades, not enough to make them recall, of course, but just enough to get those waves pushing and force out that first movement from each other. I think, both Momo and are exceptional players. It's just the rest of the team that I'm a little worried for, and especially for Todak with these experimental drafts. I do not agree. For now, I do not agree with Florin. It really depends on your laners being strong and maintaining control, and more importantly, holding them hostage in lane.
It does feel a bit bad. I already expressed some concerns about it. Yums, he's a playmaker. He wants to be able to open up the map. But look at this. Becoming first blood straight away means that he's not able to extend any impact. He's not able to provide information to his team. And even from the first fight, we can see Madness Esports is in control.
Yep, and you can just see, Momo doing God's work here, forcing out Blessing of the Moon Goddess. They're getting these neutral objectives. Todak is trying to maintain that gold by holding on to as many turtles as possible. But when you look at the bigger picture, these Blessing of the Moon Goddesses only get stronger and stronger. And the real question does become, who has enough Dominance Ices to slow this down? But does a Dominance Ice even matter half the time because Mali outputs that much healing?
Yeah, it's honestly difficult. Like, Estes continues to be a pain in the butt for most players because the walking fountain is just way too strong. And you can see how comfortable he is in this position. We talked about this is a mechanical matchup. Can perform when we know that he is a rookie on the MPL stage? All of our doubts quelled in an instant, and Madness Esports deciding to end the game the moment they had that opportunity. Not taking the safe route once the Lord was taken out. They see a weakness within the armor of Todak and say, that's where we're gonna penetrate.
Yep. Team fights are not easy. They really are hard to maneuver, especially for a lineup that Todak has. You want the impact to be there, but you can see where it's like, okay, if they layer it like this, if they get the Minoan Fury, and then after that the Blazing Duet, but if Momo goes in first on top of it all, then it starts looking good. It's not easy to pull off, man. The Blessing of the Moon Goddess is just too clean, too good, and I think he deserves to be an all-star at this point.
Yep, just like the All-Star event that is currently ongoing within the Land of Dawn. The Purify Harmonia event is available now, so if you guys haven't checked it out, it's gonna be ongoing from 31st of March to 23rd of April, and all you gotta do is complete tasks to collect tech notes and unlock free rewards that include Rafaela's special skin, Seraphic Selfie, as well as avatar borders, spawn effects, as well as graffiti. So make sure you guys invite your friends and enjoy the generous events that are gonna be provided by the All-Star event that is now underway. And of course, hashtag Mobile Legends Bang Bang, hashtag MLBB All-Star, and hashtag Be the Superstar.
Let's check out what the players are doing right now as they prepare for game number 2 in this best-of-3 series. Currently, Madness Esports is at match point. So let's recap to everybody who just tuned in. What's going on? What happened in game number 1? Well, this is the story. We saw Minotaur, we saw the Florin. I don't agree with the Florin. I do think there is a bit of logic to the Minotaur, but Florin is just, I feel Florin is just so weak right now.
Florin was definitely way too risky for Todak, yes. You can see that giving that extra item to Chiku guys would really supercharge him with the extra adaptive damage, the extra lifesteal that it provides as well, but it still requires Chiku guys to have that presence by himself. And having Yums on a hero that can only really stand back and not really contribute much utility during team fights means that there's a lot of pressure on the other members of Todak to layer their abilities perfectly so that they're not entirely negated by the Blessing of the Moon Goddess.
Yep. It just shows that, both sides really understand what the comps want to do, and I think Madness Esports are very comfortable with this. They've been playing this particular Ube strategy, and that's why people call them the blacklist of the Tier 2 in the Malaysian scene, but at the end of the day, it's not exactly perfect either. We saw a lot of holes where they could have been punished, but Todak just don't have the tools just yet.
This was an experimental lineup, but if Todak had something that was a bit more solid, there were definitely a lot of opportunities for them to turn fights around, to go for additional kills, to trade up against Madness Esports, because the Ube strat is not infallible. We've already seen counters to it in the international scene, and Todak is a team that has a lot of international experience. So now that they've had their bit of fun, they've tried an experiment, they realize this is not going to work, we gotta give some respect to these rookies. Game 2 gonna be looking very different.
Yeah, it definitely is. I don't know. I don't know how the rest of the Todak members have convinced Coach Behave to get on the side of the Todak Langgar culture that they've developed around themselves. But at match point, I think it's going to be standard gameplay from both sides.
It would be a huge upset if Madness Esports somehow got a clean sweep in this position. And I'm pretty sure that Todak are going to be putting everything in their power to avoid that from happening. I still don't take back what I said earlier, that this is probably the strongest Todak roster. So I'm expecting them to live up to that title, because the draft for game number 2 is about to begin, and it is time to see who will truly carry their momentum forward from day 2.
I'm mean, they are the comeback kings. They have been labeled as comeback stronger Todak. Every single time when you feel like they're about to drop the ball, they just need that one win to get that momentum going. And that's the thing about Malaysians, right? We love momentum. We like to get that very first win and then close out the series fast, or if not, struggle for maybe a couple of games and then get our first win to reverse sweep.
It's always a funny trend that you get to see, but it is true. We like to get that little bit of momentum, and once the ball is rolling, it's going to be rolling for a pretty long time, unless a superior force is there to become an obstacle. And right now, Todak are looking to become that superior force.
Honestly, I do think it's a bit of our downfall as Malaysians as well. Sometimes it's really hard to get that first game, and that's why we suck.
Yeah, the problem is you get the ball rolling, but sometimes it rolls downhill.
It rolls downhill, or it curves a bit to the left, a bit to the right. It's never really one beeline straight to the finish.
It starts swerving through traffic.
Yeah, it's just, what do they call it? They have the cheese rolling competition from a hill. That's basically what it is.
That is what it is. You have cheese rolling down the hill. You try running along with it. I don't know.
I don't think
it's the best idea, but you know, once you get rolling, whether you're cheese or a person.
A lot of people get hurt in that event. It's a real thing, I swear to God. I will search up the name of it later, but coming to the draft here, we're seeing that Todak, they're banning out the Homebois, they're getting rid of the Joy, Madness Esports, Kadita, they get rid of the Kajan as well as the Fanny. I'm surprised that nobody was really considering some of the options that were let through beforehand, but hey, Madness Esports, keeping it tight.
Yeah, this is quite interesting right here. The Kacha can be banned out, it's pretty obvious. Fanny to remove it from the pool of rival. Joy and Wanwan, the pretty normal red side bans here. Now Arlet instantly becomes a super high priority hero because now it is not just Momo's hero, it is also Ye's hero. So since Madness are on first pick, they are the ones threatening Todak with this information.
I definitely think that Yeah is going to have his hands on that Arlic. I don't think they care too much about Sonic getting that Fredrin. I still think that Sonic has a lot of heroes that we haven't seen just yet, and I think this is a really good game to show that off. Todak ban out the Arlic. Darn it, it looks like it's a Fredrin game.
Fredrin first pick is an option. Otherwise, Glue is still open as well. Yeah did a pretty good job with Glue in like Madness Esports' opening matchup here. Other than that, what would they want to... I think that's about it, right? It's going to be the Glue, it's going to be the Fredrin, maybe even the Valentina if they're feeling a little frisky.
I definitely think that the Valentina and Fredrin opening is more common, and I think for Madness Esports, that's just the way to go, right? I mean, Fredrin has been working out for them, why change? But instead, they're prioritizing Yeah this time on that Glue.
I do worry a little bit about this though. Glue is an excellent hero, will usually win out the lane, and Yeah has shown that he can be super aggressive during team fights with it, but if Todak were to pick up a hero such as the Benedetta or the Lapu Lapu, there's not a lot that Yeah can do to stop it during team fights because he has his own tasks.
Yeah, and I think, Todak, if they want Benedetta, that's always a good option. Because no matter what Benedetta fights, it's, I'm going to push the wave, I'm going to be faster than you, and I'm always going to make it to the team fight.
Well, I guess we'll see whether or not that is a choice, because right now the Fredrin Valentina opening that we mentioned earlier is fully open. Todak gonna be locking things in. Ooh, the Valentina and the Faramis opening.
Oh, they're allowed to play Faramis already. It looks like they might have fixed up the bugs with him.
I do believe so, yes.
That's very good to hear. Wow, I wonder when they did that, because Friday we were seeing a couple of Faramis bans and other teams didn't touch it at all, and they still didn't pick it up. So, okay, call Altar now in the hands of Todak.
Honestly, this is really scary because Yums is one of the premier Faramis players in MY. Like, people fear this hero in his hands. So Madness Esports needs enough AoE and utility to be able to deal with that cult Altar, because you know that Todak are gonna abuse it.
Oh yeah, especially when you have Glue, that split, it's gonna get punished really hard with the Ghostbusters. We're seeing Beatrix and Fredrin get picked up again from Madness Esports. Definitely their priority picks. They want to make sure that Sonic feels comfortable. More importantly, Zops has been doing a very good job on the Beatrix.
Yep, but that is when Madness Esports are able to provide him enough assistance in the lane. I'm pretty sure they're still going to be sticking with the same old Ube strats going into the next game. But Todak now have a pretty strong lineup to be able to deal with it now that they've added Martis, allowing them to have a lot of early game pressure.
Yeah, so with early game pressure,
my
Todak
friend.
going to be banning out that Estes. Yep, that's what I want to see. The person who slows down that early game, get rid of him. We don't want to deal with him anymore. Madness Esports responds with their own Dyroth this time. That's a bit of a tough.
So they are anticipating the potential Martis EXP Dyroth jungle. Okay, I guess that's respectable. That does make sense. It's a really good counter towards the Fredrin jungle. They don't want to take that risk, but I am still a little bit worried. Right now, Todak, I'm pretty sure going to be looking to ban out more of Mali's heroes. Maybe something like the Diggy in this position because Time Journey is not bad.
I don't see enough CC on the side of Todak to really justify it yet. I mean, they need a way to disengage, right? And Todak still need a marksman. I think Lolita is definitely something to consider for their side to pick. Todak might ban it. Oh, Madness.
Are they considering banning that?
Maybe Todak might be the one banning it, actually. Oh, yeah, it is Todak's pick. So
Is
they
this
ban out the
how-
foreign.
So,
Okay.
assuming Todak has information that we don't know, perhaps the Florin pick last game wasn't specifically to supercharge Chiku, but to deny it from Mali. Maybe this is a pocket pick that we just haven't gotten to see yet.
Not too surprised. I mean, the fact is, Mali plays Estes. There's a high chance he probably plays Florin as well. Not to mention that the mic check, he actually brought it up ever so slightly right at the very end of the first clip. So, well, I think, you know, Madness Esports, with their read on this Dyroth potentially going into the EXP lane or into the jungle to actually just bully out the glue, I think it's a very good idea. Against the Fredrin, maybe not so much because, again, your side lanes are kind of iffy. When you have Beatrix on your side, you basically don't have any control over the lane. If she wants to push it out, she can do it whenever she likes.
And that's why they're banning out the Melissa as well. One of the few heroes that just doesn't have a particularly bad gold lane matchup, so that Madness Esports can ensure that Zavs is able to gain the same sort of momentum we saw from them in the previous game without the presence of Estes.
Yep, I'm expecting Todak to lock in the carry here. There's a lot of tanky heroes on the side of Madness Esports. Even though Farmis is a great way to actually deal with a split from glue, carry actually takes care of both tanks, if not another tank if they really wanted to. But it looks like they want to hold it back for now. They lock in the Lapu Lapu instead.
This was one of the heroes I expressed concern about when we saw the glue pickup from Zavs. Yes, the EXP lane is still going to be the same old uninteractive lane where neither side is going to be dying, but Rival has a lot more tools in order to dive the backline in this game. And since Yeah is going to be looking to do the same thing, what Madness needs now is a form of utility to make sure that Zavs is not vulnerable.
Give us Lolita. They need some kind of disengage here, right? They need some kind of disengage. Well, I mean, that's one sort of disengage. Sorry, I'm looking at the analyst monitor right now, so I am seeing what they're hovering over, and it looks like... That'd be very funny if he locked in that Minotaur, but it's going to be Diggy and as well as the Julian. And by far, Julian has been picked 3 times with a 100% win rate.
Wow, 3 games, 100%. That's higher than I thought for this hero. This could be an interesting challenge. So the Diggy actually going to be coming out here, provides a lot of disengage for Madness, but also allows Todak to steal it away. So a Call Altar Time Journey combination is on the table. Pozan on the Julian. This is a fairly high mechanics hero. I'm excited to see if he can pull it off.
I think it's a little sad. I mean, like, it's a little sad to see that Madness Esports has chosen to go in this direction. Instead of looking for 2 carries, instead, they're going to put all their eggs into one basket, and that's going to go onto this Beatrix to make it work. Because the Julian, as much as he wants to set up for damage, it's only the enhanced sides that really makes the difference. The enhanced chains is just for peel. The enhanced sword is just to get out of tough situations. And more importantly, it denies Valentina of a valuable ult, but she doesn't care. She just wants the time journey.
And that's why Todak, having identified this fact, go for the Iritel last pick, a marksman hero that is notoriously difficult to pin down, especially for a hero like Julian that doesn't have the most reliable forms of crowd control. Todak looking to even this game out, and it's gonna be up to Madness to see whether or not they can keep the cheese rolling in game 2.
I mean, the kill pressure from Todak is very high in that early game, but early to mid seems to be leaning more towards Madness for now. where their team fights is off by only 0.4, but the utility, it's going to make a difference here for Todak because in the later stages, they both scale very evenly.
Yep, late game team fights, I'm pretty sure are gonna be leaning heavily in Todak's favor. So it's now up to Madness. Will they be able to end this game early and handedly, the same way we saw in game number 1? Only time will tell as we return once more to the land of Dawn to bear witness to game number 2 between Todak and Madness Esports.
Well, let's pull up here as Molly once again just going to be bullying out the top side as much as they can, making sure that the gold lane is going to be safe and sound. Pozan, unfortunately here, he has no priority. And that's my biggest issue with this Julian pick, right? As good as he is in team fights, he struggles in this lane without a support that can actually help him clear. And now Todak, they always get this first move.
Yep, mid lane priority very easily in favor of Yumes and Flynn, which means they can easily make movements up to the top lane, instantly forcing the flicker out from Mali. Flynn gonna get the gold crab. That's gonna help him even more against Pozan.
Yep. It feels good that the jungler can't just take mid-wave farm and hit level 4 just like that, right? It feels really good that Motan has made that change. He's forced to sit in the jungle and is forcing Flynn to actually come back down to obtain his maximum amount of EXP.
Pozan has just hit level 3, so this is a go time for Madness Esports. He wants to try and make a play with this as soon as possible, but with Rival here, he could be in some danger. Gonna have to use that enhanced sword to make sure he's not caught out in the bottom lane. An attempt as well, 2v1 against Momo, but unsuccessful.
Oh. Looks like Momo was actually proxying this way, but they're setting up for this really, really well. Todak make their way down and they see Yeah and Sonic.
Yep, he's gonna get pulled back, forces the flicker out from his Sonic, trying to delay a little bit, but Rival, I actually thought he'd jump in with the Decimate there, but he chooses not to.
I thought so too. I definitely thought that he was within range, but I think he was suspecting that Yeah was gonna use split and then get just enough health to not die. But doesn't matter, it means that Yeah doesn't have flicker as well as the split for this upcoming turtle fight, and it looks like Madness Esports want no part of it. Julian's coming up for the dive.
Yep, they're gonna be denying the turtle away. Pozan looking for it, goes for the enhanced scythe, going to miss entirely as Chiku just walks away. Yumes, Zavs, you want to be this far up right here? He doesn't know Faramis is there. And Yumes with the first blood.
Yep, nicely played here. Chiku with a well-timed Purify. I'm glad that he decided not to take the sprint, even though it probably would have helped him in the later stages. But Mali now getting chunked. Oh, no. Looks like he was not looking to have a bit more impact later on, so there's no point really wasting his abilities.
Momo now assisting Rival to try and invade to take some camps away, and I do think Rival was able to secure that. Now his EXP is slightly ahead of Sonic.
I mean, it could be a little bit better here. Looking at the items so far, we're seeing the Molten Essences are coming out from all sides here. Rival finishing off his tier 2 boots, but Todak have a majority of the control on this map here. Madness Esports, they tried to do an off-tempo attack, especially knowing that Todak is going to be leading around that turtle side, but they're smart enough to send the Yumes up top side to make sure that Chiku, guys, is not going to get bullied in lane. And it feels like Madness Esports has been read fairly well.
Ooh, Flynn gonna be sniped. A nice flicker though, keeps it out of danger. Sonic looking for the kill, but now he's the one out of position, and he gets finished off by Rival. Time Journey just delaying his fate.
Oh, so close, so very, very close from walking away from that. But now Todak in full control. They have mid lane down to a T, down to a science as well. Julian can barely move out of his lane, and they immediately take the purple buff away from Madness.
And they're looking to get even more advantage now, but Rival invading the jungle, putting Sonic even further behind Todak. They have identified the rotations of Madness Esports, and this mid lane priority is giving them all the freedom they need to execute it.
Even more so, Pozan just stuck here. He can't really do much without his Diggy, and if and only if Mali would just leave that lane to get some priority back, to get the information required, especially for this upcoming turtle, that would be ideal.
Pozan looking for the attempt onto Flynn, but not enough damage as Yeah is delaying the backline. Here comes Momo, Bravest Fighter jumps in, Bandit's Race, drops Turtle down, and Momo secures it. Here comes the Cult Altar. Yeah, the first one to be picked off. Chiku, guys, looking for the damage, but Madness Esports are able to make a hasty retreat.
Yep, and they're immediately invading that jungle, making sure that Sonic is not in position to actually defend this turret. Good moves by Todak. And now, after they break this turret, they should immediately invade bottom side.
Yep, this is looking pretty bad for Madness Esports straight away. They're not able to play the map comfortably at all, with Zaz the only one that has any degree of farm up against their opponents right now. And Todak looking to put a stop onto that. The Flicker Landshaker forcing the time journey out, but Zaz not able to escape from his fate, and that is death at the hands of Momo.
Beautifully played by Momo there, hitting all the most important abilities, and now from all sides they're losing their tier 1s. Mid fell earlier, but now top and as well as bottom are threatened.
Todak macro play now at full power. They are looking for revenge for their loss in game number 1. And with a lineup that's definitely much more to the classic style, they are applying heavy pressure. Rival 3 levels up on Sonic.
And this is how you punish a team. When you are able to secure your neutral objectives, when you're able to get 1 or maybe even 2 picks, Todak knows exactly what they want to do every step of the way, whether it's early, mid, or late. They know how to maintain this gold. Look at that, 4K 5 minutes into this game.
Todak definitely went into this match with knowledge as well as just overall confidence that they knew how Madness were going to play, and that's why they were comfortable going for experimental drafts in game 1. Now that they're back to comfort themselves, Madness Esports may be looking outclassed.
Yep, and now they're rotating to bot side. We see the BOD already purchased by Zaz. That might not be enough at this point against Todak, who are slowly building up those anti-Kirasas. Also seeing the dominance. Ice is coming out.
Looking for the cutoff. Cold Altar already coming in. Massive damage from the backline. Sonic taking a lot of it, and Zaz is going to be the first one picked off. Appraiser's Wrath on the 3 people, but it's not enough. Sonic is 2 behind, and Chiku guys picks up the kill 2 for nothing.
And now Todak is now at least going to get a 6K goal lead here as they walk into the jungle, take everything, including the turtle as well. Todak is playing this early game extremely, really good. And now as we move on into the mid game, right, look at Rival. He is 3 levels on Sonic.
This is efficiency right here. This is gameplay begetting that of the MPL veterans right here. And Rival continuing to apply pressure. He doesn't even need to maintain his farming efficiency anymore because Madness Esports has just been put so far behind.
Yeah, this is a really big losing position for Madness Esports. And if they want to show off that they can actually go toe-to-toe with Todak, they just have to play from behind for the rest of this game. They're going to be stuck here for at least 12 minutes if they want to at least get enough gold to come back. They need to hit that 50K mark at some point because I don't see Todak losing this lead anytime soon.
And because of that, Madness Esports, I honestly don't see a way back into this game for them. They don't have a lineup that can make up this difference. And even if they did, I'm not sure if they have it, but they're going to be looking to make a play regardless. Forcing Flicker out from Flint. Yeah, jumping on top of him. They do get the kill on the Valentina. Momo jumping, dealing with 4 members by himself, resulting in getting picked off. And Momo still alive thanks to the Cold Altar, but funneling into the Nibiru's Passion means that they're going to lose 1 more.
They trade mid laner for EXP here. Not exactly ideal for Todak, and Madness will take any 50-50 to accelerate themselves to the end game.
Ideally, Madness Esports are able to maintain those sort of trades for now. Todak definitely bit off a bit more than they can chew, but you can see just how far ahead they are. The fact that Momo is able to deal with them 1v4, they all funnel into Nibiru's Passion, but the only kill is actually Flint, who was caught out by early.
And they also got his Flicker off as well. So again, big resources being blown by Todak for a 50-50. When Madness Esports have a majority of their own still available, I think it's definitely a win for Madness. The real question is when is Todak going to, press Madness Esports even more than this. The Lord is coming up in about 7 seconds, but they don't necessarily have to take it. Top tier 2 looks like it's under threat. Mid tier 2 also at the same time. Rival just taking away the full jungle before they're making their way down to Lord.
I think Todak does have the awareness of mind that they are in control of the momentum. They don't need to apply additional pressure than what they're already doing because Madness Esports are going to be the ones that have to be the aggressors if they want a change in the status quo. And that's something that Todak wants to ideally force out of their hand because Cold Altar is a really strong counter-engagement tool.
It's too good of a counter-engagement tool right now. Madness Esports really struggling unless maybe Todak falls into a choke point like we saw earlier. Unless Madness can set up these fights somewhere in their own jungle, somewhere where Todak is forced to kind of group up together just enough to fall into Nibiru's Passion, there's a potential. for a turnaround, but I don't see it happening, and especially with the way Todak is playing right now, disrespectfully, and the fact that they have a 7k gold lead, they're basically almost at 3 items at this point.
We have a little bit of a mutual understanding here, as Sonic is well aware that he's not going to be able to walk up anywhere to farm safely as of right now, so all he can really do is challenge Rival in an emote battle, as the orange buff is going to be challenged right under their noses and taken away with an easy retreat. Todak continuing to lightly but effectively apply pressure.
Oh, this is so oppressive here. Sonic is down 4 levels on Rival. It just feels so unwinnable.
In the mid lane tier 2, gonna fall easily to the hands of Todak, in fact, with an 8k gold lead 10 minutes into the game. This is looking to be a really impossible situation to even potentially come back from. Madness Esports just doesn't have the farm. They don't have the lineup to be able to counterattack.
Yep, and even Flint, oh wow, he's stealing that time journey just to guarantee that no matter what happens, he can bail his team out, and now the plays are going to be made.
Rival gonna try to tank some damage here. Chiku doing damage to the tower. Sonic gets a 2-man stun, but Flint gonna be able to pop the time journey and get them out of there safely. Ooh, enhanced chain doing a lot of damage to Rival, actually. But Todak, they're comfortable with this. They don't feel like they have to force anything.
Yeah, they honestly don't. They basically have checkmate as long as they have such a whopping lead against Madness Esports, who's barely getting their 2nd item at this point, while Todak are comfortably looking at their 3 items and just laughing, because what can you really do? Unless we see Todak make a huge blunder here, or if Madness Esports is able to force movements out of Todak and make them overextend, I think that's the only few ways that Madness Esports could get a leg up.
The difficult thing here is that Todak is a really adaptable team. The moment they fall for a play once, I doubt they're going to allow it to replicate. And in this case, the Nibiru's Passion funnel, I'm pretty sure we're not going to see that anymore.
Yeah, I agree with you here. Wow, Chiku, 4 items already. Berserker's Fury as well. These are not cheap items.
Not cheap at all. Such a huge lead by Chiku guys right now. He obviously has not died this game at all. Madness Esports simply don't have the utility to be able to lock down a hero such as the Irritel. So even though the meta nowadays doesn't quite suit Irritel gameplay, this is precisely the tool that Todak were looking for, a source of DPS that is not threatened by any hero on the side of Madness Esports.
Personally, for me, I thought you guys wanted to try and run down Madness Esports by taking Sprint or something, because Mali technically can just use that time journey, everybody gets a shield, but Chiku with explosive crossbows as well as the Sprint should be able to keep up with the overall movement speed from Madness Esports, but instead he makes the smarter option of taking the Purify, knowing that people are gunning for him. Yeah, Sonic, Bozan as well, even Mali is looking for an opportunity to put time reversal on him.
The more utility Chiku guys is able to waste out of Madness Esports, the less that the rest of Todak has to deal with. And when you consider the limited resources that Madness already has with this composition, it's really effective.
It's really tough to play as well, but well, I'm just waiting for this game to end at this point, right? 9.5k, 9.6k lead from Todak. Like, this should be the final push here. Like, Madness Esports, their high ground defense is solely based off of this Beatrix.
Yeah, it's pretty rough, isn't it? Like, you don't want to ever be put in this sort of position, but Madness Esports definitely getting put in their place here. The damage ranking, though, still very firmly in Mali's favor, thanks to all of these rabbits that he's just spreading across the map. You know what they say about rabbits multiplying.
Oh, it never seems to stop. Every single time an auto alarm bomb gets triggered, another one comes out almost immediately. And now with the Magic Sentry, they know exactly where Todak is, but can they really do anything about this?
Yep, the time journey is going to be very important in terms of timing right here, as Chiku guys nearly get taken out by Zaps as well as Bozan, but the Lord crashing in, already taking out the top inhibitor. Yeah, jumping in. He's trying to catch Chiku guys, but he's taking a lot of damage himself. Decimate going to be foiled by the time journey, and the time journey cult ultra combo going to be popped in return by Todak, who gets knocked out by the enhanced chain. Madness Esports putting up a really good defense right now, forcing the retreat as Momo jumps out with the bravest fighter Flint on literally no HP, but still alive. Madness Esports 10k behind, but still surviving.
Honestly, that's not too bad for Madness Esports. The high ground defense was enough, and they were able to chunk out some important heroes from the side of Todak to force them to recall and just back up. The second wave is about to collapse on bottom side, and middle is cleared now. So Todak, they're going to try attempt number 2.
Will they try though right now? Todak are in position. They're waiting for Flint to arrive as Yums, Shadow Shanti is gonna be pulling back. He takes a lot of damage from Chiku, guys. That armor break is huge against the glue, already losing 50% HP. Todak now threatening the mid inhibitor as Rival and Momo gonna be zoning out Madness Esports, allowing for Chiku to deal safe damage and take an inhibitor for absolutely free. Two-man land shaker by Momo, but Todak are not gonna risk it for now. Cold Altar, Time Journey, gonna come out from their side just to allow them to back off safely.
Guaranteed disengage. 11k gold lead, 14 minutes into this game. It looks like Todak is kind of struggling to end this game on Madness Esports, and you have to give credit where credit is due. Zabs, he's holding up his ults at very good times. His Nibiru's passion is great at clearing waves. Same goes for the Bennett's Rage, but he's making sure that he's timing it such that when Todak utilizes their abilities, he's not only just hitting them, but also the wave.
The thing about a team that relies on Ube's strats is that they're going to be most comfortable and most used to playing in 5v5 situations. So in a base defense, Madness Esports are actually pretty strong, and Todak are not willing to take the risk right here. Yes, they could just brute force through with their gold lead, but they know that they're one game down, and this is not a series they can afford to lose.
I agree with you here. Zabs with the Rose Gold Meteor, that means he's going to have 4 full items already. Todak, they're going to 50-50 this, I think. No, they're not going to 50-50 this. They have to turn the fight onto Madness.
Yeah, I'm surprised they're not just attempting to zone out Madness and maybe split them up. Oh, yeah, he's actually flickering forward onto Chiku, guys. Forces out the Cold Altar, gonna use the split, pulls he's not able to pull Chiku, guys, back, and now he's way out of position. Yeah, not gonna be surviving for too much longer, but he's gonna buy some time. Chiku, guys, gets the killing spree. In the meantime, Zaf looking for the pick off onto Momo. Pozan gets the shutdown. Where did that come from? Zaf now in a dangerous spot. Wind of Nature comes out. He's trying to survive against both Rival and Momo as Sonic is taking up the front line. Abrasive Trap going to miss. Zavs picked off. Killing spree going to Rival, and 3 members of Madness Esports are down. This is a 2v3 defense. Oh, hold on. That's a 2v4 in fact. As Blooms flickers forward, pulls Pozan back. He gets away with the enhanced sword, but the crystal is open and Todak are working on it. Meanwhile, Pozan trying to do his best, but he's going to be taken out. Killing spree going to the hands of Momo, and with Mali the only survivor, there is nothing Madness Esports can do from Todak, evening up the series 1-1.
A clean, suffocating game coming in from Todak, making sure that their defense was airtight. They're able to finally break up the members of Madness Esports at the very end and close out the game with ease.
A really effective strategy and a really strong draft by the side of Todak, but resulting in a really grueling victory as well, thanks to the rock-hard defenses of Madness Esports. And we're definitely seeing Todak, they're not quite willing to take risks here.
Yeah, and I think, especially when they are looking for a 2-1 against Madness, and after throwing away the very first game, it's going to be tough. But now let's hear the mic check of Todak for game number 2.
Aku baru nak buka notification, tapi tu buka phone personal.
Asal lampu tu tak ada pedang. Aku rasa dia kena curi kot tadi satu. Patah ke macam.
Pozan. Buat gapo ni Pozan?
Nak try. Boleh.
Doktor dia.
Mati tak? Nice.
Jaga dia. Aku curi jaga dia.
Dah flicker. That's nice one. Let's go. Full
Alamak, tak sakit lah Sony. Sony tak sakit lah.
Ada mina aku nak try masuk terus tau. Yang boleh backup aku ni.
Kita doang yang baik-baik je.
Dia dah ada buan tau. Banyak je bom dia. Oh, tak. Jangan aku naik.
Dia nak makan aku. Dia nak makan aku.
Aku ada mau.
Okay.
Dulu.
Nice one.
Banyak gimana?
Discipline from the Todak players right here. They look casual, they look comfortable, but you can tell that there's an air about them. The atmosphere saying that we cannot afford to make any mistakes, and we're going to do what is necessary to keep us in this series. This is Todak in its most terrifying state.
When they're cool, calm, and collected, you never know what these killers are going to be doing here. With 14 minutes left on the clock, we do have some time to talk about potential adaptations coming in from both Todak as well as Madness Esports, because I feel like, at least for Madness, they've got like a semi-understanding of what they want to do, but I don't think it's enough. They want to play to their own strategies, but losing priority in mid lane has been what's causing a lot of issues for them.
Yeah, I think they definitely played a bit too safe. We're a bit intimidated by the fact that they have a Cold Altar, they have a Valentina. We cannot give away overly strong ultimates, which meant that, we can play mid lane Julian. Yes, but losing on that priority on an Ube strat is just asking to lose out on early game, which is where you should be building out momentum.
Yeah, and I was hoping that Mali would kind of just leave Zavs to kind of do his own thing. Yes, they won that early level 1, but I think Diggy should start roaming around the map a lot more, especially controlling that river side rather than just the lane. I feel like Mali's time could be used better.
Well, it is unfortunate here, but we still do have to give props to Madness Esports. The fact that they were able to hold on for so long in that defense, even though Todak should have honestly been able to just brute force through with a 10k net worth lead, indicates that there is still potential in this team. Ideally, they're able to up their tempo and adapt their strategies a little bit more to the meta.
A little bit more to the meta. I don't know, it's really hard to define what the meta is right now because I feel like a lot of people are looking at the meta to be, Valentina, Fredrin, overall tank meta. Like, there's so many ways to look at it, and people are trying to innovate to beat these counterpicks, so they don't have to ban it later on in the game. Like Joy, for an example, Arlot as well. Many different openings that you can actually do. And like we saw yesterday during Friday, when we saw Team Hawk go up against, who was it again? The Lunatics, yes. Very spicy game, and both of which avoided playing the Fredrin opener.
An interesting fact here, yes. Having some adaptations, having evolutions, and relying on strategies that you know are effective in the hands of your players are always going to be reliable fallbacks. But the problem here with the style that Madness is going is that yes, it's the Ube strat, it has been proven effective, but I still do think that more can be done here. Especially, you already highlighted earlier, Mali stays in gold lane for way too long.
Yep, there's a lot of things that Madness Esports needs to do to polish up, especially when it comes down to the roamer, because the roamer is such a vital role in maintaining tempo over the game, or at least feeling some kind of control when you have information. But with that being said, our MVP of this match from Todak itself, brought to you by Hotlink, is going to go into the hands of Rival. At age 20, this young gun is still killing it after his debut.
Yep, if Rival is able to be provided a hero that is able to match up in the jungle, and Todak is able to control the early game, not even win out the early game straight up, you can expect him to perform. The fact that he's confident enough to pick up a Hunter Strike in a position where full tank Martis is typically expected means that he's confident, he's comfortable, and he's able to invade, threaten Sonic, and maintain a massive EXP gap with him throughout the entire game.
Yep, divide and conquer. A simple strategy, but effective when Todak is pressing their advantages and making sure that, Sonic just doesn't feel comfortable and was 4 levels down at one point against Rival, meaning there was no way he could even contest for these neutral objectives, which is something Fredrin is great at.
Madness Esports definitely underestimated the pressure of early mid lane priority here. They were definitely thinking, yes, we're gonna lose out the mid lane with the Julian versus Valentina, but Todak, you always have to know they're gonna take it one step further. They win the mid lane, they're going to threaten the jungle and not allow you to farm anywhere on the map.
Yeah, and especially with this early game, right? Level 3 is when Pozan needed to make something happen. We didn't see it happen, and that just means that Madness Esports misses out an opportunity to try to control this game, try to get that early lead so that Madness Esports can bypass the early game.
Madness Esports were definitely put in a really uncomfortable situation this game because, yes, they are a strong team, but I don't think they've ever been pressured to this degree. Sonic playing on a hero like the Fredrin is not able to rely on the same old instincts and muscle memory because he's just way less tanky than he expects to reasonably be at any point of the game.
Yeah, and I mean, like, even in this 2v2, you can clearly see it, right? The level gap is starting to make a huge difference. Everybody is just way too strong to actually deal with. Rival is basically unkillable unless he makes a mistake. And you're just under-farmed. There's nothing Madness can really do about it. It's a straightforward game, and I hope that they really start considering playing the early game a little bit better here. And I think, that glue opener did not work out well.
What we've seen in this series so far is two opposite sides of the same coin, with Todak going for different drafts both times and indicating the difference in effectiveness as well as gameplay style that we need to achieve based on the composition that they have against the same strategy. We know that Madness Esports, they're a little bit of a block. They're just going to be there, they're always going to play the same style, and it is up to their opponents to decide how they want to counteract it. And now that Todak has shown that we know exactly how to play against your draft, Will Madness Esports innovate?
I don't know if Madness wants to turn away from, disregarding yeah. It's tough to say, but let's think about it later because we got to throw it over to Rose up on stage. Let's go have fun with our host. Rose, what's going on?
Okay, everybody. So, with another 1-1 in the bag, sekarang masa untuk main a small game dengan audience. Macam biasa, kita akan buat pop quiz. Okay, dan saya akan bagi a certain time, a certain amount of time. Lepas tu, audience yang kena countdown. Okay tak? Stadium juara nak dengar? Okay ke tak? Okay. Okay, mari kita invite our first contender up on stage. Itu dia. Uish. Abang punya holographic jacket is very, very bright. Okay. Oh, okay. Hello. Hi, what's your name?
My name is Muhammad Al-Hakimi.
Nak I panggil apa?
Oh, nama pendek? Nama pendek Skydi.
Oh, Skydi. Okay, Skydi, are you ready?
Yes.
Stadium juara, are you ready to bagi dia stress? This is what I like to hear. Okay. Guys, ni kita bagi 6 saat. Okay? Countdown Dalam 6 saat, bagi saya 5 hero lelaki.
Amon,
5,
Aulus,
4,
Aldos, Lee dengan Lancelot.
Korang rasa sempat ke tak? Tak sempat. Sempat. Okay. Baru nak tengok abang ni post. Alright. Sekejap. Abang hari ni sokong tim mana?
Dua-dua.
Tak. I rasa dia sokong tim yang menang nanti. Abang sekali lagi. So, lalangnya abang. Sokong tim mana?
Agak cute.
Hah?
Todak.
Bahaya abang. Alright. Thank you. You boleh claim your gift dari floor manager kita. Jangan ada selfie atas stage. Nanti. Tak ada. Tak. Later. Turun dulu. Okay guys. Our second contender. Jangan nak minta selfie atas stage. Minta kat luar nanti. Ayo korang ni. Okay. Itu dia. Oh, dia nampak macam ready. Tapi ready ke tak? Hello. How are you?
Yeah, I'm fine.
What's your name?
Zahar.
Okay, Zahar. Ini pandai bagi nama pendek. Okay. Ready ke tak? Kalau macam tu, aku rasa kita kurangkan masa dia. Jahatnya. Okay. Guys, 6 saat juga Count with me, okay? Dalam 6 saat, give me 5 female heroes.
Laila,
1,
Mia,
2, 3, 4,
Aurora,
5, 6. Tak cukup tu bang?
Cukup.
Tak cukup. Tak cukup.
Cukup kan?
Cukup ke?
Cukup kan?
Jap. Asal orang depannya. Moy. Tak cukup, you bagi 4 je tadi. I minta 5. Okay, since tak cukup, korang nak tengok pose apa atas stage ni? 1-1 semalam dah buat. Nak tengok Joy boleh tak?
Gatot boleh.
Gatot? Oh, dia sendiri present. Okay, Gatot. Tak tahu abang ni nak lompat ke mana ni. Tak, lompat je. Okay, silakan. Lepas tak? Tak lepas pun dia dah turun. Alright, thank you. Next. Siapa? Who's our next contender? Oh, dari side sini juga. Okay, yang ni I nak bagi terpaling susah lah. Masa dia makin kurang. Okay? Okay. Hello. Hi.
Hi.
How are you?
Good.
Hari ni datang sokong tim mana?
Hari
ni datang sokong tim mana?
Todak.
Todak. Okay. Oi. Hari ni datang sokong tim Todak. Apa nama? Apa nama?
Iman.
Oh, okay, Iman. Iman. Dalam 5 saat. Kan dah cakap. Dalam 5 saat, bagi saya 10 pemain tim Todak. 5.
Rival.
4.
Ciku. Homish.
2. Oh, no, dengar. Marah tu kat belakang. Marah.
Jangan marah bang.
Okay, sebab adik ni tak dapat jawab kan? Korang nak tengok skill mana? Dorang still nak tengok Joy. Akai semalam dah. Hellcut.
Oh, Hellcut jangan tu.
Hellcut macam test.
Hellcut jangan tu.
Hellcut. Pandai. I like. Okay, go. Hellcut. Go. Hellcut. Go lah. Hellcut. Betul. Tutup lampu. Jangan nak tutup lampu. Go je. Thank you Iman. Padu budak ni. I like. Okay guys. Korang rasa pasukan mana yang akan menang perlawanan ini? Todak? Madness? Who's gonna win? Todak ke Madness? Stadium Juara, are you ready? And with that, let's throw it back to the casters to start our third game. Casters, take it away.
We've given some of our audience members a little taste of their own hell. Good. Welcome back to the English cast, where we're gonna be witnessing the third game between Madness Esports and Todak. Now that the series is 1-1 and Todak is putting the ball in Madness's court, telling them, we figured you out, it's time to do something different. Will they be able to?
Now, honestly, I'm not 100% sure. It seems like they know what they're doing, especially when they're on red side. It feels like they have an idea on blue side, and more importantly, just the hard read that Madness Esports wanted to actually pull off for to give him a decently good matchup against Momo. Even that didn't seem to be going well, so I feel like Todak has their number for now, and if Madness Esports wants to shake things up, they have to change their openers.
Yep, what seems obvious right now is that Todak has read Madness Esports. The problem with always going for the same very recognizable style is it's not only easy to predict how they're going to play in-game, it's easy to manipulate the draft in their favor. It's pretty obvious looking at it, Todak wanted them to go glue first. And they had perfectly planned out how to deal with it with the Paramis. So, yeah, something does need to change, but we already saw when Madness Esports started the season, they were on a 5 straight loss streak. And that's because they were trying different things on their MPL debut. And because it didn't work, they went back to what was comfortable. And now they're being pushed back in the opposite direction again.
Well, let's pull up the draft recap here. Yes, it does feel like they're being pulled in that direction, but I think that if Madness Esports is going to change anything, first things first, they want to be on red side. It's very clear that blue side, they are uncomfortable with the overall draft that they had. They started off with blue for thinking it was a really good idea until we did see the Farmers gets instantly locked in. We see it paired up with the Valentina just in case Madness Esports wanted to go for an artillery mid lane. Madness Esports overthink this, get the Julian, but lose a lot of priority and a lot of map pressure.
The important part now is that even if Madness Esports, their draft is obvious and their strategy has been read, they gotta have the tools, the ingredients in the recipe to make sure that they're able to achieve the end result that they desire. And like you mentioned, that early game prio, making sure that they don't overly lose out the mid lane is crucial to achieving that.
Is he trying to show off his TikTok here?
Why not? You know?
He's trying to show off his TikTok, and I'm pretty sure his daughter is literally playing MLBB as these games are going on.
Well, if you're able to flex your socials a little bit on the MPL stream, why not? You know, like, I'm pretty sure any of us would take that opportunity, because right now we're gonna be entering into a very exciting game number 3 to find out, will it be the veterans or the rookies that come out on top?
So I called it. Looks like Madness Esports have decided to be on red side. We're seeing the same couple of bans from both sides, the Fanny as well as the Lancelot from the side of Todak. They're holding priority in this very first ban phase. We're seeing a couple of hovers here. Ooh, looks like Kaja again. So it looks like very similar bans from game number 1.
What is interesting is that Todak has chosen to ban Lancelot first instead of Martis, which we saw in game number 1. So, are they going to allow this through this time? What evil plans are they scheming?
I don't think they're going to let Martis through. I think they're going to first pick it instead. It feels like Todak, Rival especially, feels a lot more comfortable on something that has kill pressure rather than something that kind of just is there to follow up on something or to enable the rest of your teammates. And that's something that, you know, Rival is kind of sick of because he's been doing that a lot. They made him play Minotaur jungle. The last time they also threw him on the Lunok jungle, and even then he still has other people to help him out. So now, with a self-sustaining type of jungler, I feel like Martis really fits the build.
But is it possible that Todak are trying to force Madness in a situation where they may be able to first pick Arlet and force Madness to prioritize the Martis over Fredrin?
Well, that depends whether or not Madness is going to overthink it. Because at the end of the day, you have to give one of these picks over, whether it be the Martis or the Arlet. Personally, for me, I think the Arlet, and there we go, the Arlet man. Now Todak, come on, give it to me, give it to me. Go for that Martis first pick instead of the Fredrin. Shake things up.
What are the chances that Todak would actually even start off with something like the Faramis or the Valentina?
I definitely think that both are actually pretty good starters as well. I'm just making the hard read because it felt like Rival was feeling so good on that Martis. Why not give it to him again? It doesn't feel like that there's any reason not to.
I think Todak are actually pretty comfortable with allowing the Martis through the first phase because I don't think it's something Madness will particularly prioritize, and, well, Eve gonna be the first hero locked in.
Well, but again, Madness Esports, they're known to be playing Ube strats. They like to play not only just Ube, but early game strats. And I think that's an important difference to make here because Fredrin, as good as he is, he's not as strong in the early game to someone like Martis. bro, you better calm down. You gotta be sent to jail real soon, my guy.
Ooh, that would not be ideal right there. We definitely don't want one of our audience members to get sent to the slammer before they're able to witness the conclusion of this series. So make sure, guys, hold back a little bit down there in the audience. But looks like Madness, they're not going to be holding back at all right here. Valentina Martis opener. I think this is pretty solid.
Yeah, but I mean, we expected Madness Esports, based on their track record, to play for somewhat of the early game. And I think the Valentina is always going to be good, but that Martis, again, called it. Todak now. I do want to be fair, I do want to see Rival now to not play Fredrin, to play something else. He could technically go for an assassin if he wants to, but there's not enough information on who the supports, and more importantly, which type of marksman Madness Esports wants to go for. Ah, man. I'm sad.
I think it is better to play it safe in this situation because, yes, as much as we would love to see Rival and Assassin Jungler again, the success rate of Assassin Junglers nowadays is just not all there. And against a hero like Martis, that is kind of a death wish.
It is a bit of a death wish. I don't know. I was hopeful here. I was very hopeful that Todak of all teams would be the ones to pull it out.
Wow.
Florin, again. I mean, Estes was available, my guy.
Well, we're gonna straight away see it. So this 100% confirms this is a Mali comfort pick. We now understand why this hero has been seen in all 3 games thus far. But the question is, will Mali make us understand why it is worth banning out? Because in the end, even in the hands of a player who's really comfortable with Florin, it's still a hero that doesn't contribute all that much.
Or my big issue with Florin is that her numbers doesn't justify how immobile and how practically useless she is in a lot of situations. In comparison to an Estes, you have a wide AoE that basically works like a stun because you get put down to like 80%. You lose 80% of your movement speed just walking through the well. And that sucks to deal with. You're basically, you're not moving anytime soon compared to Florin, where all you got is a snare. That's a skill shot. That's very narrow, and it's such a slow projectile.
I guess the big difference between Florin and Estes here is that Florin's ultimate will provide healing across the map. And this could be effective for Madness's playstyle because we know that Mali is going to constantly stay in the gold lane. So in this way, he can provide some degree of support to his other teammates without being near them the way he would need to be on Estes.
I mean, if they want to abuse that, a lot of communications have to be laid in place. Oh, I'm about to dive. Oh, I'm about to do something on the map. Call it for Mali to actually pop that ult at the right time, because so far it feels like everyone just pops the ult whenever they feel like it without much happening across the map.
Well, we can see Madness Esports now prioritizing on interesting choice here, banning out the Farsa and the Kadita. So they're still considering the possibility that this is an Eve roam, and we've already seen this in the hands of Yumes. Definitely not the conventional style, but really scary in the hands of Todak.
I think Madness Esports, okay, at least Madness Esports, it's very clear that they've done their homework. We've seen Yumes actually play on the Eve as a Eve support before this, so they're getting rid of some of the other options to kind of narrow it down to make sure that this Eve goes into the hand of Flint and not Yumes.
Well, we'll see whether or not that does work out for them, as now Todak gonna be banning out their final pick here. The Claude and Melissa gonna be removed from the pool, thereby putting a bit more pressure onto Zams. But note, Todak are not afraid of the Beatrix here.
Yeah, I don't think Beatrix has been too much of an issue from after playing game number 2 when you don't have that much of a lead, especially when you don't have to worry about the priority too much. I think it's fine. Madness Esports, on the other hand here, the fact that they've been banning out all these mages has left a lot of different options for the marksman side. And I don't think Madness minds overall, because we're expecting Mali to basically try and 2v1 this lane.
Absolutely. Beatrix pickup is still pretty safe for Madness Esports, and looks like they're gonna be sticking with what worked for them in game number 1. The question is here though, Todak, they're probably fully aware that this hero is going to be let through, so what is the plan? Are they gonna go for a hero like the Brody or maybe even the Popol and Koopa to try and cheese out the early laning?
I suppose, but I don't think Popol and Koopa brings too much to the table for the rest of the team, so I feel like Claude might actually be the answer here, something a little bit more safe. Oh wait, no, Claude's already banned out, so that means they have to go down, double down on this. Oh, that's funny. That's very funny from Todak. I'm sorry, you guys can't see the hovers that they're doing right now, but let's see if they lock it in. Oh my god, they do!
Oh my god, they're doing it. It's going to be the Estes and the Leslie making their first debut here. Todak just deciding to go into this series and say, oh, we're at the top of the Unique Heroes played list. Let's bump that up a little higher, shall we?
That's so funny. Both comps want to do the exact same thing, but they guarantee it. And now we actually get to talk about this, because finally Leslie, after so very long, has actually gotten a bit of a bump by reducing her cooldown for her first skill. Turning invisible and getting that empowered auto attack is always great, but to do it every like 1.5, 1.8 seconds kind of sucks to deal with.
Yeah, it's really annoying to play against a Leslie in the late game because true damage is just very difficult to deal with. But with the recent updates as well, they also revamped the effect of Twilight Armor, which now actually does work against true damage to reduce total burst. But I don't know if it's going to be enough. Leslie honestly still hurts like a truck.
Yeah, I mean, you know, 1,000 damage is not going to... Like 300 reduced damage plus an extra 50 plus your max HP ain't going to do too much against at least a 1.4k worth of true damage as a critical hit. I'm excited to see what the build is going to be for Leslie on Chiku, but we'll see. We'll see. The late game, it's not in Madness's favor. Let's just say that.
Absolutely, and that's why they're going to be focusing a little bit more towards that early game pressure. But if we look at the chart right here, Todak not doing too badly in that regards either. So in terms of push and pickup, that is where Madness Esports wants to play. But the macro, we already know, it's in favor of Todak. So as we enter the land of Dawn for the last time in this series, we will find out who is the conclusive victor in this battle between the veterans of the land of Dawn and the newbies eager to decrown one of our constant presences.
Well, welcome everybody. Game number 3. Todak on blue side, Madness on red, and now it is a proper 2v2 in the bottom side. Yumes and Chiku guys versus Mali and Zabs. Again, I don't think too much is going to happen here, and I think they also understand that Mali isn't going to be able to heal Zabs as much in comparison to Yumes.
Yep, the 2v2 in the gold lane. I wonder what year it is right now, but they do seem quite comfortable to be taking this position. Now, I do have to ask, what are your thoughts on Sprint on the Eve?
Sprint on the Eve is actually not too bad because if we're thinking about quote-unquote CC, the only person who actually has it, who can reliably do so, is Sonic. Hozan, the Terrify is great and all, but when you have Sprint, half the time you're not going to be in the right position. I mean, look at this. Oh, beautiful 2v2 coming in from Chiku. He's going to stall the wave right here. Yeah, freeze it right under your turret. There's nothing Madness Esports can do right now.
The wave management here going to be super effective against Madness Esports as well because they do want to put a lot of funneling into Zams, and by forcing them out of position, it does eliminate a lot of their opportunity to farm.
Yup, they're losing so much on this. And then the next wave is going to crash a little bit closer towards their turret. And now Todak didn't have to worry about that side of the map anymore. Just make your way up top side.
Yep, Momo, if he's able to win the EXP lane out against Yeah, then Todak are in a completely in the driver's seat here. The Benedetta versus Lapu Lapu lane is going to be very important to determine which of these teams comes out on top in the early game. And that's why you can see a lot of pressure already.
Yep, Flint is going to clear up top side real quick to hit his level 4 while Momo is already there. Bottom side, on the other hand, it looks like Estes has finally left the lane, and now this is where Madness Esports could look to take control from bottom side if they can just keep delaying this turtle.
A lot of pressure now towards Mali and Zavs to perform when Yums is not going to be around to keep Chiku topped up, but Leslie's range making that very difficult to threaten. Right now, Rival on top of the turtle. Yeah, gonna be cutting things off with the Electro Final Blow as Pose on top.
Oh!
Yeah, gonna get the first blood onto Yums as Momo trades out Pozan. Flip will be taken in quick succession, but Rival will still secure the turtle in the end, has his eyes now on the Benedetta, who gets healed up by the Bloom from Mali, and that will enable him to escape.
Very smart ideas coming out from the side of Todak, but Chiku is taking way too much damage.
Oh, the snipe from Zavs finishes off the Leslie just before Yums gets back.
Oh, that's unfortunate to see here, just before I was about to call it as well. But I think, Todak had some good ideas. Number one, they sent Yums over into the mid lane so that he could hit level 4 to make an impact during that turtle fight. Unfortunately, it looks like Yeah got on top of him first, and they also got Sonic to be nearby to ensure that he dies. So, well played to Madness Esports.
Madness Esports so far showing a pretty good mastery of being able to split up team fights in their favor here. So that is surprising, considering that they seem to be more comfortable with the Ube strat. A lot of props have to be given to Yeah right now, being able to identify key opportunities during chaotic situations.
Yeah, he is the difference maker here. And unfortunately for people like Yums, he's got to stick closer to his team. He can't be walking up knowing that Benedetta could be hopping over any wall. Chiku, guys, with the Berserker's Fury is going to be great, but he still needs three items until he is relevant again.
Yep, Leslie does definitely take a bit longer as compared to the Beatrix to be able to contribute to team fights overall. The late game is where Chiku is going to thrive. As Mali, he'll be able to walk away. Sonic might be a bit too far up. Hozan, securing the real world manipulation into the Bennett's rage as Chiku, guys, is instantly eliminated from the calculation.
Oh, he was not aware, and with 2 seconds off cooldown there from Chiku, guys, to actually flicker away from the real world manipulation, Madness Esports now take a very comfortable lead.
Really good gameplay there by Madness Esports. They see 3 people in the bush, but their eyes are all on the Leslie. And once they take him out, they no longer have to continue the fight. Todak, though, they still have some degree of control. Not too far behind. They want to get the next turtle.
Oh, look at this. They're going to lane swap here. I think Chiku is afraid that even after the turtle, if things don't go well, they're going to rotate bottom side and look to dive him again. Team Rival gets this? He does.
He'll be able to get it quite easily. Interestingly enough, Madness Esports are not going to even try to challenge that, which is surprising considering they have all of their members in position.
I think they recognize that the turtle doesn't really matter for them as of right now. More importantly, they need to make sure that Chiku doesn't get further ahead into this game because he's going to be the guaranteer for Todak to actually scale. So if they can, keep on attacking this mid lane, Rival might die here.
Ooh, this is dangerous. Retry has already been used by both sides. Sonic, he'll be able to get Rival in decimate range. And that's going to be a free kill as now the Petrify going to miss. Momo dashes out just in time. So no results down here.
Alright, so back to proxy in the wave here. Momo could look for an all-in, but it's just not worth his time. He's going to get as much damage down onto as he can in case he decides to go over to a different lane, but Flint now holding topside.
Mali is looking for the stun, will be able to get it. Zaz doing a lot of damage, forces out the real world manipulation as Sonic comes in from the back line to try and disrupt. He will force the ult to be wasted from Flint.
And as well as the sprint. So now he's got not a lot of movement options to get away from tight fights here in Madness Esports. Will try and set up for this upcoming turtle, the final turtle of this game.
3 members of Todak in the bush right now. As we can see, ultimate snipe coming out onto Zaz. He's taking a lot of damage and Flint finishes him off. Mali not able to get in position in time to protect his gold lane.
And even with the ult, it just blew right through that ult. Mali does not have a lot of stats to make this hero work.
Rival, he did. He stole that with the retribution right there. Sonic used his as well, so he doesn't actually even have the retribution advantage from that.
Okay, it doesn't look like they're going to invade purple buff straight away here, so just going to push out mid. They've got 4 members here.
Rival threatening the back line. Real World Manipulation catches out 2, but Yums and Chiku are able to just walk out of it for free. Madness Esports, they clear up the wave, but now the turtle is coming up, and Rival is instantly in position to challenge it. Yeah, dropping the half HP as well. I'm not sure if Madness can threaten this anymore.
Yeah, I thought it was 4. It was actually 5. I couldn't see Momo under the just sheer portraits covering the map at that point in time. They just clumped up together. Again, easy turtle for the side of Todak. Madness had no position over it whatsoever, and as we see, just 4v5 if it has to be, because Chiku is going to continue farming until Kingdom Come.
Really good zoning from Todak right now. Momo's presence is a great deterrent, and the fact that he was able to drop the half HP meant that Madness did not have the numbers advantage, they did not have the positioning advantage. A free neutral objective going to them, and now, right now, 7 minutes into the game, the net worth difference is even.
Yeah, but that's not the position that Madness Esports wants to be in. They need to have a lead. They need to win this early game as early as possible. And it looks like the items have been transferred over to Zavs.
Ooh, yeah, jumping in. He's not going to use the Petrify. He's just aiming to clear the wave. Ultimate Snipe going to be blocked by Pozan. Probably not going to threaten him, but it will force the Benedetta to recall while Zavs is taking a tower up top.
Dude, I've never seen someone get a kill with that ultimate snipe these days. It just deals so little damage. Even in the later stages of the game, it still deals very little damage. So let's see where the builds are at right now. Ooh, Winds of Nature into Berserker's Fury. Sorry, Berserker's Fury into Winds of Nature. We finally see the Enchanted Talisman come out from Yums as well, so he's going to be spamming his abilities very often.
And that's a really early Wind of Nature from Chiku, guys. He wants to make sure he's able to scale up safely. Rival, he's looking to challenge the purple buff right here. He's got a fair number of Todak members behind him, but he's not going to be able to take it away for now. Madness Esports prioritizing to make sure Sonic doesn't fall too far behind. They eye onto Flint, forcing out the sprint. Kozan going to flicker backwards, going to be able to get safe. Real world manipulation, not going to be able to catch anyone either, as continuing to pressure towers.
I like this a lot. Madness Esports just throwing diversion after diversion to allow to create some sort of opportunity, force a reaction from Todak, or even secure an objective on one side of the map.
Oh, Chiku, guys, he walks into the bush right where is waiting. He's not using his Petrify. I actually think that he could have killed Chiku, guys, if he decided to use it, but gonna hold on to that resource for now.
I mean, it's hard to say, right? I would like to believe that he could kill, but there's also a chance that Yums gets there in time and saves him with the Blessing of the Moon Goddess.
Guess they're not willing to take that risk for now. Chiku continuing to apply poking pressure. The lower they can drop Sonic, the less he can pressure the rest of the map. And right now, Chiku, he doesn't deal that much damage yet, but he's being really annoying with his rage.
Yeah, he is, but oh boy, Sonic a level down on Rival so far. This is looking like to be a very slow and painful game for Madness here, as Todak are just basically going to farm until Chiku, guys, and Flint have max items.
This is the surgical efficiency we saw from Electro Final Blow jumping into Chiku, using the Petrify, not able to finish him though. The flicker forward with the healing from Yums allows Chiku, guys, to get that kill onto the Benedetta.
To be fair, should have known better that Chiku, guys, is never by himself. I mean, he did spot Yums out in the mid lane initially, but Chiku, guys, was looking to actually regroup with him down by top river. Didn't work out too well for him, and he even committed the Petrify.
Yeah, it's quite unfortunate, because if he had used it in the earlier engagement, he would have actually been more likely to get the kill as compared to now. So some misdirection right there as the Lord falls into Rival's favor. Momo jumping in, Bravest Fighter. 3 people into the real world manipulation, doing a lot of damage, but Madness are able to walk away. Now they're all funneling into the Madness Esports jungle. Rival taking a lot of damage. Electrifying Blow jumping forward, but Blessing of the Moon Goddess means that no one is picked up, and gets sniped by Chiku, guys.
I can't believe it. He got away from that. Oh, and Zobs doesn't hit the shot as well. Wow. Like, I thought Momo was definitely going to use that Raging Slash at some point in time. I'm surprised that he flickered outwards to get back with the rest of his team.
That was really dangerous right there. That was actually a really good setup by Todak with the 3-man Landshaker into the real world manipulation, but they all started funneling into the jungle, and it would have absolutely cost Momo his life if not for the Blessing of the Moon Goddess. So this Estes now being a pain for Madness as compared to game 1.
Oh man, just look at how slow that projectile comes out here. It's so very dodgeable. You can also tell that it's the stun. You can tell by its speed that it's the stun, and others when it's the actual damage dealing one. So now they're gonna start pushing up. Wow, Momo.
Yep, Lord already threatening. He's not in the base. He's pushing up top lane. So there's only a lot of damage done to the backline as Pozan gonna get taunted out. He still has real world manipulation. He's gonna flicker backward. Gets healed up by Mali. So he's fine for now. Now Todak threatening the mid inhibitor. They have Blessing of the Moon Goddess already expended. Momo, unfortunately, not gonna benefit from the healing. But Todak are just running circles around. They're just allowing Chiku to snipe towers from afar, forcing Madness into a hyper defensive position.
Yeah, I thought was gonna keep on pushing that top side tier 2, but he just backs away. He knows that the minions have got the job done, and now to actually look for a potential team fight, knowing that Yubes doesn't have the Blessing of the Moon Goddess, but looks like Madness Esports not going to click on it.
Currently, Todak, 3.7k net worth lead, which honestly is not all that much at this stage of the game. But Madness Esports' late game potential is very dependent on how well Zavs has been farming. And right now, Chiku, guys, is definitely ahead in terms of EXP.
Yep, very ahead, as a matter of fact. And I don't know, I feel like this is such a slow and painful game for Madness Esports because, again, it's going to come down to one big fight, right? They're going to have no turrets. They're not going to be able to do too much about it. And already using his ultimate.
Yep. Gonna be used to clear up the wave as Rival continues to zone out the backline. He's totally fine as well, even though he's should be out of position. Madness Esports knows that he can get topped up anytime with Yubes' presence, so this is gonna be a slow burn as Chiku just constantly snipes towers from afar. The same way you'd expect Zavs to do, but the shoe's on the other foot.
Yep. Look at those pound auto attacks just chunking away at these turrets. 1.4k true damage there. How do you deal with that?
They definitely need some Twilight armor going forward into this, but the only hero that can kind of reasonably build it here is going to be Sonic and maybe Mali to a certain extent. Madness Esports doesn't have the bulkiest lineup.
I think can also get it too.
That's true.
Right? Oh my god!
He's nearly... Oh,
Brother.
Careful, guys! You better block that last shot. Nearly dying to the ultimate snipe. You mentioned earlier, you've never seen anyone die to that. We almost saw it.
Yeah, and especially with 4 people alive not blocking the shot, I'd be furious. I'd be furious if I was and I died there.
Absolutely, and now Momo 1v4. He's totally fine. The Retry even used on him to try and slow him down, but with the lore taken, Madness knows, okay, we can't continue chasing this man down.
I don't know what they were hoping for here, but this is a pretty dire situation for Madness Esports. Lack of farm, lack of EXP at the same time, high ground defense, all dependent on Zops once again. And even should be able to do something with his Electro Final Blow. But so far, Todak, they're comfortable with this. They don't mind the siege. They have a lot of range. With Chiku, guys, on this Leslie, he basically poked from afar, and more importantly, the real-world manipulation as a deterrent to move players on Madness Esports off of the inhibitor. Oh my god.
Yeah, he did not see Chiku there. The grenade pushing him backward. 3-shot kill, easy. Removed from the Land of Dawn. Now Pozan not able to dash over the wall because of the taunt. Gonna be given the mega kill over the Chiku, guys. 3 members of Madness Esports alive with the Luminous Lord pushing in. Blessing of the Moon Goddess topping up Todak. They're all at full HP. Momo jumping in. Bravest Fighter, Landshaker. 3 members gonna get stun straight away, and Madness Esports gets completely dismantled in the backline. Unstoppable streak for Chiku, guys, as Todak makes their dominance known to their opponents and takes out the momentum of Madness Esports.
What a slow roll of a game from Todak. They come up with their weird picks. They always make sure that they have something to say. Unfortunately for Madness Esports, that early game was far too brutal for them to recover from.
Being able to read your opponents, being able to manipulate their instincts and take control of the game from the beginning. This was efficient, this was surgical, this was the Todak that we all know and love. A great show of sportsmanship from these teams. Madness Esports can definitely be proud of the performance they have shown today.
Yep, they're giving the love and support all across the board here, whether it be Madness Esports taking that first game against Todak or just the Todak fans in general. A spectacle to keep in mind here, as once again, Momo just showing off. Give him some playmaking capabilities, he will make things happen. 2, 3-man land shakers, you don't get to see too many of those.
Competition continues to heat up, but now let's see what Todak has to say, throwing it over to the stage.
And the Todak win streak continues yet again with another 2-1 in the bag. Okay. Hai. Semua happy hari ni ya? Semua happy, semua sehat. Okay. So, rival. The mic is with rival kan? Nak tanya rival. Tadi game pertama kita nampak Florin dengan Mino jungle. Adakah itu satu eksperimen or was it like a really planned strategy untuk pasukan Todak?
Sebenarnya dulu kan dah pernah main Mino jungle, Mino mid dah pernah. Tapi sekarang saja nak try balik. Tapi ada mistake sikit sebab tu tak jadi lah.
Oh, I see. Mistake sikit. Lepas tu, macam mana, like, sebab usually when it's a mistake kan, from the side of you guys, lepas tu kena come back. Usually tu mental boleh kena kacau sikit. Tapi kita nampak korang pula reverse sweep dengan 2 game terusnya. How did you guys manage to maintain korang punya mental?
Kita orang just reset first game tu dan buat baru lah. Second
So the moment you guys naik stage balik, korang semua dah okay.
Buku baru.
Okay, that's what I like to hear. I like that. And we can see everybody in Todak is smiling today. Okay, so korang nak bagi tahu apa-apa tak untuk semua orang yang datang Todak, untuk sokong Todak? As you can see, almost full house for Todak today. Oh, wow.
First kali, terima kasih kepada dua-dua belah pihak, penyokong Todak dengan penyokong Madness, datang memeriahkan Stadium Juara untuk menyokong tim-tim. Terima kasih semua datang. And second, saya nak cakap is kepada co-founder kita orang, Todak, Cik Lan sendiri yang dia masuk hospital. Kami mewakili tim Todak MLBB mengucapkan supaya Cik Lan cepat sembuh and boleh datang tengok kita orang kat Stadium Juara.
Wah, thank you and get well soon to your co-founder. Okay guys, and with that, korang rasa siapa yang MVP of the match? Nak dengar sikit? Momo okay, ready ya? Kita count kita count down tau. 3, 2, 1. Yoms! Oh, another MVP of the match. How are you feeling? Apa perasaanmu, Yums, lepas dapat MVP of the match sekali lagi?
Rasa happy lah.
Rasa happy. Okay. I rasa dia overwhelmed sangat dengan MVP of the match. Okay, tak apa. And now we would like to invite the lucky fan up on stage. Dia duduk sebelah Todak juga. Okay. Hello. Thank you. Hello, what's your name? Akil. So hari ni Akil datang untuk tengok game team Todak kan?
Yes.
Akil nak cakap apa dekat team Todak?
Saya nak tanya Ciku. Bila nak bawa Mia balik dalam MPL?
Oh, Mia. Uish.
InsyaAllah besok kot.
Besok?
Sama ada Mia atau Laila lah besok.
Oh, alright. Thank you. Okay, yes, nak ambil gambar. Oh, wow. Besok kita boleh nampak Mia in game I can't wait for that as well. And so, kalau korang nak saksikan game-game yang menarik macam ni, jom datang ke Stadium Juara by scanning the QR code down below. Dan kalau korang ialah satu audience untuk naik pentas MPL, korang akan dapat skin yang bernilai 899 diamond. Thank you Akil dan thank you to Team Todak and congratulations. Todak! Todak! Oh wow, that was another 2-1 game. First match pula hari ni. Oh, I dah boleh imagine dah second match hari ni. Korang dah ready ke? Dah ready? Korang happy tak? Korang nak dengar tak mic check dorang tadi? Nah, and with that, jom kita dengar mic check untuk game ketiga pada pasukan Todak. Mic check, let us hear you.
Telah. Kau nak main PL ke main tisu? Ambil tisu, mainlah tisu.
Banyak air.
Apa?
Siapa yang happy bila kita dengar?
I love you. Air temikai tiba.
Betul. Jangan banyak I love
Aku rasa dia
jaga belakang you.
Aku jaga.
Aku tak boleh jaga belakang. Bukan jaga belakang ni. Keep flank.
Careful lah, cik. Aku rasa korang boleh lah bantai dulu. You dah. Mati.
Asyik.
Sakit aku keluar lu.
Aku slow kan.
Ini ni.
Jangan risau guys.
Bawah.
Sakit tu. Bawah.
Okey.
Oh, tidur dia.
Memang tidur.
Memang tidur.
Siapa boleh tahan dari aku? Sini Sonic nak try sini Sonic.
Memang tidur.
Apa nak tembak? Sabarlah.
A very effective and dominating victory from Todak that is certain to send shivers down the spines of fans and audiences alike. And I also shudder in anticipation of the possibility of a Layla or Mia in their games tomorrow. That will be something.
It really would be a spectacle. As I've mentioned before, they like putting on a show and they want to give the fans what they've been dying to see. We haven't seen the Mia actually come out this entire season, so it might be a good time for tomorrow if they do. But well done to Todak once again. 2-1 victory over Madness Esports. The expected outcome finally came true, but man, was it a slow burner for both sides. Again, it just shows that when you have an enchanter type support, the game just instantly gets pulled back in terms of timing.
Yeah, I think in the end, even though they weren't able to secure victory in this game, Madness Esports can continue to be proud of their performance. They've definitely come a long way since the first couple of weeks of Season 11, and the fact that Todak have to show so much respect and slow down these games to make sure that they are in full control instantly demonstrates that there is a degree of skill that deserves that respect out of the rookies of Madness Esports.
Absolutely, you know, at least they're forcing a playstyle out of Todak in games number 2 as well as number 3. In terms of where they could have done better, I feel like, you know, he's absolutely trying his best to be that playmaker for the team, but overall, we're not seeing that presence here, and I do think that the Florin is a little bit on the weak side until we see more buffs come her way. Her numbers are just too small.
Yeah, we already saw the Florin get counter-picked, get banned out by Todak in the first few games, but unfortunately, we really didn't get to see much indication that the hero was deserving of this respect when it was brought to the Land of Dawn in game number 3. And like you said, the numbers just seem kind of underwhelming. The overall kit of Florin just doesn't seem to contribute enough in this fast-paced meta.
Absolutely. And I think, you know, when we talk about a fast-paced meta, we're talking about how do you accelerate yourself to get into a position where you have a 5k goal lead against your opponents, and a lot of time, Florin isn't the one who really wants to set that up for you. Her projectiles are slow, her numbers are very, very short. Even her snare doesn't feel that great. A lot of range, a decent hitbox, but it's just slow.
Now, hopefully, we do get to see some changes coming to Florin in the near future, because this is still a hero that has a lot of potential, a lot of interesting things to take a look at. But speaking of interesting things, our headline for this match is Todak still in their experimental phase.
Look, they're still workshopping a couple of ideas. I do like the idea of the Minotaur jungle. I just don't like it getting paired up with something like the Florin. Maybe we'll see a different variation of it tomorrow, and especially with the potential of, I don't know, Mia coming alongside of it. It doesn't seem too bad.
When the season started, we were kind of considering, is Todak going to have a bit more discipline this season? Are they going to behave as we talked about with the addition of the new coach, with the addition of import players? And while it did look like they were leaning more towards irregular metas at the start of the season, we are seeing the same old Langar strats now. Minotaur jungle, Leslie making its debut here. seems like Todak, their spirit is still very much present.
Yep, I don't know how they get away with it, but Coach Behave is integrating well, and maybe, you know, he is the forefront of, guys, Minotaur, Florin, this is the way to go.
That is certainly a funny idea to sort of think about, but I personally don't really think so, but you never really know when it comes down to coaches. They've got a lot more experience than we do.
For sure, but looking at the item list, so far nothing too out of the ordinary here. We do see an early Winter Truncheon and a lot of just components from the side of Yums. He's trying to maximize each and every one of these purchases, so having, you know, having the breastplate, more importantly, having the enchanted talisman allows him to keep spamming his abilities and keeping his team topped up. For example, Chiku, guys, he can take as many trades against Beatrix, and Beatrix never wins because Yubs is able to provide a lot more sustain in comparison to a Florin.
You can see that Todak as well. They're going for really defensive styles early, with Yums prioritizing on a Winter Truncheon, with Chiku getting a Wind of Nature as a second item because they're fully wary of the amount of early game damage that Madness Esports are able to output. And they understand, as long as our heroes survive, we win the late game.
Yep, and that's the thing, right? That late game could have been a little bit different, but overall, no matter how much AoE you actually have, that early game should have been in the hands of Madness Esports. They just weren't finding those openings.
It's pretty unfortunate for them, but either way, it does speak to the degree of gameplay that we are now witnessing here in Season 11. And if we just look at the amount of damage that was output, Chiku, he was just plinking away throughout the entire game, not really interacting much, but once he got those few items, the true damage coming out of Leslie still needs to be feared.
Yeah, true damage, extra range, and a powered auto attack and a guaranteed crit. Just what can you really do against it? I feel bad for Yeah because he's trying to make things happen, but honestly, it's really tough. And even for Sonic himself, it's like, I can build full tank, but how much does it actually matter?
Madness Esports unfortunately just don't have enough damage to deal with what Todak is bringing to the table, and even in terms of healing, Yums is obviously going to be providing a lot more to his team as compared to the Florin pick. So again, this doesn't seem like the comfort pick, the pocket pick that we thought Madness Esports would use to carry them to victory.
Personally, I do hope that Madness Esports starts alleviating their style of play by saying, hey, yes, we want to play Enchanter type supports, but you don't have to just babysit the gold lane. There was a lot of opportunities for both Pozan and Sonic to make their way up top side where Yeah can actually force proxies and get either Yum's attention or ideally Lapu Lapu Mobo's attention, maybe getting a first blood early on for turtle fights, things like that. They have to start thinking outside of the box rather than just the gold lane.
Yeah, I think the performance of Yums in this game in particular can be used as an example, because even though he was on the Estes, he was roaming around, creating space and contributing to team fights with the rest of his squad. But as we can see about these final stats coming out from Game 2 and Game 3, where Todak were able to come out on top, the hero lineups were pretty solid all around, but gaining control of that early game and ensuring that they have the safety and space required to scale up is what made the difference.
Yeah, man. When we're looking at the compositional graphs, I think it tells the story perfectly where it comes down to, hey, can Todak team fight in game number 2? Yes, they do it much better as well. We come back over to the graph here. The amount of push that they have is significantly better. So our MVP of this game, going over to Yums, he played a solid Estelson as well as a deadly Farmis.
It's honestly really interesting what Yums is able to bring to the table for the side of Todak. When you look at him play on tank-type heroes, he goes super aggressive, he goes for the setups, he's the one opening up space, providing vision, sacrificing his body if necessary. But when he's playing on Enchanter roams as well, he knows how to take a backseat. He's still aggressive, but aware of his limitations. This is a player with a lot of experience in the role and is capable of limit testing to his maximum potential.
I mean, he's a talented player for sure. I think everybody can agree with that. He used to be one of the youngest players in the league, and now he's kind of becoming a man of his own. Let's look at the highlights here from Todak's side, and you can definitely tell immediately that when they are winning, Madness Esports, it feels like they're a little disconnected in a couple of these situations. Like, number one here, Todak, yes, they lose 2 members, but that's because they found that catch onto Yums. You think that the early game could get even worse for them? Oh no, they lose their gold laner. But unfortunately gets outscaled so very fast, especially in these 2v1s where Yums is almost guaranteeing a free kill.
I do like what Madness Esports was doing in the beginning of the game, recognizing there's an Estes, they're going to be strongest when they are grouped up together, so they look for isolated team fights. But once we reach that mid to late game scaling, where Yums is able to roam around the map more safely, where Chiku is able to do things like this and 3-shot, that becomes a problem because Madness Esports doesn't have nearly the same amount of 5v5 presence, and when they are scattered, they become easy pickings for Todak.
Yeah, super easy pickings here, and that's why Madness Esports really need to start playing the map a little bit better here. They can start off with different openings on the jungle side. They don't necessarily have to always go on purple or from orange into Lethal Wanderer. But this doesn't change too much here, except for the fact that Madness Esports has pulled themselves ahead by a single point, keeping them out of relegation.
A single point makes a massive difference nowadays when every team is only going to encounter each of their rivals once. Madness Esports' tenacity in being able to claim a single victory, even in series where they lose, is what is allowing them to escape from potential relegation from the MPL. Whereas on the other hand, Todak looking to claim one of the top spots of the season.
Well, let's not forget that RSG Slate is in a very similar position to everybody else. They have 5 points under their belt, luckily, but even so, 4 more games to go until the end of their season. Team Hawk as well, even more heartbreaking after yesterday's game. They've got 3 games left.
But looking at those top 2 teams, we're going to be seeing something spicy. The most anticipated match of the day, and maybe even of the season here, is going to be happening very, very soon. Our second match of the day is something that none of you can afford to miss.
It's SMG versus the Homeboys, and I'm really excited for this. Let's put it up on screen just in case you guys don't know. Highlight matchup today. Team SMG versus the Homeboys, and Team SMG, they've been, again, it's weird to see Sasa smile these days, but it looks like he's feeling very comfortable with the team. But even Homeboys, with Daddyhood's revamp of the roster, as well as the way that they're approaching the MLBB scene as an organization, both very, very strong powerhouses.
Team SMG and Homeboys have always been strong presences in the MPL, but this has been their most powerful iteration yet here in Season 11. And they're going to be going head-to-head here. SMG, a full win streak, haven't dropped a series the entire season. Homeboys, they made a blunder, but their momentum is still looking pretty strong as well. So this is truly a series that we have no idea how it's going to turn out.
I really don't. It's going to be exciting. So guys, remember, do not go anywhere. After this break, our highlight match of the day this Saturday will begin. You're watching the MPL Season 11 of MY. See you then.
Bulan lepas, tim Malaysia yang layak ke tournament peringkat antarabangsa telah gagal. Tapi yang dah lalu, biarlah berlalu. Kita akan bangkit semula dengan semangat reformasi yang terus membara. Tahun ini, kita berbeza. Bermula dari 10 Mac hingga 16 April, jangan terlepas kejohanan yang akan berlangsung di Stadium Juara. Datang dan saksikan permain terbaik bersaing dalam MPL Season ke-11. Ini gaya kita.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive. what I feel. Feel what I feel.
You destroyed a turret. I am the priestess of primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods. Legendary! Meet your end! Legendary! Double kill!
Ini gelanggang kita. Ini gaya kita.
Every year, I gotta deal with your nonsense.
Anyways, selamat datang kepada format explanation video kita.
This season, a brand new game format has been introduced, and we are thrilled to be presenting it to you. The MPL MY has been waiting for this revolution.
Format kali ini lebih dramatic, lebih hangat.
So let's begin. 10 teams will be seeded into one group.
Masa regular season, 10 pasukan akan main sesama sendiri satu kali saja.
That's right, and these teams will score based on those games.
Bila cerita pasal markah, kalau menang 2-0, 3 markah, 2-1, 2 markah saja.
But if they lose 1-2, they will only earn 1 point. But if they lose 0-2, they won't score at all.
Markah yang terakhir akan menentukan kedudukan terakhir mereka.
And the lowest 2 scoring teams will be relegated at the end of the regular season. And the top 8 will then advance to the playoffs.
Sekarang, mari kita tengok format untuk playoff.
All games in the play-ins will be a best of 3.
Kecuali upper bracket final dengan lower bracket final, kita akan main best of 5. Best of 5. And grand final, kita akan main best of 7.
Teams ranked between the 5th as well as 8th place of the regular season will have to play in the play-ins.
Team yang menang dekat play-in akan lawan dengan tempat ketiga dan keempat dekat upper bracket quarterfinals.
The winners of the upper bracket quarterfinals will have to face off against the first as well as second seed of the upper bracket semifinals.
Team yang kalah dekat play-in dan juga upper bracket quarterfinals akan disingkirkan.
Luckily, if your team is in the upper bracket semifinals and they lose, they will go down to the lower bracket semifinals having a second life.
Kalau team menang dekat upper bracket semifinal, akan gerak kepada upper bracket finals.
Finally, the upper bracket finals as well as lower bracket final winners will face each other off in the grand finals.
Untuk lawan, untuk dapatkan trofi MPL Malaysia. Inilah video format explanation kita. Siapakah akan jadi juara kali ini?
The stage is set. Let the games begin.
Ini gaya kita.
Ladi sebuah bandaraya. Rentak berterusan yang menggalakkan kita ke depan. Sesuatu yang mengapi-apikan hidup dan semangat kita. Setiap orang mempunyai gaya dan irama tersendiri. Tapi, apakah yang boleh menyatukan semua lapisan masyarakat? Yang akan menarik perhatian seluruh negara dan mengujakan fan-fan dan players kita. MPL Malaysia ditubuh pada tahun 2017 dengan impian yang besar untuk menghimpunkan player-player Mobile Legends terbaik di atas satu pentas kompetitif yang terbesar di Malaysia. Musim-musim lepas menemui pelbagai cabaran dan halangan, tapi MPL Malaysia tidak pernah berundur. Sentiasa berdedikasi dan bertambah baik untuk meningkatkan pengalaman e-sukan yang bertaraf tinggi. Kini, MPL Malaysia adalah satu liga yang penting dan paling dinanti-nantikan di tanah air kita. Dengan fanbase yang setia dan pemain profesional dari pelbagai latar belakang yang berusaha menuju ke puncak MLBB Esports. Persaingan dah semakin sengit, namun juara hanya satu. Inilah aksi kita, budaya kita yang unik. Inilah MPL kita yang dipenuhi dengan drama dan emosi. Marilah kita nyalakan pentas kita. Ini gaya kita. Bulan lepas, tim Malaysia yang layak ke tournament peringkat antarabangsa telah gagal. Tapi yang dah lalu, biarlah berlalu. Kita akan bangkit semula dengan semangat reformasi yang terus membara. Tahun ini, kita berbeza. Bermula dari 10 Mac hingga 16 April, jangan terlepas kejohanan yang akan berlangsung di Stadium Juara. Datang dan saksikan bermain terbaik bersaing dalam MPL season ke-11. Ini gaya kita.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
I'm stopping time. Feels what I feel. Feels what I feel.
You destroyed a turret! I am the priestess of primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods. Legendary! Meet your end! Legendary! Double kill!
Ini kelanggaan kita. Ini gaya kita.
Every year, I gotta deal with your nonsense.
Anyways, selamat datang kepada format explanation video kita.
This season, a brand new game format has been introduced, and we are thrilled to be presenting it to you. The MPL MY has been waiting for this revolution!
Format kali ini lebih dramatic, lebih hangat.
So let's begin. 10 teams will be seeded into one group.
Masa regular season, 10 pasukan akan main sesama sendiri satu kali saja.
That's right, and these teams will score based on those games.
Bila cerita pasal markah, kalau menang 2-0, 3 markah, 2-1, 2 markah saja.
But if they lose 1-2, they will only earn 1 point. But if they lose 0-2, they won't score at all.
Markah yang terakhir akan menentukan kedudukan terakhir mereka.
And the lowest 2 scoring teams will be relegated at the end of the regular season. and the top 8 will then advance to the playoffs.
Sekarang, mari kita tengok format untuk playoff.
All games in the play-ins will be a best of 3.
Kecuali upper bracket final dengan lower bracket final, kita akan main best of 5. Best of 5. And grand final, kita akan main best of 7.
Teams ranked between the 5th as well as 8th place of the regular season will have to play in the play-ins.
Team yang menang dekat play-in akan lawan dengan tempat ketiga dan keempat dekat upper bracket quarterfinals.
The winners of the upper bracket quarterfinals will have to face off against the first as well as second seed of the upper bracket semifinals.
Team yang kalah dekat play-in dan juga upper bracket quarterfinals akan disingkirkan.
Luckily, if your team is in the upper bracket semifinals and they lose, they will go down to the lower bracket semifinals having a second life.
Kalau team menang dekat upper bracket semifinal, akan gerak kepada upper bracket finals.
Finally, the upper bracket finals as well as lower bracket final winners will face each other off in the grand finals.
Untuk lawan, untuk dapatkan trofi MPL Malaysia. Inilah video format explanation kita. Siapakah akan jadi juara kali ini?
The stage is set. Let the games begin.
Ini gaya kita.
Nadi sebuah bandaraya. Rentak berterusan yang menggalakkan kita ke depan. Sesuatu yang mengapi-apikan hidup dan semangat kita. Setiap orang mempunyai gaya dan irama tersendiri. Tapi, apakah yang boleh menyatukan semua lapisan masyarakat? Yang akan menarik perhatian seluruh negara dan mengujakan fan-fan dan players kita. MPL Malaysia ditubuh pada tahun 2017 dengan impian yang besar untuk menghimpunkan player-player Mobile Legends terbaik di atas satu pentas kompetitif yang terbesar di Malaysia. Musim-musim lepas menemui pelbagai cabaran dan halangan, tapi MPL Malaysia tidak pernah berundur. Sentiasa berdedikasi dan bertambah baik untuk meningkatkan pengalaman e-sukan yang bertaraf tinggi. Kini, MPL Malaysia adalah satu liga yang penting dan paling dinanti-nantikan di tanah air kita. Dengan fanbase yang setia dan pemain profesional dari pelbagai latar belakang yang berusaha menuju ke puncak MLBB Esports. Persaingan dah semakin sengit, namun juara hanya satu. Inilah aksi kita, budaya kita yang unik. Inilah MPL kita yang dipenuhi dengan drama dan emosi. Marilah kita nyalakan pentas kita. Ini gaya kita. Bulan lepas, tim Malaysia yang layak ke tournament peringkat antarabangsa telah gagal. Tapi yang dah lalu, biarlah berlalu. Kita akan bangkit semula dengan semangat reformasi yang terus membara. Tahun ini, kita berbeza. Bermula dari 10 Mac hingga 16 April, jangan terlepas kejohanan yang akan berlangsung di Stadium Juara. Datang dan saksikan pemain terbaik bersaing dalam MPL Season ke-11. Ini gaya kita.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill. Legendary. Double kill.
Stopping time. Feels what I feel. Feels what I feel.
hunter of all the evil gods. Legendary! Meet your end! Legendary! Double kill!
Ini kelanggaan kita. Ini gaya kita.
Every year, I gotta deal with your nonsense.
Anyways, selamat datang kepada format explanation video kita.
This season, a brand new game format has been introduced, and we are thrilled to be presenting it to you. The MPL MY has been waiting for this revolution!
Format kali ini lebih dramatic, lebih hangat.
So let's begin. 10 teams will be seeded into one group.
Masa regular season, 10 pasukan akan main sesama sendiri satu kali saja.
That's right, and these teams will score based on those games.
Bila cerita pasal markah, kalau menang 2-0, 3 markah, 2-1, 2 markah saja.
But if they lose 1-2, they will only earn 1 point. But if they lose 0-2, they won't score at all.
Markah yang terakhir akan menentukan kedudukan terakhir mereka.
And the lowest 2 scoring teams will be relegated at the end of the regular season. And the top 8 will then advance to the playoffs.
Sekarang, mari kita tengok format untuk playoff.
All games in the play-ins will be a best of 3.
Kecuali upper bracket final dengan lower bracket final, kita akan main best of 5. Best of 5. And grand final, kita akan main best of 7.
Teams ranked between the 5th as well as 8th place of the regular season will have to play in the play-ins.
Team yang menang dekat play-in akan lawan dengan tempat ketiga dan keempat dekat upper bracket quarterfinals.
The winners of the upper bracket quarterfinals will have to face off against the first as well as second seed of the upper bracket semifinals.
Team yang kalah dekat play-in dan juga upper bracket quarterfinals akan disingkirkan.
Luckily, if your team is in the upper bracket semifinals and they lose, they will go down to the lower bracket semifinals having a second life.
Kalau team menang dekat upper bracket semifinal, akan gerak kepada upper bracket finals.
Finally, the upper bracket finals as well as lower bracket final winners will face each other off in the grand finals.
Untuk lawan, untuk dapatkan trofi MPL Malaysia. Inilah video format explanation kita. Siapakah akan jadi juara kali ini?
The stage is set. Let the games begin.
Ini gaya kita.
Ay, ay. I'm a rock star. Yeah, yeah. Rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm
siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of the MPL Talk Show, a show where we membawa pasal pasukan kita. My name is Rose and sekarang saya dengan Gideon dan of course, Head of League Ops, Lafel.
Hello, thank you untuk ada kat sini. Selamat. Selamat po Rose.
Walang anuman.
Itulah dia.
Gitu. Okay, so I feel like this match is probably the hottest match of the week.
Serius ah? Kenapa?
Serius oh?
Sekejap, match apa?
SMG and Homeboys.
Oh, yes, I agree.
Hottest match of the week. So since it's the hottest match of the week, let's start with Lafel because he always has a lot of things to share.
Here's the thing, right? Mak saya pernah bercakap Mak saya pernah bercakap, kalau kita tak belajar daripada masa lepas, if we don't learn our history, then history will repeat itself. Okay? And kalau kita tengok in terms of history kan, SMG, dorang punya like trio lineup kan, apa nama dia? Valence, Stormy, as well as Subway. Tiga yang kat tengah tu, in previous season 10, during the playoff, nampak kuat gila. Like seriously strong, really strong. Cuma waktu playoff diorang tak perform, which I think is like similar with Homeboys.
Yeah. Okay, so let's talk about SMG since you've already brought it up kan. SMG. How do you think their performance has been since they have only actually lost one game and won all their matches?
Ya, I rasa memang diorang is looking very strong. Sebab ayah saya pernah cakap, kalau kita masuk rank, tiga tengah tu memang sangat-sangat penting. Because we got Tsatsa and kita ada Smooth, dua-dua tu dah memang perform, right? Tapi macam mana dia punya penggerakan map? How do they navigate map tu sendiri? So bila I rasa masukkan Valence, amazing shot caller. Sasa dia just fokus punya mekanik. Sasa tak payah nak shot call.
Tak fikir sangat.
Stormy also incredible mechanics, and then Subway dia just akan ke depan. Dia pandai buat his own thing. So it's almost macam team SMG ni dah macam autopilot. Okay, it's just routine. Okay, kita buat ni, and dia menang.
You know, funny enough, even from my family and ancestry, they told us that mid lane is going to be the most important.
You punya atuk kan?
Yeah, no, that's crazy. We'll talk about this later, but more importantly, I think yes, the three in the mid lane is going to be by far the most viable, and even for the even for a team like Homeboys, it's extremely important. They changed their mid duo. That's always been a problem with the Homeboys. They're trying to escalate things even further and further, and now that they have laners who can basically self-sustain, especially in Anib, who's gotten significantly better as well. Sipan, who's always been good, and Chibi, who's able to kind of move the momentum for the team. I feel like Homeboys are also in that very similar position.
Yeah, I actually do agree.
Nampak tak orang tengah ni penting?
Yeah, orang tengah penting. But especially the Warlord and Barbosa combo, it's actually really good. But speaking of which, Barbolord. These two teams are at the top of our leaderboard sekarang kan. SMG and Homeboys when it was previously Homeboys and SMG. Do you think that this game is going to be a very tough one?
I think this game is going to be one-sided, actually.
Oh, really?
Because I feel like with Team SMG's playstyle overall, it's very consistent, but it's also extremely stagnant, right? They wait for the right conditions before they start making things happen across the map. And I feel with the flexibility and especially with the game sense that Homebois has, if they have a bit of advantage, they kind of know how to press the advantage. They are willing to take 50-50s and even go for coin flips.
Tak, okay, you kena tahu macam kucing I pernah cakap.
Kucing?
Miau, 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 miau. Bermaksud, kalau tak pecah, buat apa nak beli? Jap.
Kalau
tak rosak, kenapa nak betulkan?
Ah.
So untuk SMG, they just keep it very simple, you know, it's like selagi semua dapat Benedetta, bagi dia Bennett. Selagi Valentina open, bagi je lah dekat story. So diorang dah cuba try test, and now they just do.
Coach Dale, ban out the Benedetta, please. Somebody's got to do it. I'm sick of it.
Coach Dale, get rid of the Benedetta. I feel like
Tapi masalahnya, kalau keluarkan Benedetta, dia apa? Joy pula terlepas ke?
Arlet
bagi sebab Benedetta
juga
dulu.
kan? I feel like it's very hard to counter the Lord Smooth this time around, you know?
Lord pun baru kena buff.
That's true.
Dia boleh langgar semua benda.
Okay, so who is your prediction? What is your prediction? What is your winner's prediction?
My winner's prediction, it's always going to be Homebois. I think that Homebois are not only going to win this match, but they're going to top the season.
Ooh.
Masa I buka semalam, okay, dia teh ais dengan cincau. I kucing macam ini, dia tulis SMG. Jadi I rasa SMG lah.
Score? Score?
I don't think it's that one-sided lah, 2-1 kot.
I rasa pun 2-1. Yang dua tu aku tak tahu.
Hari tu I kas ke tak?
Mungkin.
Kalau I tak kas, 2-1. Kalau I kas, 2-0.
All right, thank you to Gideon and Lafel, the most chaotic duo for me. And that is it for the 9th episode of the MPL Talk Show. We will see you on the next one. Bye, everybody.
MPL Malaysia Season 11 is powered by Munton. Official mobile internet, Hotlink. More internet, more speed, more Gaia with Hotlink. Game like a pro with ROG phone. Republic of Gamers, the #1 gaming brand in Malaysia. Champion Extra GG with Garnier Men. Fight 99.9% acne-causing bacteria in just 10 seconds. Official gaming chair, OSIM. Partners in esports, AirAsia Super App, ESI, PKL, EGG, and PSM.
The undefeated S-tier lineup up against the masters of the battlefield, the final bosses themselves. Team SMG versus the Homebois, the highlight of the day, of the week, perhaps even of the season is here, and we are going to be your hosts for this grand event. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to MPL MY. My name is Stafa, along with Gideon, to bring you what could very well be a monumental series.
Now, this is going to be the battle for the first spot, and more importantly, whoever loses could be in contention with Todak for second place, if not dropping down to third. And that's going to be a scary story in and of itself, because now with the new changes in the format, being in that top 2 allows you to bypass not only the first stage, but the play-ins.
Well, it's such a valuable position now with this new format, and these teams are all battling it out. The competition is heated, it is fierce. There is no holds barred upon the MPL stage. As we know, right now, these are the two teams at the top of the standings, and they want to keep themselves there as much as possible.
Yep, but these players are no pushovers, especially when we're talking about the Homeboys and their new lineup so far. I don't know whether or not they're going to be playing solos, but I doubt it's going to happen considering how much is actually weighted in this match against SMG.
Yep, solos, unfortunately, despite being a legend in the MPL scene, still needs a little bit more time to get up to par with current metas. And that's not a risk that the Homeboys are ready to take, not anymore, especially since they are up against their most contentious rivals, the S-tier lineup, the local composition of Team SMG that has been decimating everything in their path.
So far, Team SMG has not dropped a single match. They did drop, a game or two, but more importantly, the fact that they are going on a full win streak is great. That Sasa is smiling. You don't get to see that very often. And just in case you guys don't know what's going on, let's look at the ranking of average KDAs, and maybe you might recognize a couple of these faces.
Yeah, there's a lot of familiar faces up there. Warlord currently at the top of the KDA standings, 11.7, ridiculously high by MPL MY standards. Probably the highest we've ever seen in a season. Stormy still maintaining his KDA goodness from the previous few seasons in second place. But after that, we've got two more members of the Homeboys in Anip and Chibi maintaining really good standings up here.
That's 3 of the Homeboys already in a top 5 position when it comes down to KDA. And if we extend it a little bit further, that's when we see Sasa and Subway finally start joining in on the conversation.
Yep, so instantly you can see these two teams have something to show us. They've got something to tell the MY audience. They want to be our national representatives. They want to make it to the next stage. These are the teams that have made the biggest difference going into the most competitive season of MPL MY. And now that we are going to be seeing them cause sparks by butting heads, you can expect that the battlefield that is the Land of Dawn is going to be looking very different.
Now keep in mind, because Todak was able to win 2-1 against Madness Esports earlier, in terms of the ranking, the scores are not far apart. So winning this match puts you at a very comfortable spot. Winning 2-0 is going to put you a league ahead of everybody else.
The question is, will either of these teams be able to get that 2-0 victory? You mentioned during the pre-show that this could be a very one-sided match, and it definitely seemed like you were leaning more towards the Homeboys in terms of consistency in their play.
I agree. I think that the Homeboys are in a really good spot. They're pressing advantages where they should. They're honestly trying to take 50-50s that side them a little bit more often than not. 60% chance is still a 10% higher evaluation when getting into these types of situations. I think that the Homeboys aren't going to back down from a fight against Team SMG.
But I would say the same for Team SMG as well, although their consistency may not be quite there as compared to the Homeboys. Surprisingly enough, they are really flashy this season with their aggressive gameplay. And Sasa, you mentioned, we don't get to see this man smile very often, but you can tell that he's enjoying himself this season. He's been relieved of the burden of being the shot caller for Team SMG, and he can focus on his own gameplay in the gold lane, resulting in really good scores overall.
Yeah, a full local lineup as well. You don't get to see that too often these days with 2 Chinese players and the rest being late. I mean, it's a good mix and match of everybody. But the Homeboys coming out here, and especially with that mid lane doing a couple of imports, making all the difference. Because we're looking at Anip, right? He has been a self-sustaining gold lane for the longest time. His team fights could use a lot of work. But now with the help of Warlord and Barbosa, and with the help of Coach Dale, Anip has been able to kind of find his own feet in these fights, and more importantly, being a huge cornerstone for the team.
And you can really tell that just from the fact that this presence was so sorely missed when Solos was playing with the rest of the squad. Anip, you typically don't see him contributing very much because of how much Warlord and Barbosa and Chibi perform in terms of the early to mid game, but instantly you know, Anip, he is that cornerstone like you mentioned. So Sasa versus Anip is going to be a really interesting lane to keep an eye on here, but I also want to bring a bit of focus towards that mid lane combo as well, and that's just really interesting to consider. Before we go to that though, it's a big match, so of course we have a match teaser prepared for y'all. Make sure you guys feast your eyes on this.
Dalam setiap perlawanan, salah satu momen yang paling menarik adalah Team Fight.
Datang pada tanding masih lagi berkuat dari Yums. Dan kali ini Union Wolves sedang
nanti menjadi catatan seorang saya diberikan one out.
Tapi Soldier telah pun dijatuhkan oleh Barcode untuk mencari mangsa yang seterusnya. Isyauhana menjadi mangsa yang seterusnya.
Tetapi bagaimana team fight yang berjaya dapat dilaksanakan? Tajuk hari ini adalah in-game shot calling. Siapakah yang gerakkan tim dalam game?
Maksud gerakkan game tu, sebenarnya dia banyak faktor. Boleh cakap shot call.
Tunggu lah aja.
Tiap. Lu dah naik.
Boleh cakap positioning.
Punya offside tu. Ni apa?
Edit di kanan.
Basically is our movement.
Kalau kat Homebois ni, dia main shot caller, wallet lah.
Ada orang. Santai.
Lepas tu, action shot caller, Barbosa.
Dia aku ada ulti guys. Sabar Renip, dibus. Sentri.
Apakah kepentingan seorang shot caller?
Penting lah shot caller ni, penting gila. Untuk shot caller ni ada satu, so dia akan menjadi leader untuk 4 orang. So, nak tak nak, kena follow lah. Kalau salah, kita perbaiki. Kita perbaiki sama-sama.
Dulu saya good lane. Good lane kena tergantung kepada tank. Saya tak nak tunggukan orang untuk gerakkan game. Itulah saya pindah balik ke Roma.
Adakah rumah ataupun support role terbaik untuk menjadi shot caller?
Dalam satu tim tu, kalau good lane dia nak shot call, otak dia shot call je lah. Kalau match dia otak dia, shot call je. Dia tak kisah pun siapa mau shot call.
Apakah pendapat tentang perlawanan tim SMG versus Homebois?
Untuk tim Homebois, saya harap kita boleh bagi perlawanan yang seru lah.
Kalau bagi saya, SMG kuat lah. Kita akan berebut siapa nombor 1 dekat group stage.
And just have fun. Bulan Ramadan kan.
Shot calling tim manakah lebih padu dan akan bantu pasukan mereka? Jom kita saksikan. Ini gaya kita. #revolusi.
Dan itu dia match teaser untuk perlawanan kedua hari ini. Hello everybody, nama saya Rose, host anda sepanjang musim ini. Oh my goodness, the crowd is crazy. Tapi, is it crazy enough? Stadium Juara, are you ready for the second match? Oh, I love the energy. And now, mari kita invite kedua-dua pasukan ke atas pentas MPL Malaysia. Homebois dan juga Team SMG.
Team SMG.
Belum pernah ditumpaskan. Mereka kini sedang mendominasi tangga liga. Walaupun karakter mereka tetap santai dan sempoi. Namun pressure yang diberikan mereka di dalam permainan sangat berlainan. Mampukah mereka untuk mengekalkan kedudukan nombor 1 mereka? Kerana perlawanan hari ini pasti akan menjadi sengit.
Homebois.
Selepas mengalami minggu lepas, kini kembali bersama misi baru. Bagai buku bertemu dengan ruas, lawan mereka bukannya caleg-caleg. Menurunkan line-up asal untuk kembali merempas takhta nombor 1. Can they claim their title once again? Dengan prestasi mereka, semestinya akan ada saingan yang sengit bertemu lawan mereka. Sekarang masa untuk memperkenalkan coach dan analis kedua-dua pasukan. From the side of SMG, Coach Haru ditemani analis Tung, manakala untuk Homebois, Coach Dale hadir bersama analis Saiful. Mari kita teruskan dengan fist bump di antara pasukan sebagai tanda profesionalism. Inilah gaya kita. Inilah semangat kesukanan kita. Kawan di luar gelanggang, lawan di medan perang. Sementara player sedang mengambil tempat mereka, let's introduce the one who officiates the match and maintains MPL's integrity. Mereka inilah yang akan memastikan perlawanan sentiasa berjalan dengan adil dan lancar. Head of League Ops, Jay. Head Marshal, Nicholas. Kedua-dua Marshal, Hebe dan Yitze. Thank you for your hard work. And now that the players are seated, oh my goodness. Stadium Juara, make some noise! SMG, let me hear you. Homebois! Who will be taking this win? Will SMG remain number 1? Or will Homebois come back to the top? Teams, this is your moment. Game on! Ijak apa tu?
Indeed, let us pick up where Rose left off right there. The audience is ready, and the atmosphere here in the stadium is absolutely electric because all of us are anticipating what will likely be among the best matches of MPL MY Season 11, a battle for the top spot to determine the best team of the regular season.
Ooh, a lot of stakes on this match, and I'm pretty sure Coach Dale and Haru are prepped here. As we look at the coach focus, we're seeing that Haru, after his time away from MLBB, joining other titles and coming back to join Team SMG as their head coach, replacing the man, the myth, the legend himself. He is more balanced, right? He is making sure that the environment for the team is comfortable, but more importantly, that win rate. Look at that win rate on blue side.
Haru has certainly been adding some really impressive achievements to his resume here. Remember, he was not a coach before this, previously only an analyst for the team, and has really risen to the occasion in a massive way. He has also personally mentioned that this was a match that he was really looking forward to because he has himself stated that their drafting patterns between him and Dale are fairly identical.
Very similar as well. I mean, look at that. This time, we're going to be looking at the coach focus on Dale with a high priority of both objective and map control with team fight strategies. Player mechanical skill, that's out of his control. He prefers to let the players do it themselves, but heroes drafting and composition, that's where he takes good part in. But he makes sure that his players feel the most comfortable when going into it, unlike Haru, who's a little bit more balanced overall. More importantly, blue side win rate, 75% win rate, but his oh my goodness, wow. 3 times he got second pick, 100% win rate overall, but I would have expected it to be a little higher in terms of second pick.
That is quite interesting right there. Now, obviously, Coach Dale has a lot of achievements in his pocket. He came into MPL MY being touted as a coach to really keep an eye on, and so far he has proven that track record and gained the respect and adoration of fans, especially those of the Homeboys right now. Will he be able to secure victory up against really concerning opponents here, Team SMG? If there's their lineup, we will find out because we're now going to be hopping straight into the draft for game number 1. Who's going to be first pick? It is going to be Team SMG on the blue side, Homeboys on the red side. Will they keep that 100% win rate?
Well, let's find out here. Looks like Adida as well as the Fanny gets banned out. Wan on top of Joy also gone as well. All right, so we're seeing indications that the mid lane is immediately getting attacked here. It seems obvious enough, especially when you have Kadita already banned. Honestly, first banned is kind of surprising.
Yep, we did want to talk a little bit about the mid lane matchup here, whereas the trio of roam, mid, and jungle on both sides are really notable. Having Valence, Stormy, and Subway, previously the trio from Orange Esports, and on the other side, Warlord, Barbosa, and Chibi, who have been matching up really well so far.
Yeah, they have been matching up really, really well. And I think, you know, SMG, the fact that they're attacking the mid lane duo is a very good idea. But they are letting a lot of things through. Sorry, not Kadena. The Kaja has been opened up. We're seeing the Joy has already been banned out as well, luckily. Arlott, consideration for the Homeboys as well. But I like the fact that SMG has also taken into consideration that farm could be a very big issue.
Fairness makes a lot of sense here. This was Warlord's signature pick. Remember, the first few weeks where Fairness was available, Warlord got an insane KDA, only dying once in, I think, like 6 games. So that's pretty insane. Understandable that Team SMG would respect it, and they're gonna respect Stormy's Valentina in turn.
Okay, Wan is already gone, so again, a lot of the big picks are missing, but Fanny, still a big question mark for me. I feel like Team SMG, they probably should have let the Homeboys ban it out themselves, but I guess they understand that Subway only has a certain level of mechanical capabilities to make it happen, so Arlott is going to be the safer pick, considering how Smooth has been playing so far throughout the season.
Arlott is going to be a pretty good choice right here. Homeboy seems comfortable letting that go because it means that the Benedetta is not going to be prioritized for Smooth early on. This, however, does open up the Fredrin, which could go into the hands of Chibi. Would be really scary alongside the Eve that has already been locked in. Looks like their choice is going to be the Grok instead.
I like this a lot because Homeboys have already thought of it through. Like, Valentina is banned out, so you can't just copy the ult for free, leaving the only other artillery mage being the Farsa, which Grok can easily start disrupting.
Very very interesting choices so far. Yeah, definitely a focus towards Stormy here. Not gonna allow him to get the really easy playmaking style of hero, but I don't think that's gonna be too much of a problem right now. One identifying factor of both these teams is that they have really large hero pools, and denying a single player is basically impossible. So what we're going to be looking mainly in terms of bans is to make sure that whatever strategy the coach wants to bring into fruition is still intact.
Yep. We're seeing the Farsa get picked in despite the Grok already being shown here. I'm curious, is Valens going to get a support pick early on? No, it's just going to be Fredrin for Subway. It's already looking good for Team SMG, but Homeboys really need to start considering, do they want to pick up the Martis now? It's still a good time.
I think going for Martis here makes the most sense. There's no reason to reveal anything else too soon. They don't know what the gold lane matchup is going to be. This Grok, I feel like, can actually be flexed. There's actually a pretty good chance that this is Sabat's hero instead of Barbosa, since it matches up pretty well into the Arlet in lane as well.
That's actually a really good shout out there, because again, with the anti-CC in that power of nature inbuilt into Grok, making it difficult to get free demon marks and trading against someone who just shoves the wave and naturally has a lot more attack damage than you, could be something that Homeboys considers, but they're going to lean towards Beatrix first, so that means we are not going to be able to see, well, Harith straight away from the Homeboys, making sure that mage gold laners are gone, but I'm thinking Team SMG just bans out the Martis, right?
Yeah, I think banning out the Martis here makes the most sense since it wasn't locked in. Actually, that's such a nice drawing right there. Really nice. I saw the Prodigy. Remember, Stormy, Mage Prodigy this season. Will he be able to match up against the King of KDA right now? Warlord. Wow, really interesting right here. The Hellcurt ban.
Look, most of the time when I see these weird bans, I get frustrated, but I think SMG, there's a lot of logic to this one. If he turns the lights off, Farsa can't hit her shot. So, fair enough. It's not like SMG has any other priorities other than the Martis as of yet.
Yeah, it would work as a big counter towards the Arlet as well. He goes for the stun, he gets silence, can't continue his combo. That would be really annoying for Smooth to have to deal with. Homeboys gonna continue focusing towards that gold lane. They already locked in their marksman, so they want to deny Sasa as much as possible.
Yeah, what else is SMG considering here? Again, I'm sticking by my vote on to Martis, but who knows what SMG wants to kind of pull off this time around. And more importantly, how are they going to round out their composition? They still need damage, and I think the gold lane is a big question mark for me. Claude's already gone, Harith is already gone, so therefore what is Sasa technically going to play? He can go for Brody, I don't think that's that bad. I doubt we'll ever see him play Clint again, considering how the meta has moved away from him. Kadra still hasn't been touched.
Oh, interesting right here. Diggy ban. I guess they're trying to force Homeboys in a situation where they have to be respectful of the potential Kaja or Franco pick by the hands of Valens. Suppression would be a pretty good counter towards that Eve pick. Lots of meowing happening from the audience right there.
Just straight up said meow, 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 meow. Maybe he was watching the pre-show. Maybe that's what was happening here.
Yep,
all
that's
right.
a whole novel right there.
It's a whole... It's definitely up there on Wattpad somewhere. There we go. The Martis gets locked in for the side of Homeboys. This was to be expected. The fact that SMG banned out some of these weirder picks, especially in that Hellcurt, because he can turn the lights out, and just the anti-CC from the time journey. What is Team SMG looking to set up here? Who's that big team fight carry in the support lane that I'm expecting to see? I'm thinking Lolita isn't that bad. At least you can block a lot of the shots from Beatrix.
Actually, still kind of like Franco for Valens here. Yes, it's lacking in terms of AoE, but it would be a really good way of dealing with heroes like the Eve and the Martis, which usually cannot be stopped in terms of their momentum. And SMG wants to make sure that they're not disabled too heavily in the early game. It could explain the Diggy ban so that it doesn't get easily silenced out. But we will see. They're going to be locking it in right now. It's going to be the Brody and the Kufra. All right, things making sense here.
Okay, fair enough. I respect that. Now, Homeboys need to make a choice. Where does this Grok go at the end of the day? Is he going to go back into the EXP lane, or is he going to be stuck as a roamer? I don't think roamer is too bad, especially since Farsa is going to be generally playing around the mid lane, and it helps when you have that extra bit of pressure. Kufra, on the other hand, I don't know, it's a bit of a hit or miss for me, right? Because again, who are the main targets that you're trying to get? Grok has anti-CC, Martis has anti-CC, Eve technically can just pop her ult before anything happens, which only leaves the marksman at this point, who's the susceptible hero. And even Glue isn't too ideal of a target.
Interesting there, the Glue last pick, something you don't get to see very often, but that will probably confirm that this is actually a Grok roam. Glue will play a little more efficiently into the EXP lane and is again a pretty good matchup into the Arlet. So right now, the lineup is looking pretty solid from both sides.
Yeah, but they're so tanky. The side of the Homeboys, they're trapped. 3 huge boys trying to be cut down by a single Brody. I'm hoping Sasa is taking Weapon Master because their team fighting capabilities all comes down to whether or not they can take out the Marksman, which in this case is on it from the side of the Homeboys. Homeboys have a much easier time of taking away the artillery fire, the backup. So if Smooth is going to make a play, it has to be big.
Well, I think we can all know that we are fully able to rely on Smooth to make those plays, but when he's up against the playmaking capabilities of the Warlord Barbosa combo, it's time to see whether or not the shot calling capabilities of the respective players on both teams are truly at maximum potential. We already know how important the shot calling position is, especially in a meta as fast paced as this, to the degree that Valence would shift back into the roam position so that he's able to have more control over the game. How well does he match up against the imports?
Honestly, it's tough. It's really, really tough, and especially when we're looking at this graph here, where Teamfight's capabilities on the side of Homeboys is a lot more, by like, what, 0.8, 0.9? Yeah, 0.9, 1.2. Overall, not exactly the best odds for them. I would imagine that even though they have a 0.8 differential, Homeboys, the way that they have to fight is basically through pushing the lane. You get the Brock to start manipulate these waves, and then the Homeboys can collapse a lot sooner in comparison to Team SMG. But it's time to jump into the game.
The Land of Dawn opens up once more, and we really cannot tell if this battlefield will look the same after the warfare that is going to be taking place between Team SMG and the Homeboys. Hopefully everyone's got their snacks, because you will not want to leave your seats for this one.
No, definitely. You can't afford to leave your seats for this one. Now, both sides going to be starting on the purple buff very, very soon. Stormy flying over to punish Barbosa here?
Up a lot of movement straight away. Oh! Barbosa, a smooth jumps in, gets first blood. Here comes Valence, knocks up Sapat, doing a lot of damage with Stormy straight away.
Oh my goodness. Wow. Well, all right, so that's a very early interaction coming out from the side of Team SMG. I thought it was a Homeboys who was going to make a move
still
like
going
that.
as well. Jumping in, Smooth gets it. It's going to be Valence picking up the kill on the Sapat. Chibi a bit too slow to the party. He's not able to push them under tower, but now Valence in a lot of danger. He's going to be forced to flicker away, but gets caught out once again as Barbosa has returned. He's looking for revenge, and Warlord gets the kill.
Okay, at least Warlord got the kill there. If Chibi got the kill, the snowball would have already started, but since it's just Warlord, Stormy is able to kind of keep up with him as to assist. Oh god.
Ooh, Subway, he's come down to the bottom lane, gets the taunt onto Anip, forces the flicker as well. Non-stop action, only 1.5 minutes in.
Yeah, and it's great that Team SMG started off thinking outside of the box. We don't get to see too many punishes on the top side of the map, but now that Smooth has this lead, he's going to continue pressing it. And look, the Homeboys are responding accordingly. They want to be on this side of the map to make sure that they have control over Turtle, while Team SMG have already won out in terms of gold on him. No flicker, Sasa continues to bully him.
Really smart movement right now across the map from both these teams. Homeboys, they're not going to have the best lane priority in terms of their side lanes, so they're going to focus towards the neutral objectives, where Chibi can win out objectively if he's given enough assistance. Right now, Chibi and Subway both dancing around. Subway jumping in, not gonna go for the taunt just yet. Smooth jumps in with the vengeance, looking for the kill. Gonna get the final slash onto Chibi, sets it up, gets the kill! Fed over to Stormy, and Subway secures the turtle. They get the knockup onto Sabat, who pops the split to run away as they're not able to continue the engagement.
Ooh, beautifully played for the side of Team SMG. Good focus from Smooth to get on top of the Arlet. He knew he was waiting for Chibi to get rid of that last Assure's aura, so that, mortal coils, so that he could push him away, and then eventually jump on top of him and kill him because he has enough damage in the earlier stages. Subway honestly should keep fighting Chibi here, but he knows Warlord is walking up.
I'm really loving the amount of aggression coming out of Team SMG right now. You can tell that they're comfortable with this aggressive gameplay style, and they know they can apply pressure to Homeboys. Look at Stormy. His positioning is so risky, but this is very classic of him.
I mean, this is why Subway decided to let go of the enemy orange buff and pull back to his side. Stormy was hovering around that bot side, and now that he sees Grok, he knows for a fact that the rest of the team is going to make his way down, on top of the fact that Chibi's jungle pathing seems to be from top side to bottom.
Now, a lot of pressure to the goal lane right now. Homeboys cannot afford to allow Anif to fall too much further behind. As we can see, so far, they've not been allowing Sasa to get too much gold shield, which typically is the goal when you're playing on a hero like the Brody, and that is ideal for Homeboys.
Yep. Let's see. Once again, the Homeboys playing around their gold-centric strategy. SMG start backing out, and Balance is going to walk confidently in the middle of this lane.
Oh, Zapan! Ooh. Beautiful rotation again from Stormy. This Farsa way more aggressive than the usual. And Team SMG using this momentum to continue applying map pressure.
It's about dividing and conquering, and Team SMG is doing a perfect job at just that.
Even Chibi not able to roam safely. Subway trying to taunt him back to his team, but he'll be able to walk back to his own tower.
Now, look at bot side. We see 3 members. Valence still covering Sasa for as long as possible. Wow.
Valence, he might have jumped a bit too far there. Bennett's Ray is going to be dropping him real low. Wild Charge misses completely from Barbosa there. That's kind of weird.
That is kind of weird. A lot of commitment down on this bottom side. Subway's going to take this for free. GB's getting 1v1. He's dead.
Oh, smooth! Gonna force the retry. He nearly got the kill on Chibi as well, but I don't think he had quite vengeance there. Finish him off. Either way, the damage is already done. Valence, he's looking for the charge up. Barbosa is there. Will they be able to find Anip? They get him with a snipe from Sasa. Not able to finish him off, but some gold shield going in their favor.
Yeah, 2 flickers down. Warlord as well as Anip will not have access to their battle spells. Valence can't make force a play out of nowhere with his own flicker, but he can still play bush tactics against Homeboys.
Right now, Team SMG just firmly in the driver's seat. Look at the gold rankings. 4 members of Team SMG ahead of the Homeboys. Only 5 minutes in and already a 2.5k net worth lead. Things are looking pretty good.
Yep, and Subway, he's going to face check this. Who is he going to deal with? Barbosa and GB as bottom side might get dived.
Valence, he's charging up. Not quite finding the positioning so far though. As Smooth jumps in, gets the stun onto GB. Here comes Subway looking for the taunt, but he's able to get out. Final slash pushes him back. But Smooth still not able to connect the finish, and Chibi will survive.
Yep, he gets away for free here. Glue doesn't get too much of a push on top side either, and right now Smooth on this Arla. Oh god.
He's been caught out by the taunt. Here comes Valence jumping straight in, gets the kill onto the Beatrix. They're still surrounding Warlord and Barbosa. Sasa going around the backline. He has damage. Wild Charge gonna cancel out Subway. Raises Raph going to miss completely. Not able to finish anyone off with that. Is Chibi gonna be zoned out by Smooth once again, and the pressure still isn't ceasing. Team SMG want this bottom tier 1.
Yep, and you can see topside again. They know Homeboys. A couple of them need to recall. They need to reset. So Team SMG is pressing their advantage with their healthy members, and more importantly with Sasa.
Ooh, a nice final slash by Smooth there. Not quite able to give tower aggro to Sapat, so the Glue will walk away. But Smooth just outright winning this EXP 1v1.
And that's the thing. When you have just a single kill, a single level ahead of your EXP laner, the EXP lane is basically won by that slight advantage. Stormy made it happen.
Valence charging up. Does he know Barbosa's there? No, doesn't seem like it, but Subway will provide the vision right now. Team SMG gonna focus onto the turtle. They don't quite have people in the backline providing vision as of right now, but Valence is there to make sure he can get a stun. Gonna charge away from Barbosa. Smooth jumping in. Not gonna use the final slash just yet. Subway going for the taunt onto Chibi. They're still setting up for this turtle. Who's going to get it? They're gonna 50-50 this. Barbosa with the wall charge onto 2 members. Chibi securing the turtle, but the final slash onto 2 people in the backline as Valence jumps in onto Warlord. They're gonna be able to pick up the Eve as Barbosa runs away from the feathered airstrike. Not able to finish him off. Stormy even flying forward to try and get that kill. Not able to though, but they've successfully separated Sapat. 1v3. The Glue is tanky, but he's not going to survive for long. Appraiser's Wrath finishes him off, turns him into jelly. Final slash beautifully anti-CC'd by Chibi, but Team SMG.
Oh, they're playing so well right now. Look at that. I mean, while all of this was happening down by Turtle side towards the gold lane, we see an instant swap of the lanes, and mid-tier 1 falling into the hands of Team SMG is going to open up a lot of options to put Chibi even further behind. Luckily, he was able to take away that turtle from Subway, and they're even in EXP, but that's about to change since Subway now doesn't have to worry about the mid-tier 1. He can walk into the enemy jungle for free.
Honestly, what is this tempo we are seeing from Team SMG? They are operating on a completely different speed level than the Homeboys, who have been dominating most of their opponents. A 4k goal lead, 8 minutes in. The damage ranking Smooth. We have to note, this is a Festival of Blood Arlet. That is not a normal emblem we've been seeing other players use.
Yeah, most of the time it's Unbending Will, sometimes Tenacity. Concussive Blast has been extremely popular. I personally like the Unbending Will version, but I do think that Smooth probably has an idea. I can't wait to see what his items are going to be when it's shown.
Now, I'm honestly really curious whether this is a tank build, whether this is a damage build. Hopefully, we'll get to see that at some point, but he is doing an amazing job of keeping Sabat in check. The fact that the glue is 0-3 is unprecedented.
Yeah, you don't get to see it very often, but at the very least you know that Sabat is still going to be relevant in a lot of these fights, especially against Sasa, because he's not getting too far ahead other than EXP.
Well, meanwhile, Balance, he may have jumped a bit too far here. Real World Manipulation into the Bennett's Rage, and no way the Kufra is getting out of that one. Meanwhile, there's a 1v1 in the mid lane. Chibi versus Smooth. Not going to be able to keep him in place, so no casualties there.
Yep, it's just going to be a slow roll for now. Team SMG, they've got the 4K lead here, but if Homeboys wants to even that up, they have to take this Lord while Balance is down.
Looks like Sasa not going to choose to go for the split push. They want to challenge this. About flickering forward, jumping on top of Stormy, not able to keep it unlocked though as Smooth. Final slashes a nip out of position. He's still on top of the Beatrix, but he may have run out of cooldowns. Wall charge will find him, and Smooth is finally taken out. Meanwhile, Subway looking for the Appraiser's Wrath, but he's not able to find They're gonna find a Beatrix in the backline. Sasa, he's in the back. He gets the kill on the Warlord. Subway is getting jumped on by Split, but he's just setting up the damage. He gets the kill on the Chibi, and Stormy now chasing down the Grog. Barbosa able to run back to his tower and escape with his life as Valens trying to continue the fight, not able to catch out Sabat. They will end the engagement there, and the Lord is free.
I can't believe it. Look at Team SMG dividing and conquering, winning every single one of their lanes, and now snowballing out of control. Smooth opens up an opportunity like no other as Homeboys now give up the Lord and have to protect their gold laner. It has become too difficult. The snowball is here in a 6K gold lead as Team SMG playing one of the most perfect games we've seen from them so far.
This is excellent from them right there. And while Homeboys does have pretty solid late game scaling, Team SMG is really not giving them any room to breathe. Sasa already building up that Blade of Despair, 3 items in. And this is ridiculous right here.
It's truly crazy. Homeboys so far behind so early on into the game. They're about to lose all their tier 2s, and I think next Lord is going to be checkmate for them as Team SMG can now actively play passive against the Homeboys.
We can confirm the items on Smooth as well. It's not damage. He's just got the Fury Hammer. I think he did actually prioritize the Thunder Belt, so that explains the DPS, but still, it's not out of the ordinary.
It is not out of the ordinary. The Radiant Armor is definitely helpful against Warlord specifically. Everybody else.
Final slash, pushing Chibi out of position. He's able to dash back into his base, so he's fine for now. The Lord not going to do too much damage. It's only elemental after all, so Homeboys will be able to defend this tower. They need to keep these alive. The Flicker wall charge, gonna catch out Sasa. He actually goes for the stun. That is way too risky. He's gonna get punished for that. But Balance jumps in, gets the Tyrant's Rage, pushing Chibi back. Will they be? Final slash by Smooth into the double kill on Barbosa, while Stormy is just back here dealing with Sabat 1v1. Not sure if he's going to be able to get out of this. He flickers, gets the stun, and he escapes from the glue.
Wow, still a 2-for-1 trade in favor of Team SMG despite all of that. It looks like Smooth has become a carry of his own, and Homeboys have to respect his authority.
This is crazy right now. If you have to think about the Benedetta, now you have to think about the Arlet. Smooth, proving why he is at the top of the season's MVP rankings. Homeboys, what is their path back into this?
I don't know. I really don't know. Sasa is 2 levels ahead on top of Anip. Homeboys just have to hold out for as long as possible. In this 50 seconds, they have to start increasing the amount of gold income that they are taking and funnel it down into Anip, because Chibi technically doesn't need it anymore. The snowball, the timing for him to snowball has been missed. He just needs the damage dealers to start catching up.
Subway, he's going real deep here. Coming up for the fight. Here comes Balance, flickering forward, pushing back into the hands of Sasa. Subway gets the kill. Real World Manipulation though into the wall charge. Is going to finish off the Brody. Gets punished right back. Sepat coming in with the split from the backline. Appraiser's Wrath doing a lot of damage. Sepat dropping real low, but he gets the split, jumps onto Subway. Meanwhile, Smooth is dealing with the backline. He by himself is zoning out Warlord and Chibi. Barbosa now going to be able to walk away. A 1-for-1 trade of the gold laners.
Bit unfortunate for the side of Team SMG because Homeboys are willing to take that trade any day. Sasa is worth way more than Adep as of right now, especially since he's 2 levels ahead. But more importantly, the Homeboys are able to get a huge bounty, allowing them to reduce from 6k down to 3.8. Now this Lord is going to be everything for the Homeboys.
If the Homeboys are able to continue replicating this sort of gameplay, they are actually fully capable of scaling back up into this game. Note, Impure Rage on Warlord means that he will do a percentage amount of damage throughout the entire game, and that is quite threatening to the tankier members of Team SMG. Split Plate has been used by Sabat, gonna get taunted down, taking a lot of damage from Sasa as well. Homeboys, I don't think they're in the position to contest this for now.
Yeah, but SMG are technically up in the ult economy now that Sabat doesn't actually have it. They might be able to force something out here, but how important was that split at the end of the day? And for me personally, I don't think it's that much because he's 0-3 and he's struggling to survive through the damage of Sasa.
Balance. He sees where Anip is. He's not going to force the engagement just yet. Doesn't look like Stormy and Sasa are ready to start jumping in on this. Homeboys still maintaining a defensive positioning. They cannot afford to give this up. This is a Luminous Lord. Their inhibitors are real low. And they're gonna try and contest it against Team SMG.
Wait, GB is holding aggro. Somebody needs to reset this Lord sooner rather than later, but now the initiation.
Yep, Smooth jumping on the Barbosa. Look at the concealed play. Valens and Sasa in the backline. They find Warlord, but the wall charge gets the stun. Eventually, Eve will fall. Mega kill to Sasa as Valens still escorting the Brody into the backline. Torn apart memory, not able to finish anyone off. Sabat forced to recall in the bush. Homeboys have to give the Lord up to SMG.
All right. Good game coming out from the side of Team SMG. 3k gold lead with a 43k total amount of gold in their bank compared to the Homeboys. I think Homeboys should be able to hit their item power spike before the Lord crashes into the inhibitor. I could be wrong about that, as Team SMG is holding them back in their base.
Yeah, they could be attempting to force this right here, even without the Lord having arrived. They're trying to take an inhibitor. TB gonna be taking a lot of poke damage, Move dashing in as well, but right now no one is at risk. They're able to drop the bottom inhib. Ooh, they might be able to finish it off, actually, just barely. Homeboys, keep it alive. The Lord is coming up.
Yep, Lord is going to be pushing down, and they aren't synchronizing the waves here. I think Team SMG just wants to get the inhibitor and force a fight more than anything else because they know they have the gold lead, and more importantly, they know that Homeboys is running out of time.
The bottom inhib will finally fall as Madness Rage is used to try and clear up the wave, but the mid inhib will still fall as Team SMG jumps in onto Barbosa, who's a little bit too far out. Better Strike finishes him off. Unstoppable streak for Stormy. Subway is dropping real low. Real one manipulation comes out. Nibiru's passion taking down Stormy. That's a shutdown for Warlord, but the rest of Team SMG are still looking pretty healthy. Final slash as the 2 members catches up GB and Sabat. Torn apart memory, not able to finish a nip off, but he does waste his win chance as Subway and Sabat will lose immortality at the same time. Smooth, still super healthy. He's regenerating from everything. The taunt from Subway catches him out, killing 3 for Smooth. Shutdown onto Subway though, as Smooth now is trying to escape with the flicker, but he gets caught out by the split, and Kufra will be taken out as well. Sabat pulling him under the tower, and Anip finally gets the shutdown. Homeboys will push SMG out of their base.
Now the score has evened up, and it doesn't matter anymore because as we're approaching the 50k mark, it feels like Team SMG has unfortunately lost all of their snowball and is slowed down. Homeboys now on the attack.
Ooh.
What? He kills him there?
That's just gross right there. That is just a drive-by by Stormy saying, you're gonna get a tower, but we're gonna pick up Warlord on our way. Stormy proving to be the mage prodigy.
I am seeing Warlord instantly buy Winter Trundry. He's like, hell nah, I'm not going to deal with that no more. I need some defensive options.
Team SMG, I do feel like took a bit of a risk trying to force the end game there inside the Homeboys' base. They stayed for way too long and allowed them to regularly top up on HP by going back. Unfortunately, weren't able to end things, which resulted in a reduction in their net worth gap, but they're still pretty comfortable here.
Yep, they are extremely comfortable, and I think, you know, especially since most of the map still has their towers while Homeboys don't have any towers, it's really tough, right? You can tell that the Homeboys have to keep maintaining these waves. Team SMG, like we've seen before, most likely going to set it up so that it's pushing on their side. Somebody goes to deal with it. Immediately they get on top of Lord.
Speaking of the Lord, gonna be respawning now. This is not quite 18 minutes in yet. I do feel like they might want to wait for that final evolution because it's gonna be a pretty big increase. Right now, Chibi Subway gonna be doing a bit of a dance around. Homeboys still spread out across the map to see if they can find any stragglers.
Yep, they're gonna slowly do this. I don't see Sasa actually trying to take the orange buff, that they're walking into enemy jungle and they spot it out. They see where Anip is.
Yeah, Balance, he wanted to jump in for that, but the rest of his team wasn't close enough and he was being delayed by Barbosa. Not ready to take that risk. Team SMG, their net worth lead is dropping. They can't afford to feed too much more.
Yep, and because of this, Silpa was actually able to get a position onto the tri-brush, but once Team SMG backs off, that's when Subway has to back up too. His reinforcements are relatively far away, and if Homeboys, again, showing no information on the map on where they have been or where they currently are.
We can see Homeboys, they're waiting for the potential split push by someone like Smooth or Sasa, but Team SMG are not taking the bait. This is actually an excellent time for them to force a fight, but they're not aware of the positioning of the full Homeboys squad yet.
Okay, so Brody has shown himself with his auto attacks hitting the Litho Water. Valence might get a hit onto Chibi.
Oh, they're going in, the stun, the taunt onto Chibi, gonna force him to run back with the Shura Order, flicker forward into Tyrant's Rage! Into the Feather there, strike beautifully layered to pick out Chibi straight away. The enemy jungle is gone. Team SMG is gonna start working on the Lord right now.
Yep, and now they're sending Arlen down to the bot side to make sure to stop this Beatrix from pushing that tier 2, and even Stormy for double backup. Subway should easily take this Lord.
Yep, Sepat right now, 1v3. He wants to try and stop them if possible, but Subway has Red Tree. He doesn't even have to use it necessarily. They're gonna get the Lord for now, and the Homeboys will have to make their retreat.
Yep, Team SMG now with the most important objective of the game, with no inhibitors, no towers, and just an exposed crystal. Homeboys are going to have to put up a really good high ground defense here. Let's see how this plays out. As Team SMG, they failed once. Let's see if they're going to fail twice.
The question now is how much Team SMG are going to invest onto this. Homeboys, their base defense was pretty solid last time, but that was when they still had inhibitors to deal with the Lord. Luminous gonna be pushing in. Team SMG wants to end this farce right now. 20 minutes in, net worth lead dropping real low. Barbosa not gonna get taunted by Subway. Chibi can take the Lord away. A nip instantly, but he's able to walk back. Sabat jumping forward, split, zoning out the backline, but he's taking a lot of damage himself. Immortality gonna be poisoned away. Final slash, not gonna cancel out Warlord, but he himself will have to escape as Sabat is taken out. Killing spree going over to Stormy. The Lord has been finished off by the Homeboys. Team SMG, do they still want to force this? Sabat is down for another 45 seconds. Stormy doing a lot of damage to the backline. Subway taking a lot of while forward as Smooth jumps into the backline. Final slash gonna be disabling Anip. The crystal is wide open. Homeboys, they're doing their best to defend, but Team SMG taking them out one by one, and the crystal will be their final victim. Team SMG with the victory for game number 1 against the Homeboys.
Woo! GG, well played. Team SMG is looking clean in the Homeboys. An unfortunate beginning to that game, causing them to fall so far in the mid-game, unable to pull it back in the late game. Homeboys, they still have an opportunity to tie this up, but match point for Team SMG.
The momentum displayed by Team SMG, that was efficiency and aggression bundled up into one beautiful little package. They are truly looking to be at top form, and their #1 position on the Season 11 rankings are not just for show.
Yep, it's looking real good here. Unfortunately for the Homeboys, a bit of disappointment from game number 1, but can you really blame them? That early game did not go in their favor, and especially with the divide and conquering coming from Team SMG, it's hard. But how did they pull it off? Let's listen to Team SMG's mic check.
Betul boleh masak ke?
Apa?
Lu nak masak ayam pakai bedak?
What?
Apa lo? Macam sama je.
How to game you know?
Boleh lagi guys.
Nice.
Boom.
Siapa fake tadi? Siapa fake?
Beatrix. Beatrix if outie. Tengah live guys.
Aku tan.
No flick. Alright, on the way. On the way, rata.
Kita ada flickers ah.
Lot. Kau nak pergi aku lot.
Push mid. Kita dah damage dealer
Sabar.
Gas.
Korang tu aku buat lot.
Ni Warlord.
Careful
Ni Beatrix balik, cok.
Balik.
Depan dulu.
Nathan.
Depan dulu. Okay, Barbosa. Tahu.
End ke?
Bunuh dulu.
Nah.
The match teaser showed us the importance of effective in-game shot calling, and we get the chance to see that once again, beautifully in hands of Team SMG, where distinct calls and decisions are being made to ensure that SMG, every step they take, is one more towards victory.
SMG is looking really good here. I'm not going to lie. I did predict for Homebois to actually win this match 2-0, and without that momentum, it's only going to be even more difficult from here on out. Yes, they did start off relatively slow, and more importantly, got punished for that early game. And you know, you got to give credit where credit is due. Team SMG played early to mid perfectly.
Yep, the early game tempo was on a different level altogether. We've already seen what the Warlord Barbosa combo is capable of from all of Homeboys' previous games. But Valence, Stormy, they were playing like pros there. Just like how you can game like a pro with the ROG phone. Republic of Gamers, the #1 gaming brand in Malaysia, where you can get your Savage with the fastest and most responsive displays and climb through your ranks as fast as possible with the biggest battery.
Yeah, and just to put it into scale, my power bank is 10,000 mAh here. 6,000 of that, that's 60% of my power bank. That's huge!
It's basically a secondary power bank by itself, and you can play games on it.
Oh, well, let's look at the current match here, and especially with the post-game stats. 20 minutes passed by so quickly. Team SMG, even though they had that early snowball, they still took their time with it to make sure that they could really bleed out their opponents at the end of the day. And in terms of items here, finally, we're seeing that the Arlot was able to finish off the Hunter's Strike, but Smooth, he was playing a completely separate game.
Yep, Smooth going for Festival of Blood. Not common nowadays on Arlet because most players will prioritize Unbending Will or go for the tank emblem with Concussive Blast or Tenacity. The fact that he's going for Festival of Blood means that he needs to get kills, he needs to get assists, and there's a lot of faith on Valence and Stormy that they're going to help him get those Festival of Blood stacks. Stormy, 9-1-8 against the Homeboys. What?
I mean, if Stormy could play any other role, it's probably an assassin, because he's just cleaning up the messes that the rest of his teams have put on top of it. I mean, like Anip, for an example, he gets away with literally 1 HP half the time and then gets finished off by the Feathered Airstrike. Same goes for Barbosa, same goes for Warlord as well. Wherever Smooth is, he is looking to chunk people out so that Stormy has the easiest time in the world to take them off the map.
Stormy just moves so fast, man. In the last engagement where all of a sudden he jumps in, Warlord is gone. Like, how do you even do that? Like, the response timing, the fact that he's able to pick that off without anyone being able to react is already demonstrative of his abilities as a mage prodigy. But I do again have to give a lot of props to Valence. I think his shot calling is insane. The fact that he's able to coordinate with Stormy in early game in order to get really strong side lane kills, and then coordinate with Sasa in the late game to circle around team fights. Beautiful.
Beautifully done, truly. I mean, even if Warlord tried his absolute best, 100,000 damage just doesn't seem enough to deal with the coordination and more so the direction given by Valence. And our MVP of this match, obviously going over to Stormy, because the man, the myth, the legend, when you think he's a problem, you don't know when he's going to appear next in your lane.
How do you get a KDA like this against a Grok, a Glue, a Martis? It's insane. The fact that Stormy is able to walk up aggressively, position in bushes when he should be at risk. This is a style that we know him for. Stormy has always been known for standing in front of his roam, in front of his EXP when he should be hanging back. And somehow, it still works.
I don't know, man. He somehow is making it work. I don't know whether it's because the tempo is too fast or people like Smooth and as well as Subway are opening up a lot of space for him, because you can see that the Homeboys kind of crumple in on themselves once the divers get on top of their marksman in Anip. And I think, you know, Anip, he tried his very best, but when he doesn't have Flicker, he is such a liability.
Yeah, honestly, it's really hard to award an MVP in this game because so many of the Team SMG players were performing out of their mind. Smooth, winning out the 1v1 against Glue, which is a hero you never win a 1v1 against. Going 0-3? There are no words.
I'm telling you, even with a single level lead, and because of Stormy's movements, especially in the early game, that got him that level lead, that's when Smooth can do whatever he wants. But let's talk about the 16 minute 30 seconds to 19 minute 30 seconds, right? That control on the left side of the map, making sure that not only is he covering his waves, but more importantly, he's making sure that at least he is near enough to respond to either Lord or the mid wave. If one of the enablers, whether it's Smooth or whether it's Subway, they will obviously be standing in bushes. Subway by the Lord pit at any moment. If a play is ready to be made, Feather and Airstrike is guaranteed to back up.
Stormy is a super opportunistic player. He knows, he has an eye to be able to find these situations where he goes in, he knows Subway, he's going to be able to take up the front. Smooth will be able to cause a lot of distraction. My goal here is just to identify who I can take out of the fight as fast as possible and where I need the position to do it. That's why he's hanging around the jungle instead of necessarily being too close to the Lord where he could be found by Barbosa or Sabat.
Yep, and this kill right here, oh, that puts Smooth so far ahead. And after that dive, Smooth basically has already won his lane. The early game just so out of control of Homeboys' hands. They continue to be aggressive, they continue to dive, but more importantly, it's just the fact that they divided and conquered each side of the map.
Yep, divide and conquer is literally the strategy we were seeing from Team SMG this game. Just look at the way that each of their players are handling multiple opponents at the same time. The way that Sasa is going towards the backlines, the way that Subway is buying time by distracting Sapat, the way that Stormy is looking for individuals like Barbosa in fights like this, cutting off the backline, going for kills and securing objectives all at the same time.
Yeah, and towards the end here, there was a sliver of hope for the Homeboys. They managed to get a good crystal defense, but at the end of the day, right, it comes down to whether or not you have this Lord as your final endgame pushing power.
And balance as well. Let's look at that. Engaging forward, flickering, getting the kill onto Chibi, arguably the most important member of Homeboys in that precise moment. And then not even full diving the crystal at the end, ensuring that they're able to surgically remove problematic members of the Homeboys so as not to discard their chances at victory.
Exactly. The target priority from Valence is really good. And he's willing to expand resources to make it happen. Sometimes you can tell that he's not really committed to something, especially when he's charging it up and he doesn't use his flicker, or he preemptively is using his ultimate just to make sure he creates some space for the team. That's when you know that there isn't a full commitment. But when a situation where, hey, we need to kill the jungler to guarantee this Lord, instantly, without hesitation, even if it's for just a short, like a single foot, he will flicker for it.
I still remember when Valence was playing in the gold lane, he, like Stormy, was always in front of the tank, in front of the EXP. And now that he's in the roam position as the shot caller for Team SMG, this boy is home.
He is home here. And honestly, it sucks to see that Homeboys, even with a draft like this where you are supposed to shut down Stormy to make sure that they can stop that feathered airstrike, somehow he still makes it work.
I love these comments from the fans right there. His wife doesn't know he's here today. He's gonna sleep outside. Big brain strats right there. But looking at this recap, Warlord actually did so much damage this game. 100,000 DPS. His position was always key, but Team SMG just never allowed themselves to group up and get caught by the real-world manipulation. As you saw, they were all split out all the time, knowing who they can take on.
Yeah, not to mention just the fact that Team SMG decided, hey, we all need Radiant armors here. Like, we have such a fat lead, we might as well get it. And Warlord just losing a lot of his value, especially since he did rush that Glowing Wand initially. So, as you can see, those small burns from the Glowing Wand just take up the Radiant armor. By the time you unleash your ult, it's like, wow, I'm already topped off.
Yeah, Team SMG just taking advantage of the buy one free 3 combo right there. Really good deal, able to deal with Warlord straight away, and we got an Eve on the enemy side. This is a pretty good purchase. Let's go for it.
Let's go for it. All right, with 44 seconds left on the clock here, Team SMG and Homeboys, I'm expecting to see some kind of adaptation. I don't think Coach Dale's original draft had any issues whatsoever. It just came down to that early game that really disrupted them. So maybe Homeboys might lean towards a more early game-centric composition. I'm expecting the Madness again at the very least, but maybe a change up in the side lane.
Yeah, I think going for the Grok a bit too early didn't quite work out for them because although it is a flex pick, Team SMG ended up drafting heroes that would be able to play around it in either position, and that does result in a lot of lost tempo in the early game. Obviously, the executional speed from Team SMG far exceeded that of the Homeboys to the point that it even caught Barbosa off guard. So now that they're aware of that, we're going to be seeing some adaptations, especially in the hands of Coach Dale, to find out whether or not Homeboys will be able to put up a fight and potentially become the first obstacle in Team SMG's clean win streak.
All right, let's jump right into it. Homeboys have selected to be on the red side. Now that's interesting. They have 100% 100% win rate on the red side, but they only picked it 3 times, right? In comparison to blue side, which was 80% for Coach Dale, and they picked it like around 7 times, if I remember correctly, off the top of my head. So I'm interested to see where Coach Dale's head is at.
When they are in this position, it seems likely that Coach Dale is attempting to manipulate the first pick around the EXP lane because they know that Team SMG will prioritize Arlet if it is led true. So I think their drafting is going to work around ensuring that there is a good matchup there.
Or they just ban the Arlet right here, right now.
Is it worth it though? Because I feel like it's better that they put it... I feel like it's better that they're in control of a situation where they know what Smooth is going to pick rather than leaving up the chance that the Benedetta could come out.
That's true. That is true. But instead, it looks like they're okay with this. I don't think Team SMG is going to first pick Benedetta.
No.
I honestly don't. Unless, you know, Smooth is really feeling it today, considering his Arla play, like he should have that boost of confidence already.
So this is definitely going to be a Fredrin or a Valentina. That is going to be the classic Team SMG opening. One of these two, they have to be ready to give away the other to the Homeboys.
Yeah, but I mean, they're hovering over those mages. They want that Valentina, but come on, be interesting. Lock in a low E or something. Spice things up.
That would be interesting. Remember the days where Stormy would play mid-Amon?
Ah, mid-Amon. Good times, good times. I like his Julian, though. I'll give you that. Julian was a lot of fun to watch. But we're seeing the Valentina opener from the side of Team SMG. Let's see how Homeboys want to handle it.
Yep, the Fredrin is a pretty obvious choice at this point in time. The Martis is still open as well if GB wants to go for something a little more aggressive. But I think it's better to deny Subway from his signature pick right now. The Fredrin is just too effective in his hands. Eve gonna be locked in first.
All right, that's fine with me. But there's still a lot of counterplay for the side of Team SMG. They can still lock in Kaja if they wanted to stop this real-world manipulation. And now that they have Valentina, it's technically theirs as well. Fredrin, a good lock-in for the side of the Homeboys. It makes sense to me. At least it denies an ult over to Valentina, and now Team SMG looking to reply.
Now, one consideration we may want to think about is whether or not Subway wants to play something like a jungle Akai once again. This was one of his signature picks back in the day. Really good counter towards the jungle Fredrin. Not too bad against the Eve either. But of course, Martis is still probably the better choice.
Personally, for me, I do think that Akai is a lot better than Martis, especially when you're contesting for neutral objectives. If you're trying to play for the early game, I would say definitely Martis here. So depending on which jungler they actually lock in, we get a different story. But instead, Team SMG say, we don't care about the jungle. Subway can play anything. We're going to lock in the Claw to make sure that we have a 50-50, the Swiss Army knife amongst marksmen, and of course, the classic Smooth Benedetta.
Oh boy, the Smooth Benedetta makes its return. Now, Homeboys, they definitely have to be aware that this was a possibility, so I'm hopeful that they will give Sabat something that is able to deal with it or at least match its pressure in the EXP lane. I do feel like going for the early Claude is a bit safe from Team SMG, and this will result in a bit of a lacking early game pressure because Valentina and Claude take a bit of time to scale up.
I think that's fair. We're seeing the Leslie get shown up here. 3 bans, 1 time it was picked, and it has a 100% win rate. Literally happened earlier today. Hanzo ban? What?
That is super interesting right there.
Wait,
okay,
hold on. Why was Subway's face like a little disappointed there? Well, what's going on here? Was you actually considering to play Hanzo?
I guess it's a possibility, right? With a Fredrin in jungle and a Leslie marksman, there's not a lot of heroes that can jump a Hanzo in the backline, and he can do a lot of damage as well. Unless they're saying that this is something like a tank Hanzo, then I kind of have no words, because that is legitimately a possibility. But we won't know for now, because Homeboys have elected that they don't want to deal with it altogether. They're going to ban the Hellcurt as well.
Dude, I don't know what scrims are looking like, but I'm imagining that scrims are wild for these teams.
Like, what has Subway been playing when we haven't been watching?
Who knows? Maybe Hellcurt. We'll probably never see it anyways, but let's see. Team SMG, final ban on their side. Are there any considerations here? They don't have a support. They still don't have an EXP laner. The fact that they have Benedetta as well as Claude, they don't really have to worry about either or of those lanes.
I feel like banning Kaja might be good in this situation, but there's still a chance that Team SMG want it themselves. I just feel like it would be risky when Smooth is playing on a Benedetta to give Homeboys a source of easy suppression.
You know what? That's a good point. That is a good point. But instead, they could ban out Masha to make sure that this Claude is going to go untouched.
Interesting. So Team SMG are aiming for the alternative here, in that Homeboys might want to give Sub a hero that can match the split pushing power, as well as threaten Claude with the Thunderclap. So now, if the Kacha is an option, Homeboys can pick it up if they want. Pretty easy counter. Otherwise, we could see it in the hands of Valens, which is also terrifying.
I suppose. I mean, we could see Piquito here from the side of the Homeboys. I mean, that's something that both Chibi and as well as Subat can technically play. I would make an argument that Subat is actually a little good on it, you know? He likes to go, oh my god. Oh my god, he actually locked it in. Against the Benedetta, it's not the worst in the world, but the most important thing is that because of the short rangeness of both the Claude as well, more importantly, the Valentina, you can essentially go for a full one-shot.
I mean, I agree that Piquito is a pretty good matchup against Benedetta in lane, but I'm not sure if he's going to be able to contribute too much throughout the rest of the game. I guess we'll have to see. This is Paquito. After all, it's the hero that made his name, so I'm excited to find out. This was one of my favorite heroes to watch back in the day. So we'll see what is going to be the Team SMG response.
All right, 13 more seconds until we figure out where they're going to be leaning more towards. And honestly, I don't know. Kufra doesn't seem that bad now that Tito has shown himself, but it looks like it's, Lancelot as well as the Kufra. So I called the Kufra Lancelot. I guess it's a personal preference here for Subway.
Interesting. Now, Subway is obviously a player that prefers the slightly more utility, the tanky style heroes, and Lancelot does require a bit more mechanical play than we're used to seeing from Subway, but he is capable. I remember that he used to play Fanny as well, so now that Tanks-a-Lot is a thing, this could work out pretty well for them, and Kufra would be a really good counter towards the Paquito.
Man, this is pretty rough here for the side of the Homeboys. I guess the only roamer that they should be considering, Lolita. Grok doesn't have that much value in this particular matchup as well. They're doubling down on the Hilda. Okay.
Wow.
Okay.
That is still 100% win rate until now. 6 games in. Wow. Okay. That is a lot of pressure coming in from the Homeboys. I think it's a pretty good choice right now. Barbosa was caught off guard really heavily because of Grok's weakness to magic damage. So now they can somewhat threaten Subway in his own jungle and force Valens to be present defensively rather than go for side lane plays.
Yeah, but I don't know. They're using Barbosa to try and bypass the early game to mitigate the amount of potential damage that can come from this Lancelot, because again, it is a tank slot, and yes, you do kind of want to build a little bit into the damage department, at least have a Fury Hammer or something of that sort to make it work, but I don't know. It's a pretty iffy draft. I do feel like Team SMG has won this out.
Well, we'll find out as we're now going to be entering into the land of Dawn once more. Game number 2 between Team SMG and the Homeboys Team SMG. Our local S-tier lineup 1 game away from maintaining their 100% win streak against one of the strongest teams of the season. Will they be able to complete this, or will Homeboys prove that they are not all for show?
Oh, let's find out. They're starting. Oh, Barbosa immediately. He's trying to force someone to use his Retribution execution as early as possible to make sure that he won't be able to start contesting for other buffs. So if Chibi literally ran down to his orange buff against Subway, he would steal it away.
And that's exactly what they're gonna try to do right now. Barbosa already giving that information. Warlord coming along as well. Homeboys wants to control this early game as much as possible. Subway, he will probably have no choice but to give this up. Smooth, he's going to be called over as well. Chibi, he still has retreat, so he'll be able to take that very easily. And even with Smooth's presence, it's unlikely that they're going to be able to do much damage here.
And look at that, just forcing priority every single time. Smooth can't really do too much about it. He's only level 2. He doesn't have that level 4, but he is fast. But Barbosa is now punishing Smooth this time. It's going to be a quick reply from game number 1, where he did end up giving those kills to Team SMG.
Yep, this is already a really heavy punishment right here because Subway does need to match levels against Chibi in order to win out this Lancelot versus Fredrin interaction. And Homeboys are trying to deny that as much as possible.
Just notice the way that they're moving, right? They expect the Homeboys to actually go back to their purple buff side. Team SMG recall and instantly make their way topside. And Subway currently just slightly behind in EXP by 1 camp. That's not too bad because he should be able to even it out once he takes the core bolt here.
The increased movement speed and durability of Barbosa on this Hilda pick is just causing so many problems because Team SMG really don't have enough early game damage to be able to zone him out. So they have to play very defensively to make sure that Subway is not punished too hard.
I mean, look at this. Now we're seeing that Smooth at level 3. He's going to hit level 4 real soon against Chibi while Valentina down on bot side hits level 4.
Oh, wait, he's still jumping in. They're going to get the stun out, Petrify onto 2 members, and Subway will secure the turtle. Appraiser's Wrath doing a lot of damage to Balance. He pushes them back with the Tyrant's Rage, but doesn't connect with the wall. They're going to get the taunt onto
they can win this!
Bouncing ball, stopping them. Chibi nearly didn't take it out, and Smooth getting the first blood. The taunt from Chibi, not going to stop his pressure, but Smooth going to be caught up by the real world manipulation.
Oh!
Finishes him off before he's able to get the Fredrin.
Oh, that's so close. Chibi barely has any HP left, literally at 0.1%. You got to give it to Smooth. If I was him, I would have done the exact same thing. Just run him down, boy.
Yeah, that feels really bad. And Barbosa still applying pressure, forcing the retreat from Subway again, and even making him recall as Barbosa. He's just slowing him down at this point. I feel really bad for Subway.
He's doing a good job as well because Chibi, unfortunately, is going to be ahead of Subway ever so slightly.
Stormy, he's going to be forced to flicker away, but guess what? Barbosa's right behind you, and the Appraiser's Wrath finds the Valentina, instantly rotating to try and steal the purple. Here comes Subway. He does have his retreat off of cooldown, but Warlord is slowing them down heavily, and he gets the kill onto the Lancelot. Valens, no choice but to escape.
Oh, the damage. Warlord is not missing a Void Blast as of right now, and with the help of Subbot nearby to actually cover for these waves, it's looking good. Homeboys now take control over the early game, and now Sasa is getting attacked.
Barbosa, his pressure across the map is insane right now, and Warlord is backing him up beautifully. Real world manipulation gonna force Sasa to recall before he's even had the chance to return to lane. And Balance gonna be taking a lot of damage as well. The true damage from the Leslie now coming into play for the Homeboys.
Barbosa is doing a lot of work for the Homeboys, right? He's bypassing this early game for the rest of the team. He's not only disrupting the Lancelot, but he's affected pretty much every single lane within these 4 minutes.
Up TV, already 1 full level up on Subway, and that is not ideal for Team SMG. If we have to remember, Fredrin's still one of the top jungle picks right now, and even Valens not being allowed to roam safely across the map because of Barbosa's presence.
Yeah, it's not a lot of fun here. With the information that they have, they basically take this turtle for free.
Nothing that Team SMG can do to contest them right now. There's going to be a 1 point, now a 2k net worth lead for the Homeboys, and Barbosa, he's just controlling their jungle with absolute impunity.
Yep, again, a lot of disrespect here, and that's how Homeboy should play it, especially when you have a Hilda here. With the mid lane just shoved out constantly, and without technically any help, without a lot of help at all, honestly, from the side of Team SMG's support. At this point, Smooth is just left by himself.
Homeboys recognize now that the win condition for Team SMG is going to try and delay, give time to Stormy and Sasa to scale. So they want to end this game as fast as possible before they are able to hit those power spikes.
I would hope that Valens would actually help out Stormy, push out this mid lane, because right now Warlord is completely locking off the mid lane, allowing people like Barbosa to be as annoying as he is. Now, I think a little respect has to be shown. Homeboys have come to the realization the first items are starting to roll through, and Barbosa can open this map once
He just
again.
walked into 1v3, so that's a lot of damage. Tyrant's Rage gonna coming out as well as Barbosa flickers to safety. He will not get picked off. And the tier 1 now being threatened for Team SMG as Supa and Chibi just zoning them off.
Oh, this game is honestly running at very explosive from both sides, and especially from the Homeboys here. They're making sure that they're playing this early game perfect after what happened in game number 1. They're not repeating the mistakes anymore. They're making sure that they divide and conquer, and more importantly, with Barbosa walking into the enemy jungle with impunity, he's getting a lot of information for Homeboys to make these calculated decisions.
We are seeing the complete opposite of game number 1 right now, with Homeboys full control of the early game and arguably having an even bigger lead than Team SMG were able to create initially. Now Barbosa and Chibi threatening once more. Chibi just able to walk off balance, gets the stun out, but not too sure who actually secured that. I think Subway was able to retry it in the end, but this continual pressure is really suffocating.
Yeah, it is. Next turtle gonna fall into the hands of the Homeboys. No contestation there whatsoever as Team SMG continue to clump up and play together. This bottom side jungle is gonna get invaded straight away as tier 2 uncontested. They have the information. They can immediately go on top of it.
There's nothing that Team SMG can do in this position. 4K net worth difference now. Nip just being escorted the whole time. This Leslie is so farmed because he has basically not had to interact with anyone the entire game.
Oh, topside Smooth should be able to get that tier 1. Nobody. Well, but Paquito's gonna finally make his way up. Finally, we see the Homeboys actually alleviate pressure. There's nothing to actually fight over anymore. All the tier 1s are down. They basically invaded the entire jungle of Team SMG, leaving only the Beetle camp alive. So Homeboys just back up, clear their own jungle, reset and rinse and repeat.
In this sort of situation, Smooth is usually expected to be the playmaker in order to bridge the gap and make the difference for Team SMG to get the time that they need. But they have been put so far behind in the early game that it's hard to say that Smooth can really contribute during team fights. He just has to try and split push wherever he can.
I mean, wherever he can get pressure, he's gonna try, right? I mean, look at Sasa. He's trying his best. Oh.
Barbosa jumping in onto Sasa. He's just keeping him locked down, but Sasa finally gets the revenge kill onto this Hilda after all.
Oh!
Balance flickering forward, gets the stun into the electro final blow, petrify. Anif taken out instantly. Balance will fall as a killing spree, but Team SMG bite back.
What a play coming out from the side of Team SMG. Good eyes on Balance. Saw a priority target in Anip. Walking up, did not give him the opportunity to flicker away. And a quick response from Smooth. As you were saying, bridging the gap. That's what we were looking for. Even though it's just an isolated kill, it is very worth it for Team SMG, who need a little bit more time to actually catch back up to the Homeboys.
His composure is ridiculous right now on Balance. Being able to spot out a Nip under those conditions, and then being able to finally pick off Barbosa after all this time, that is definitely the breath they were looking for. Amazing duet coming out from Sasa, clear up the wave, do some damage. Homeboys now, they've lost a bit of that net worth lead, now at 3K.
Yep, but this first turtle, this first Lord will go into the hands of Homeboys. Team SMG are in no position to contest for this. I think they understand that 5v5 fights are not looking good for them right now.
And all this time, Barbosa is forcing the retry out from Subway as well. Lancelot not catching a break this game. This is very uncomfortable for him, but now to catch up Subbat. Tyrant's Rage going to miss. Electro final blow, not going to be able to execute onto Warlord as the real world manipulation going to catch out Stormy, forcing him to flicker over the wall. Barbosa and Subbat flicker in right after him and to catch out the Valentina. Chibi now coming to provide backup. Smooth not able to dash over the wall. He's caught out, eye for an eye, still keeps him alive. He's stunning Barbosa underneath. Does he have his ultimate? He does. Oh, Subbat catches him out, finishes the momentum of Smooth.
Oh, he tried so hard there. Maybe a bit of an accidental mistake, but luck was on his side for just a short moment. Homeboys now regaining their lead and looking to take an inhibitor away from Team SMG to make this time worth it.
Homeboys, they're looking to achieve that win condition right now, end the game before Sasa and Stormy come online. We are only 10 minutes in, and the Lord is threatening the inhibitor. And Team SMG, they just kind of have to let it collide. They don't have heroes that can take the front line safely against the rest of the Homeboys. Even Smooth dropping to 40% after just a few seconds in front.
Yep, he survives the ultimate snipe here. Subbot, wow, level 13 over Smooth at level 10. How did he get those 3 levels on him?
Yep, Smooth jumping in balance. He's gonna get the stun, pushes Chibi back. Will they finish him off? Yes, they will, but Sasa will be traded as a mega kill, and Anip pick up the balance. as well.
Brutal stuff, but it's Warlord who's got sharp eyes. Currently, he cannot afford to make a mistake after playing his heart out in game number 1. Oh, wait!
Smooth, he's dropping real low. Subway doing a good job of juking around the Homeboys, going for the clear on the way, but another one collapsing down bottom. And I don't think they're going to be able to save this inhibitor right here. They will actually try to zone them out. Sabat jumping in, looking for something. Smooth misses the Petrify, and now he's in a lot of trouble. Stormy just barely blocks it in time, and Smooth will escape to safety.
Oh, thank goodness. But at the end of the day, they still lose an inhibitor with the continuous siege and pressure that Homeboys was applying on them. There's nothing much they can really do. They have to back up here, and now Team SMG on the back foot. Honestly, 6K isn't that much of a lead for the Homeboys, but it feels like it's leaps and bounds.
Honestly, what a game we are witnessing right now. A total turnaround by the Homeboys as compared to the performance in game number 1. And Team SMG are just finding themselves on the back foot. Their EXP gap widening by the second. Looking at the damage ranking, Warlord remains on top, but Barbosa has been making waves this game.
Yeah, a lot of waves, as a matter of fact. Enchanted Talisman being purchased by the Valentina so far. As we look at the items, she's 3 items in, which is great to see, but the rest of the team hasn't really caught up to that. Claude has 3 items as well. That's great, but he needs that Winds of Nature. He needs a way to kind of protect himself from this raw burst coming in from Anin.
Wow, Sabat is so rich. I just noticed how much more farm he has than literally everyone else, including Anir.
That's the thing. I was curious to know how in the world was he getting this much gold?
And look at the amount of damage he's able to do with a single knockout strike, even onto Subway as well as Smooth. He's just going to be scouted, zoned out. Team SMG, they have no HP left. Can they still challenge this? No. Chibi secures the Lord easily.
There's nothing he can really do about that. Team SMG so far behind as Homeboys continue to gain momentum for their very final push here, and maybe they can look to crack the crystal. Considering how game number 1 went, I don't think this is going to be the last, Lord, but that was on the side of Team SMG. I want to see how Homeboys actually tries to close out this game. Maybe they're doing something slightly different.
I feel like it's going to be difficult though. Homeboys have so much damage that can be spread out across the members of Team SMG, and no matter how good their defense is, they don't quite have the same style of artillery in the form of heroes like Melissa or Farsa to defend against this, and that worries me.
I mean, they do have Benedetta. I guess that's something. That's something. They have the Blazing Duet from Sasa as well, but those are really big spells that they have to expand.
Yeah, is it enough? The Lord pushing up top. Homeboys, they're just split pushing every single lane at once. Move forced to use Electro Final Blow down in the bottom side. Lord is pushing right now. Chibi still escorting it. Homeboys, they've actually had all of their waves cleared up for now. This will give some breathing room to Team SMG to make sure that this Lord doesn't crash into Crystal. Right now, their goal is to make sure they don't lose any more inhibitors, and Homeboys taking the risk. Knockout strike onto 2 people. Barbosa jumps in for Flicker. Will get Team SMG out of danger as Balance jumps in, gets the Titan's Race onto 2 people into the Blazing Duet. Subway, he'll finish off GB. Balance will be traded in exchange. Seppa not able to be finished off by the hands of Subway. Team SMG though will keep their inhibitor alive.
Beautifully played by Team SMG. What a defense. They managed to pick off GB there. Anim is still trying his best, and I think he might have overstepped his boundaries.
Yep, he's going to be forced to flicker away. Barbosa, though, doing a lot of damage to Stormy and Subway. Real manipulation comes out from Stormy, and Barbosa is out of position. Subway, he won't be. Oh! Like the final blow into Petrify, chasing down a nip. He forces out the wind.
Somebody block it!
Oh. Block it! Ooh, Subway. Oh, Jerry Sasa was just in time to block that last shot.
Oh my god, nobody should die to the ultimate snipe, especially when you are a professional team. Somebody has got to block that, and thank god Sasa was just at the right place at the right time.
Team SMG is still holding tight right now. They're doing a good job of keeping up the defense, and they're able to actually get pickoffs in the same time. But Homeboys still maintaining a massive goal lead at this stage, and Warlord 4-0-5. The Eve is a major contributing factor.
Yeah, right now, I think that Warlord is a little too strong. His real war manipulations are way more devastating than Stormy's as of right now. But in 22 more seconds, that's where we see the home. Oh,
Subway, careful, my friend. He's gonna get caught out by Barbosa. Retry has been used on the landslot. He's trying to run away to the rest of his team. Team SMG, they don't want to full invest on this. They want to force Homeboys to use as many cooldowns as possible.
Good coverage, and now I think they can actually try, as if they can clear up these waves, they can actually contest for this upcoming Luminous Lord, because we did see Chibi actually use his Retribution. He's 10 seconds off, and again, Team SMG, I don't think they have the time.
They will focus on clearing up the waves for now. Ultimate Snipe to provide vision once again. Right now, Homeboys, they've only lost a single tower this whole game. Their early game dominance. Subway, he's coming in. Lord at 50%. Subbat doing a great job of zoning out the backline, doing tons of damage this move. Meanwhile, Valence gonna be stopped by Barbosa in the bush around the riverside. Sasa gonna be poking Barbosa down. Lord gonna be reset. Homeboys don't want to risk this.
Yep, and instantly we're seeing the ultimate snipe to actually hold Team SMG at bay. They have full vision over all of their members, and now the Homeboys slowly take back the space in the mid lane. More importantly, Smooth giving up the mid lane allowed Smooth to actually clear out that bottom side, but now it's getting to the last leg here.
Barbosa, he's walked too far up. He's gonna lose his immortality. Subbat following up, taking a bunch of damage himself. Barbosa gonna be flickering away, but Smooth jumps in. Electro final blow, gonna terrify Barbosa. Killing spree for Stormy. Chibi, he's actually too low. He's gonna have to back off, but Subway still jumping in, providing vision. He's still alive, but he's gonna finally be picked up. Valence jumping in. Oh! Gonna be traded. Stormy doing a lot of damage. He's gonna get caught out with the knockouts right here. Comes the blazing duet from Sasa, jumping to the backline. Oh! Killing spree from Anip.
One more!
Coming in, gets the shutdown. Valence with the push on two members. He's gonna trade out. Double kill for Stormy. Unstoppable for Warlord. But Warlord, the only survivor. Team SMG win that out.
What an attempt coming in from Subbat, trying to flicker behind to get an easy angle onto both Stormy as well as Sasa. A good attempt, but all of that came down to Anip. He has scaled, and he has scaled very hard. Let's look at the instant replay one more time, and we're going to break this down for you, brought to you by Hotlink, because in that fight alone, look at Anip's position, right? He's getting free shots after free shots. He tries to get the knock-up onto Sasa. Doesn't happen here, but instantly, notice Subbat, he tries to make the flicker play, but instead targets Valence, which he wasn't expecting when he was trying to get on top of Stormy.
Honestly, this game is ridiculous. We've already seen Team SMG make an incredible comeback during one of their first games against Todak, and they have turned a 6k net worth difference into 0 Twilight armor for Sasa. He wants to survive the snipes from Anip.
Yep, he needs to survive the snipes from Anip. There's nothing much you can really do about it. Just the raw damage coming out of this Leslie, it is way too much.
Conceal play, Valence, he's looking for someone, anyone. He's got his eyes on Warlord, misses the stun. Chibi gonna be taking the front line. Tyrant's Rage onto the E, blazing duet coming in. Not able to finish off Warlord before the one manipulation. The electro final blow comes in, gets the petrify. Valence gonna be traded out, but Warlord has been shut down by Subway. That is the main DPS coming out from the Homeboys. Ultimate Snipe providing vision. Subbat, he's looking to cut off the backline. Knockout strike has been stolen by Stormy, and Subbat knows, okay, I cannot engage on this right now. He's still looking for someone. Subway providing vision. Subbat jumping on top of Sasa, but he's gonna have to dash away from that. There's too much damage going there. Subway, he's still looking for it. Lord at 40% HP. Barbosa, does he know where the rest of Team SMG are? This is tense right now. They're gonna force the 50-50. Barbosa gonna be the main target as Sasa trying to jump forward. He's gonna get stopped by Subway. Barbosa jumping back and getting the shield from the push. Not able to be finished off. Subbat, he's gonna be caught out by Stormy. Monster kill for the Valentina. Ultimate Snipe gonna be blocked. And the Lord gonna be stolen by Chibi right there, secured. But they're blazing to it. Oh! Finishes off the rest of the Homeboys. Anip as well as Chibi will be collateral damage.
No way Sasa was able to catch both of them, especially when he pops that sprint, is enough to chase down Anip at the same time. But at the end of the day, the Luminous Lord is in the hands of Homeboys. But Team SMG are looking to end this. They're pushing really hard here.
Yep, 20 seconds before Subbat is able to respawn, and Team SMG wants to end the game in that time. They want to go for the clean sweep against the Homeboys move. He's looking for the electro final blow, not able to catch out Warlord, but
oh!
They find the Eve! Sasa, the crystal! That's going to be a clean sweep for Team SMG. They have broken the odds once again. They have taken down the Homeboys. They maintain their top spot and undefeated streak in MPL MY Season 11.
Woo! Team SMG looking mighty fine here. Clean play. I thought that defense was almost guaranteed since Warlord was already up. But Valens making the flicker of the lifetime to end it quickly here. Wow. Whether they're ahead, whether they're behind, Team SMG holds strong.
The layering is beautiful. The synergy is beautiful. The communication is on point. Team SMG, our local S-tier lineup, showing the world that we Malaysians still got it. They are on track to become the #1 spot of MPL Season 11.
Yep, what a game. Sportsmanship at its finest here. Smooth, and as well as Jimmy still sharing a laugh. Haru as well saying hi to the boys that he once used to be with. Well done to both sides here. Respect shown, sportsmanship through the roof.
Nothing but respect can be displayed after a game like that. That was masterful from both teams. A really good early gameplay by the Homeboys to punish the style of Team SMG, and an even more wonderful demonstration of comeback capability where Team SMG are put in a situation where almost no one could potentially come back from, but they defy the odds. And now we get to see what they have to say about it. Rose, we're leaving it all to you.
And SMG's win streak continues, and this ensures that they remain at the top of the leaderboard. Wow, wow, wow. Oh my goodness. You know when I came up, I said, you guys again. Dorang lagi. Setiap match yang dorang main, I interview dorang. No, I'm just kidding, okay? I'm just kidding. Okay, so kita nampak dekat first game, Team SMG yang dominate. The second game in the early to mid game, it was Homeboys dominating. Okay, how did you guys manage to flip that?
First tu kita orang tak ingat dia dah open. Kalau tak kita orang ban je. Tapi apa sempat cakap early dengan late game dia orang punya.
Yes, diorang cakap bukan early, bukan late, bukan mid, tapi it's Homeboys game.
Oh, okay, ni SMG game pula.
Panas hari ni. Panas. Okay, honestly though, it was a really good game. Especially the second game tu memang panas. Okay, I want to ask, tadi tu in the second match kan, kita nampak that when Sasa masuk dengan Claude, dia tak dapat kill. But then, Valens with the Kufra ult, and oh my god, I think that was a turning moment in the game. How did your communication go like masa tu?
Orang gas je lah dekat list.
Gas je?
Gas je.
Jerit?
Gas je, gas. Gas je.
Gas je? So macam like, Valens was like, you know what? You guys are dead? Never mind, have me.
Yeah.
It's okay, Valens kan the best shot caller so far right now, kan?
The best.
The best! Guys, Valens is the best shot caller ke sekarang? I think the crowd agrees. And now, korang rasa siapa MVP of the match untuk perlawanan ini? Okay, in 3, 2, 1. Valens! Well deserved, well deserved. Okay, very well deserved. Okay, so just now, I'm pretty sure now you're feeling happy. I'm not even gonna ask. You're obviously feeling happy. Tapi tadi tu, I asked him what he said. But what was going through your mind when you did that game? When you did that outplay on Leslie at the mid turret with your Kufra ult and you killed them?
Sebenarnya, I dah lupa lah.
Dah lupa? I rasa tu yang part, yang turning point tau untuk game tu, you dah lupa.
Nish cakap apa tadi? I lupa tu.
Yang mid turret kan, Homeboys was leading. Lepas tu, Sasa ult with the Claude, nobody died. And then after that, you know they were weak, you dive and then you ulti keluar, dua-dua hero tu mati.
Banyak sangat tu, I dah lupa tu.
Dia buat banyak sangat play sampai dia tak ingat dah play yang paling penting untuk game ni. Okay, Valens, what do you want to say to everybody who came to support this match?
Kepada semua fans, tak kira lah Homeboys ke SMG ke, tanpa korang kita tak ada semangat main. So keep datang ke Stadium Juara, and thank you Maxis, and thank you.
Yes, keep that up for Stadium Juara. Okay, sekarang masa untuk invite a lucky audience up on stage. Adam? Wesh, pakai jersey SMG lagi. Saja nak bagi tahu, I pun ada jersey ni. So like, you know. Hello.
Tanya soalan mana?
Boleh.
Dekat Subway.
Subway, okay. Sini.
Lawan dengan Homebois tadi, hard game ke easy game?
Biasa-biasa je.
Guys, Subway makan apa pagi tadi?
Sabar jap. Homebois dah nak raya ni. Takkan kalah lagi. Lawanlah sikit.
Jap. I pula ada soalan. Subway makan apa untuk sahur pagi tadi? Subway makan apa untuk sahur pagi tadi? Asal macam lain macam pedasnya hari ni.
Makan tom yum.
Makan tom yum. Alright, thank you. I will leave them to take a photo dulu while bagi diorang peluang untuk ambil gambar. Dan kalau korang nak saksikan game-game panas yang macam ni, jom datang ke Stadium Juara by scanning the QR code down below. Dan kalau korang ialah satu audience untuk naik pentas MPL, korang akan dapat skin yang bernilai 899 diamond. Alright, thank you Adam and thank you to Team SMG. Congratulations once again. Come on Stadium Juara, let them hear your screams. Oh my goodness, hari ni SMG woke up and chose violence And with that, mari kita dengar mic check untuk game kedua. Nak tengok kalau Subway memang panas ke tak.
Transfer. Transfer dah?
Transfer.
Belum. Transfer dulu. Nak tukar fat dah.
You nak trumpet ke?
Dia ambil haircut.
Dia ambil haircut.
Dia ingat kita boleh main tapi kita memang boleh
Baik. Sakit atas. Santai-santai, farming lagi. Sekejap, let's see the ulti, I kantoi. Nice, dapat satu. Boleh tengok I tak?
Dia belakang. Nice. Bubar.
If the ulti. Satu.
Nice.
Satu. Let's see.
Wow.
Nice.
Sorry guys.
Jalan ke bawah.
Dapat. Ke if je, ke if.
Gas.
Dapat if. Dapat if. Sah. Apa sih? Stop.
Valens made so many incredible catches that game that he couldn't even remember the defining moment. And you know that moment is important when you hear during the mic check, whoa.
That's all you have to say.
That's all you have to say. Whoa.
I can't. This game, I definitely was thinking it was going to be a clean sweep for either side here, but pulling it through, man, oh man, my predictions are down the drain this time around, but congratulations once again to Team SMG. I didn't expect a performance from them looking like this, a different caliber almost.
I have a little bit of a personal bias towards Team SMG. There's a lot of players on that team that I really enjoy watching, and even then I went into this match thinking, will they really be able to 2-0 Homeboys? That's on me. I didn't have faith. These boys are demonstrating a different level of play here in MPL Season 11. I cannot wait to see how far they can take this momentum.
Truly, they're feeling the most comfortable I have seen them in a very long time. Before, their faces, again, just generally down. Now throughout, it feels like Team SMG, new confidence, new charisma, something is giving them joy in these matches, whether it's in professional play or whether it's back with the organization. They're doing something right. They have some kind of secret sauce that we're missing out on.
Honestly, I think a lot of it comes down to the shot calling. It comes down to the synergy. Valens, Stormy, Subway, they've been together since Orange Esports. They're very comfortable together. And Smooth and Sasa just playing out of their mind. And this match, Team SMG are proving that local players can and will still make it to the top.
It does feel good that a lot of local players are, the entire lineup at Team SMG are local players, and they're sitting at the top of the leaderboards as well. My heart still goes out for the Homeboys. I do feel bad for them losing this match, but you have to give it to SMG. They just played better.
Like, when you are put that far behind, when you are pressured that hard, Barbosa, his movements, it was so annoying. His durability was so effective in denying any sort of early game momentum from Team SMG that I'm pretty sure a lot of us were already thinking, this game is over, let's go game 3. But Team SMG are a different mentality altogether. Hold on, we can win this. And they did.
They absolutely did here. Now look at this. Coming in from Sasa's build, he ends up getting a Wind Talker just so that he could push out waves a little bit quicker. But more importantly, he sold his Winds of Nature realizing it's not useful anymore. That 2 seconds doesn't even matter. Leslie just 2-taps me regardless, so he quickly goes and purchases a Twilight Armor.
So you know that buy one, free 3 deal they got with the Radiant Armor in Game 1?
Yeah.
They got the same deal for Twilight Armor this game. Just look at all the Twilight Armor. Anip, he tries his best here, but that's so much damage negation.
It really is. And honestly, I think the one player who's, again, struggling, actually 2 players who are struggling in this matchup was both Chibi and Sabat. Sabat actually having more opportunities to turn a fight around, but it came down to a single, oh no, I whiffed, oh no, the auto detect, the auto aim immediately locked onto the wrong target. It's unfortunate in this position because, look, Storm was doing a lot of damage. Had he died at that final fight, that would have been a huge game changer for Team SMG, for the Homeboys.
But in the end, there is still a reason why Team SMG are comfortable enough to first pick the Valentina. In the hands of the Mage Prodigy, once he gets his items, once he gets his scaling, he becomes a late game beast. And Homeboys definitely got to feel that firsthand. Their damage numbers are insane. Warlord was having a clean KDA up until the last few moments where Team SMG says it's go time, we can take this over. Sabat, even though like he was farming so fast, he was ahead of even Anip, who was free farming the whole game, and unfortunately Paquito doesn't get to contribute as much towards that mid-late game.
It's high risk, high reward. He had an opportunity to potentially just one-shot Sasa a couple of times, and not to mention, you know, that missed kill onto Stormy in the mid lane as that final fight was happening, as he flickered backwards at 1 HP to try and make it work. But again, it comes down to these small details that allows Team SMG to get ahead, allows them to not only push their advantage in game number 1, but play from behind in game number 2.
Playing from behind is something I feel like our local teams have had a lot of difficulty with throughout the history of MPL MY. If the early game doesn't go well, they just kind of fall apart and allow the game to end in that manner. Team SMG being able to keep themselves in check, trade out objectives, go for kills, play safe, despite the fact that they are so far behind in net worth, is a quality that we have not seen in a very long time. And that's exactly the type of material that makes a team a champion.
Yep, and I mean, just look at the early game win rate and the ultra game win rate from both sides. Literally just like 1% off, and then eventually 3% off in game number 2. Our MVP, of course, as was shown earlier, is going to Valence. 2 Kufra games, 2 impactful Tyrant's Revenge.
The shot caller of Team SMG. I'm pretty sure a lot of the changes that have been brought around to this roster has been thanks to the leadership of this man right here. Only 19 years old, but making such a massive impact here on the MPL stage, being able to direct the team, being able to control the rowdiness of some of the more aggressive players among the Team SMG lineup, and wrap it all together cohesively to make sure that the mentality is always to fight for that win. I feel like Valence has deserved MVP of the match for a long time, and I am really happy that he gets it for this one.
Yep, and I'm glad that he gets this one too. He's been crushing it ever since as a shot caller, but now he's slowly becoming more and more comfortable in his role as the support. He's going to try his best to make this work out, but I want to see a deeper hero pool from, well, from Valence specifically. Like, we've seen Ruby, we've also seen Cho, we've also seen Kufra, but that's kind of it.
Well, who knows what else he could be hiding in his pockets. After all, Team SMG, they're going to be prioritizing the rest of their players first to make sure they get that side lane dominance, get that mid lane priority. Valence, he is just secondary. He just wants to make sure, as long as I have a tank that can set up, that can direct, that can create space for my team, that is more than enough.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not just about space, it's the fact that he communicates extremely well, because again, some of these engagements, he's not necessarily pressing somebody against the wall. Sometimes he's just pressing them back into Stormy, who steals the real world manipulation.
It's really excellent the way that Valence is identifying these opportunities, because there were so many cases where Homeboys could have gone in, went for the rush, and honestly the mechanics are still on point. The fact that Team SMG is able to block shots in the middle of big fights and not get punished for it is already pretty clean gameplay from them. Valence being able to jump in, and we see plays like this as well, where you see Sasa jump in, do the damage, not able to kill anyone. You think, oh, Homeboys, they're gonna come out on top here. And Valence goes right in, gets the push, the knockout strike, stolen by Stormy, actually got that kill. It's just insane.
I mean, it's so unlucky. Subot, if he had just connected that jab onto Stormy, that would have been a different game altogether. It really would have. It really would have. But now let's have a look at the standings here. This Team SMG is now declared a cut above the rest with 17 full points, sitting at first place.
100% match win rate, having only dropped a single game the entire season, and that was in week 1 against Todak, when pretty obviously the synergies were still taking a little bit of work. They've really cemented themselves as the top of the league right now and are eager to maintain this position all the way to the end of the regular season.
And I hope they do. It's very good showing from the side of Team SMG, but we always hear this story time and time again. Those who sit at the top of the leaderboards usually don't win at all.
Yep, that's going to be the question here for Season 11. Once the playoffs come around, will the momentum from the regular season carry over with ever-changing metas and new heroes being brought into the fray? As for the Homeboys, unfortunately, this is going to be the second loss of the season, dropping them down to tie points with Todak. Their future fate now left up to the rest of their matches.
Yep. Oh, boy. What an insane game this has been. A 2-0 for Team SMG, and you know, the day hasn't even ended yet.
We still have one more match after this as well, and while it may not have quite the stakes in terms of board ranking as compared to this game, it's still going to be super important brand new debuts. The chance to move on into the upper brackets, all at stake when we witness Game 3 of the day, which is going to be none other than RSG Slate MY versus Red Giants Esports.
Now, obviously RSG having a bit of an issue during Friday. Very tough loss for them. Coming back into this matchup, hopefully the mentality has cleared up, but more importantly, we are seeing this the transfer window now that it's closed. Zorn joining the Red Giants, and as well as Zora Vecchi's brother, as well as the analyst, the Red Giants continue to bolster their arms.
Yep, it's gonna be a bit of a reunion game here. Zorn and Zora Vecchi fighting under the same banner once again here in MPL MY. Who would have ever thought we'd see it today? And of course, Zorn, once again, being the only player to play every single season. What will he bring to the table next?
I don't know. Honestly, I hope to see some consistency, some cohesion with the rest of the team, somewhere where he truly feels at home. But with that being said, this is the MPL MY Season 11 here. We're going to go on a short break, and when we come back, it's going to be RSG versus the Red Giants.
Kelanggaan kita. Ini gaya kita.
Every year, I gotta deal with your nonsense.
Anyways, selamat datang kepada Format Expedition video kita.
This season, a brand new game format has been introduced, and we are thrilled to be presenting it to you. The MPL MY has been waiting for this revolution!
Format kali ini lebih dramatic, lebih hangat.
So let's begin. 10 teams will be seated into one group.
Masa regular season, 10 pasukan akan main sesama sendiri satu kali saja.
That's right, and these teams will score based on those games.
Bila cerita pasal markah, kalau menang 2-0, 3 markah. 2-1, 2 markah saja.
But if they lose 1-2, they will only earn 1 point. But if they lose 0-2, they won't score at all.
Markah yang terakhir akan menentukan kedudukan terakhir mereka.
And the lowest 2 scoring teams will be relegated at the end of the regular season. And the top 8 will then advance to the playoffs.
Sekarang, mari kita tengok format untuk playoff.
All games in the play-ins will be a best of 3.
Kecuali upper bracket final dengan lower bracket final, kita akan main best of 5. Best of 5. And grand final, kita akan main best of 7.
Teams ranked between the 5th as well as 8th place of the regular season will have to play in the play-ins.
Team yang menang dekat play-in akan lawan dengan tempat ketiga dan keempat dekat upper bracket quarterfinals.
The winners of the upper bracket quarterfinals will have to face off against the first as well as second seed of the upper bracket semifinals.
Team yang kalah dekat play-in dan juga upper bracket quarterfinals akan disingkirkan.
Luckily, if your team is in the upper bracket semifinals and they lose, they will go down to the lower bracket semifinals having a second life.
Kalau team menang dekat upper bracket semifinal, akan gerak kepada upper bracket finals.
Finally, the upper bracket finals as well as lower bracket final winners will face each other off in the grand finals.
Untuk lawan, untuk dapatkan trofi MPL Malaysia. Inilah video format explanation kita. Siapakah akan jadi juara kali ini?
The stage is set. Let the games begin.
Ini gaya kita.
Ladi sebuah bandaraya. Rentak berterusan yang menggalakkan kita ke depan. Sesuatu yang mengapi-apikan hidup dan semangat kita. Setiap orang mempunyai gaya dan irama tersendiri. Tapi, apakah yang boleh menyatukan semua lapisan masyarakat? Yang akan menarik perhatian seluruh negara dan mengujakan fan-fan dan players kita. MPL Malaysia ditubuh pada tahun 2017 dengan impian yang besar untuk menghimpunkan player-player Mobile Legends terbaik di atas satu pentas kompetitif yang terbesar di Malaysia. Musim-musim lepas menemui pelbagai cabaran dan halangan, tapi MPL Malaysia tidak pernah berundur. Sentiasa berdedikasi dan bertambah baik untuk meningkatkan pengalaman e-sukan yang bertaraf tinggi. Kini, MPL Malaysia adalah satu liga yang penting dan paling dinanti-nantikan di tanah air kita. Dengan fanbase yang setia dan pemain profesional dari pelbagai latar belakang yang berusaha menuju ke puncak MLBB Esports, persaingan dah semakin sengit, namun juara hanya satu. Inilah aksi kita, budaya kita yang unik. Inilah MPL kita yang dipenuhi dengan drama dan emosi. Marilah kita nyalakan pentas kita. Ini gaya kita. Bulan lepas, tim Malaysia yang layak ke tournament peringkat antarabangsa telah gagal. Tapi yang dah lalu, biarlah berlalu. Kita akan bangkit semula dengan semangat reformasi yang terus membara. Tahun ini, kita berbeza. Bermula dari 10 Mac hingga 16 April, jangan terlepas kejohanan yang akan berlangsung di Stadium Juara. Datang dan saksikan permain terbaik bersaing dalam MPL Season ke-11. Ini gaya kita.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double
Feel what I feel.
pelanggan kita. Ini gaya kita.
Every year, I gotta deal with your nonsense.
Anyways, selamat datang kepada format explanation video kita.
This season, a brand new game format has been introduced, and we are thrilled to be presenting it to you. The MPL MY has been waiting for this revolution.
Format kali ini lebih dramatic, lebih hangat.
So let's begin. 10 teams will be seated into one group.
Masa regular season, 10 pasukan akan main sesama sendiri satu kali saja.
That's right, and these teams will score based on those games.
Bila cerita pasal markah, kalau menang 2-0, 3 markah, 2-1, 2 markah saja.
But if they lose 1-2, they will only earn 1 point. But if they lose 0-2, they won't score at all.
Markah yang terakhir akan menentukan kedudukan terakhir mereka.
And the lowest 2 scoring teams will be relegated at the end of the regular season. And the top 8 will then advance to the playoffs.
Sekarang, mari kita tengok format untuk playoff.
All games in the play-ins will be a best of 3.
Kecuali upper bracket final dengan lower bracket final, kita akan main best of 5. Best of 5. And grand final, kita akan main best of 7.
Teams ranked between the 5th as well as 8th place of the regular season will have to play in the play-ins.
Team yang menang dekat play-in akan lawan dengan tempat ketiga dan keempat dekat upper bracket quarterfinals.
The winners of the upper bracket quarterfinals will have to face off against the first as well as second seed of the upper bracket semifinals.
Team yang kalah dekat play-in dan juga upper bracket quarterfinals akan disingkirkan.
Luckily, if your team is in the upper bracket semifinals and they lose, they will go down to the lower bracket semifinals having a second life.
Kalau team menang dekat upper bracket semifinal, akan gerak kepada upper bracket finals.
Finally, the upper bracket finals as well as lower bracket final winners will face each other off in the grand finals.
Untuk lawan, untuk dapatkan trofi MPL Malaysia. Inilah video format explanation kita. Siapakah akan jadi juara kali ini?
The stage is set. Let the games begin.
Ini gaya kita.
Nadi sebuah bandaraya. Rentak berterusan yang menggalakkan kita ke depan. Sesuatu yang mengapi-apikan hidup dan semangat kita. Setiap orang mempunyai gaya dan irama tersendiri. Tapi, apakah yang boleh menyatukan semua lapisan masyarakat? Yang akan menarik perhatian seluruh negara dan mengujakan fan-fan dan players kita. MPL Malaysia ditubuh pada tahun 2017 dengan impian yang besar untuk menghimpunkan player-player Mobile Legends terbaik di atas satu pentas kompetitif yang terbesar di Malaysia. Musim-musim lepas menemui pelbagai cabaran dan halangan, tapi MPL Malaysia tidak pernah berundur. Sentiasa berdedikasi dan bertambah baik untuk meningkatkan pengalaman e-sukan yang bertaraf tinggi. Kini, MPL Malaysia adalah satu liga yang penting dan paling dinanti-nantikan di tanah air kita. Dengan fanbase yang setia dan pemain profesional dari pelbagai latar belakang yang berusaha menuju ke puncak MLBB Esports. Persaingan dah semakin sengit, namun juara hanya satu. Inilah aksi kita, budaya kita yang unik. Inilah MPL kita yang dipenuhi dengan drama dan emosi. Marilah kita nyalakan pentas kita. Ini gaya kita. Bulan lepas, tim Malaysia yang layak ke tournament peringkat antarabangsa telah gagal. Tapi yang dah lalu, biarlah berlalu. Kita akan bangkit semula dengan semangat reformasi yang terus membara. Tahun ini, kita berbeza. Bermula dari 10 Mac hingga 16 April, jangan terlepas kejohanan yang akan berlangsung di Stadium Juara. Datang dan saksikan pemain terbaik bersaing dalam MPL season ke-11. Ini gaya kita.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
You destroyed a turret! Priestess of primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods. Legendary! Meet your end! Legendary! Double kill! I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to be the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
everybody, welcome back to another episode of the MPL Talk Show, a show where we membawang pasal pasukan kita. Nama saya Rose dan sekarang saya bersama dengan Syamilot dan juga Head of League Ops, Lafel.
Asal lah buat aku lapar Ini cakap pasal bawang. Ini Milo. Panggil dia Syah lah.
Okay, Syah.
Syah? Jangan
Syah,
ni.
boleh panggil Syah. Saya
Okay.
Panggil
Sebab
Syah.
selepas berbuka baru boleh panggil balik Milo.
Betul.
Tersebut Milo.
Awak ada soalan untuk kita?
Ada. Saya ada soalan. Okay, so I nak cakap pasal satu pasukan sahaja for this episode, okay?
Specialnya pasukan ni?
Kita satu je pasukan.
I nak cakap pasal Red Giants Esports.
Oh, patutlah nak cakap pasal dia seorang je.
Dia select.
Ada zone.
Ada select.
Sorry.
Okay. Sebenarnya boleh dikatakan yang untuk pasukan Red Giant Esports, daripada segi prestasi, dorang macam okay. Lepas tu sometimes macam ada yang tak okay. Mungkin dorang perlukan satu perubahan. Mungkin mereka perlukan pemain yang baru. Dan kita dah tahu macam mana zone dibawa masuk. Dan saya rasa kat sini, itu adalah shot caller yang paling penting. Saya rasa Asia bermain dengan sangat baik. Cumanya mungkin mereka perlukan orang yang lebih berpengalaman untuk handle the team.
Ya, rasa macam bila berbual pasal performance, lagi Asia punya performance, very good thing untuk touch sebab masukkan zone, where zone is like traditional punya Roma. Kan? You know, it's like walaupun dia boleh pakai this niche hero macam Nata dan sebagainya.
Betul.
Asia dia sebelum ni EXP laner, masuk pada Roma, so macam banyak fighter dia masuk. So sometimes too creative, maybe not the best lah.
So, do you think that this change, especially with the transfer window, is going to be a good change for Red Giants? Do you think they can, aim for the top 4 maybe in the leaderboard this regular season?
Pada pendapat I rasa macam ambil zone ni, dia bagus bukan setakat in game tapi out game juga.
Okay.
Because like Red Giant diorang baru in MPL, so ambil nama besar macam Zorn akan naikkan diorang punya level in terms of popularity pun jauh lagi tinggi. Diorang punya fans dah memang ramai, tapi bila dah tambah Zorn, dapat Zorn punya fans, but in game it's always that charismatic punya personality untuk lead the team. Dan lagi pun kita kena ingat where Vicky dengan Zorn, diorang dah work together quite a lot tau. So macam apa-apa idea yang Vicky nak cakap, dia tak payah nak ajar Zorn lama sebab dah pernah dengar dah. So tinggal untuk Vicky dengan Zorn untuk explain balik dekat player lain. So I think it's very good.
Diorang macam same brain lah.
Betul.
So they can understand whatever they want.
Yeah,
kan?
satu otak kiri, satu otak kanan.
Itu dah tu. Lepas tu kat otak tengah pula kita ada analis baru dorang.
Siapa analis
dia?
Siapa analis dia?
Saya nak tahu nama
Saya
dia.
pun nak tahu nama dia. Nama je saya nak tahu.
Kenapa dia Sky Chaser?
Ya.
Sky Dreamer ke? Sky Dreamer lah.
Dia macam ni.
Sky Dreamer lah.
Okay,
Sorry.
Dia ada 2 Skies dalam tu.
Oh,
so dia akan ada sedikit macam.
So kita buat yang seorang lagi lain.
Dia Sky Dreamer. Nama dia sangat-sangat menarik boleh dikatakan. Dia adalah abang kepada
Adik. Adik.
Tak salah adik.
Abang lah sebab dekat yang I nampak
Saya
post
Haji nak
32
test.
tahun.
Haji nak test.
Sebab saya dengan Uzara Vicky waktu dulu satu taman. Ya, satu
Dalam
taman.
hati siapa?
Dalam hati ada taman.
Hati Sky Dreamer.
Hati Sky Dreamer.
So sekarang ni Sky Dreamer, saya tak pernah tahu secara detail di mana dia datang, dari mana. Walaupun dari mana dia datang dengan Uzara Vicky lah. Walaupun dia katakan scene yang mungkin kita tak familiar.
I rasa dia lebih kepada Uzara Vicky, dia just nak cari orang yang dia trust.
Mungkin data lah step.
Because kita dah masuk dekat zaman Mobile Legends yang tak boleh seorang buat semua.
Yes.
Awak lah coach, awak lah analyst, awak lah yang fikir draft dan sebagainya. So rasanya macam ada orang yang backupkan dia. Sekurang-kurangnya macam handle bahagian analysis, so dia boleh fokus kat coaching. I rasa ini pun akan menguji Vicky juga sebab ambil orang yang fresh, macam mana dia nak guide untuk pastikan semua kerja dilakukan dengan cantik.
Saya suka dengan point tu. Boleh dikatakan sekarang ni mereka ada 3 point. Awak cakap tadi abang dia otak tengah, kiri kanan Zon dan juga Uzara Vicky.
I dah tak boleh cakap dah lepas korang stream aku.
Uzara Vicky puasa kan?
Tak, hari ni tak, semalam je.
Wah, jujur betul. Awak kena cakap awak puasa. Tapi apapun, di mana Zon dan juga Uzara Vicky itu akan jadi combo yang sangat menarik. Walaupun Vicky dah tak main, tapi Zon saya rasa dia akan lebih fokuskan kepada macam mana dia nak kreatifkan gameplay yang ada untuk pasukan Red Giant.
I see. So dengan 2 implementation baru untuk Red Giants Esports, what are your predictions in their upcoming match? What are your expectations?
Ini diorang lawan dengan Lunatics dengan
diorang akan lawan Lunatics dan juga RSG.
Yeah, I think so. Okay, so I rasa macam actually for me, I rasa lawan dengan Lunatics maybe okay. Lawan dengan RSG, I rasa macam very unpredictable. Sebab so far, I tengok RSG pun diorang banyak kali tukar diorang punya line up. So, susah juga untuk prepare lawan dengan RSG kalau kita tak tahu siapa dia punya jungler, siapa dia punya roamer. So, I rasa macam lawan dengan Lunatics, I think it will be very good. Sebab I rasa walaupun Red Giant technically kind of new, tapi accumulative, I rasa experience diorang lagi banyak daripada Lunatics.
Saya suka dengan apa satu point yang awak cakap tadi, iaitu experience dengan bawa masuk zone. Sebab tu kita best chemistry.
Betul.
Dekat desk. Apa pun boleh katakan untuk pasukan Red Giant dengan membawa masuk zone, saya rasa komposisi mereka jauh lebih stabil. Bukan nak cakap Asia tak bagus. Asia sangat-sangat bagus. Tapi disebabkan bagaimana pengalaman yang ada kepada zone dan juga impressnya Zack QT bermain dengan sangat cemerlang setiap minggu. Jadi dia katakan combo yang mereka dua akan hasilkan ni mungkin akan jadi prime zone dan juga nominasi.
Sebab zone ni dia macam admin MPL. Dia batu. Betul. Dia memang solid ada dekat situ.
Solid, betul. Dia sangat-sangat kuat. Nanti kita boleh lihat mungkin combo dua tu dah macam prime zone dan juga dominus.
Wow. Maybe kan? Wow. We will never know. I guess we should find out. Alright, terima kasih kepada Milo, Shah dan juga Kalafel. Oh, he's looking at me very.
Saya rasa marah pula.
Alright, thank you guys for coming. And that is it for the 10th episode of the MPL Talk Show. We will see you on the next one. Bye semua.
MPL Malaysia Season 11 is powered by Muntong. Official mobile internet, Hotlink. More internet, more speed, more Gaia with Hotlink. Game like a pro with ROG Phone. Republic of Gamers, the #1 gaming brand in Malaysia. Champion Extra GG with Garnier Men. Fight 99.9% acne-causing bacteria in just 10 seconds. Official gaming chair, OSIM. Partners in esports, AirAsia Super App, ESI, PKL, EGG, and PSM.
We're about to be graced by some royalty here in the MPL MY Season 11 stage as kings of rival kingdoms of taunting and emotes will clash head to head. Welcome back to the English cast, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Stafa, and alongside with Gideon, we're gonna be bringing you the final match of the day, RSG Slate MY versus Red Giants Esports.
Now, initially, most people are going to be thinking, hey, you know, RSG, Red Giants, this shouldn't be too big of a deal for them. They're not even in contention for the upper brackets. But might I remind you that RSG, because of their loss yesterday on Friday, are in contentions of actually getting relegated themselves if they keep taking these 2 O's. Not to mention, Red Giants have been looking like a team that is beyond up and coming, but continues to bolster their lineup with 2 new additions, an analyst and Azora Vecchi's brother, Skydreamer, but more importantly, the legend himself, Zorn, in the support position.
Yep, now the only player that has continued to prolong his tenure and play in all 11 seasons of MPL MY. Zorn makes his return to the stage once again to demonstrate to us what his true capabilities are and whether or not he will be able to truly enhance the abilities of the new team that is Red Giants.
Not to mention that I'm pretty sure Zorn can't wait to get his hands on Rippo. They used to be playing on the same team in Geek Fam years ago, and honestly, they even contested it for MSC 2017? 2019. I could be wrong about that one. It's been a while since that MSC, but it's been a very long time since we've seen Zorn play too.
Yep, and if we're talking about a reunion as well, we can't forget Azora Vecchi being the coach for Red Giants, now going to be in a position where he can once again play alongside his old teammate Zorn. Gonna be able to align a little bit, you know, have a little bit of that reunion here. You don't usually look forward to school reunions, but in this case, I think this is something pretty special for them. And we've gotten to know that Zorn has constantly been in contact with Azora Vecchi, even though they haven't been playing together. So I'm pretty sure there'll be no problems to them to just match right back up.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, I don't know how well Zorn is going to do with the teams. Usually on his very first start, even when he was loaned over to Team SMG previously, he didn't exactly do too well. It didn't fit the bill. But with the Red Giants, I don't know. Maybe he's garnered enough respect from some of these rookie players to be able, well, I don't know whether it's going to be his shot calling that's going to make a difference, but it's definitely going to be the play.
Now, in my personal opinion, I do think that Zorn may just fit right in with Red Giants Esports because they are a team that has a fair amount of early aggression. When you note their traditional roamer, it's going to be Esha. He's stylish, he likes to make plays, he sets up for the team. That's exactly what Zorn does as well. But it'll be up to Red Giants to see whether or not they can match his tempo because a lot of MPL veteran teams have not been able to do so.
Yeah, and I think, you know, Zorn, he's still really good on his execution. Sometimes he does feel a little washed, but I don't know. Maybe the amount of practice that he's put in, especially with the new facilities that the Red Giants actually provide, might actually make all that difference, all that bit of extra finesse and edge that Zorn has been missing out on.
And we have to note, this is not just a game that these two teams are trying to prove themselves to one another. It is also proving to us, the audience, and the entirety of the fans of MLBB here in Malaysia, because we have 3 SEA Games players matching up in this series. Zorn, Izanami, and Rippo. Will they show us why they were selected for our national contingent?
Yeah, and I think, you know, during the qualifiers of the SEA Games, they were the 3 who really performed above the rest of their teammates. But unfortunately, it doesn't really reflect necessarily on the MPL. It just shows the nature of the competition overall.
It's going to be an exciting one, and I'm sure that everyone is going to want to keep close eyes on this. Now, we've already talked about Zorn. He is the new addition, so obviously a lot of expectations for him. But as for the teams themselves, RSG Slate, as you mentioned, hasn't been able to find that momentum despite having a lot of really strong players that we have known for a long time. And Red Giants, despite this being their first season, has been doing an excellent job so far.
Yeah, let's look at the team ranking in terms of hero pool, how many unique picks we've seen from everybody. Todak obviously sitting on top at 35, Team Hawk in their experimental phase with 33, and Madness Esports also trying to figure out their ideal of their own at 32, Team Lunatics at 29, but RSG Slate, I was surprised that they're actually this close and at least in the top 5 of the team ranking in terms of hero pool.
Especially when you consider the fact that RSG Slate has always been a team that falls back a little bit on their signature styles, their pocket picks.
Right?
They like to stick to what works. And the fact that they are one of the highest unique hero picks so far may be a little worrying because maybe they're having difficulty finding those reliable hero picks.
I suppose, but I feel like there's bigger issues with RSG right now. In terms of their team play, it has been a bit weird, especially when they're incorporating people like Lexia in the support position, having double mages actually being pulled off before. Prior to this, the Grok, a couple of Ruby plays, and especially when they were up against Red Esports, it's kind of shocking because of that result. But with that being said, enough of the speculations. Let's bring out both the teams with the help of our host, Rose, up on stage. Rose, please take it away.
Terima kasih kepada caster-caster kita. Hello semua, nama saya Rose, host anda sepanjang musim ini. Dan ini perlawanan last untuk hari ini. Stadium juara. Let me hear you scream. Oh, I love the energy and I love the screams. And with that, audience are ready, I dah ready. Mari kita invite kedua-dua pasukan ke atas pentas MPL Malaysia, RSG Slate MY dan Red Giants.
RSG Slate MY.
Rentak yang semakin hilang, mereka perlu untuk mencari kemenangan. Menurunkan line-up yang sama seperti semalam, adakah mereka sudah mendapatkan chemistry yang dicari-cari? Mampukah mereka untuk bangkit dari kekalahan? Knowing RSG Slate, they will never give up easily.
Red Giants Esports.
Pasukan yang menampilkan image atlet. Kini Red Giants melakukan sedikit perubahan selepas transfer window. Zorn kini bersama gegasi merah ini. Pasti akan ada gameplay yang baru to be showed off by them today. Adakah dengan kekuatan baru ini mereka akan mendapatkan kemenangan? Sekarang masa untuk memperkenalkan coach dan analis kedua-dua pasukan. From the side of RSG Slate MY, Coach Kuja hadir bersama analis GM. Manakala untuk Red Giants Esports, Coach Ozora Veki pula ditemani analis baru Sky Dreamer. Mari kita teruskan dengan fist bump di antara pasukan sebagai tanda profesionalism. Inilah gaya kita. Inilah semangat kesukanan kita. Kawan di luar gelanggang, lawan di medan perang. Sementara players sedang mengambil tempat mereka, let us introduce the one who officiates the match and maintains MPL's integrity. Mereka inilah yang memastikan perlawanan sentiasa berjalan dengan adil dan lancar. Head of League Ops, Jay. Head Marshal, Nicholas. Kedua-dua Marshal, Yize dan Wen Yi. Alright, thank you for your hard work, Marshals. And before kita mulakan game ini, saya nak pinjam dua orang from the side of Red Giants. Can I please have Mr. Ozora Veki dengan Zorn? Hi. Hello. Nak pinjam sekejap. Coach? Hi, Coach. Oh, okay. Zorn nak gimana tu? Nak gimana tu? Oh my, Zorn. Back in the MPL stage? So Zorn, 11 season of MPL.
Ya.
11 kali juga you masuk.
11 kali tak pernah miss.
Tak pernah miss. Satu pun tak pernah miss. Kalau ada transfer window, Zorn will be like, hey guys, me. So Zorn, apa perasaan Zorn main dengan pasukan baru untuk musim ini?
Perasaan saya
Yes.
Perasaan saya mestinya rasa teruja lah. And then macam benda baru kan, tapi boleh katakan susah agak lah sebenarnya sebab baru masuk kan tim ni.
So far communication dengan Red Giants Esports, is it good?
Saya masih lagi macam tak ingat nama-nama dorang lah sebab saya baru lagi dengan dorang. Kadang-kadang saya
dorang
panggil
tinggal tadi.
macam salah panggil ke kan.
Patutlah tadi dorang suruh Zorn masuk sorang-sorang je. Tak ingat nama, you pergi stage sorang. Okay, Coach Ozora Veki, you two have been a teammates before and now he will be playing under you. He's now under your wing. Coach, how is it like having Zorn in your team?
Memang bagus, boleh dapat Zorn lagi sebab aku tahu macam mana dia main dan dia sekarang dah improve sangat. Sebelum ni dia masih kat Geek Fam dia malu-malu, tapi sekarang dia dah macam leader dah.
Wow.
So yeah.
Oh, dia cakap secret. Oh, so does this mean you are confident that Zorn will have Red Giants win this season?
Zorn kata tu dengan aku ni.
Tengok guys, tengok.
Dia kata dengan I. Weki you belum dapat MPL champion kan? Season kini kita yang menang tu.
Wow.
Kita yang menang tu MPL champion ni.
My, I love the energy. All right, thank you so much and good luck. Oh, dengar tak tu guys? Dengar kan? Zorn will help Red Giants gain victory. And ini match untuk Zorn to prove himself that he is worthy of that slot. So guys, and with this, let us begin our last match of the day. Will it be Red Giants Esports or RSG Slate MY? Teams, this is your moment. Game on!
Truly a reunion for the ages. Former teammates Zorn and Ozora Veki. Certainly feels like it hasn't been that long since they last played together on stage. The chemistry is there, and even the players of Red Giants, who like, you know, there's always the tradition of hazing new members when they come in. Imagine doing that to Zorn, right? Just letting him walk up the stage by himself. That's amazing.
It was amazing. Let's look at the head-to-head between these two teams right now because RSG are in a tough spot. But let's not forget that the Red Giants are technically rookies here at the MPL MY Season 11. This is their first time playing in the league, and more importantly, they have been doing wonders with a 50% overall game win rate. RSG, you would expect them to have higher.
Yep, we can see here though, RSG are definitely coming out on top in terms of that total damage dealt, as well as their first tower rate, indicating a greater sense of aggression, especially towards that early and mid game. This is a team that likes to fight and will look for those fights when necessary. Whereas until now, although Red Giants are a pretty aggressive team themselves, their movements are a little bit more decisive overall. So I'm interested to see the addition of Zorn, how will this affect that?
Well, I don't know. People are coming here for Zorn. It might just be an unnecessary amount of pressure that's being put and expectations that are being set for the Red Giants. The interview, even worse, because it's just amplifying how intense this game might actually be, even though the stakes are relatively low for the Red Giants overall.
But, well, you can't really help it when Zorn is such a legend here in the MPL. Being in every single season of MPL MY thus far, he's looking to make an impact, and hopefully he will be able to bring these rookies to the MPL stage and go far as we now enter into the draft for game number 1. You can bet that RSG Slate MY are not going to make it easy for them.
No, they're definitely not. Let's see what the bans are going to be looking like. Pretty standard. I am seeing a Glue and a Fanny for the side of RG. RSG on the other side is going to be banning out the Arlet as well as the Joy. A lot of EXP laners.
This is pretty interesting right here. Now, we do have to talk a little bit about Rippo overall. He's a very aggressive EXP laner, but I think something that we've been noticing recently is that he does have some issues in terms of hero pool, in that he does need to be someone that can play make, that can zone out. And if he's not able to get this strong EXP lane matchup, he tends to fall off a little bit.
Well, I do feel that it's important for him to win his lane. And I think, you know, Rippo is on the same mentality. He wants to win his lane, and he wants to win it as hard as possible. He can't really help out. As an EXP laner, you can't really expect to help out the rest of your team because you're on the farthest side of the map. You just have to pray that either the Lord or even the turtle spawns on your side.
Ooh, it's a very interesting bans to finish off here with the 1-1 being banned on the blue side and RSG Slate removing Fredrin in the first phase. So now, Red Giants, it's going to be their court. What are they going to start things off with? Martis, Valentina, all of these classic picks going to be open. The Kaja as well. But we'll see what their choice is going to be.
I don't think it's going to be too bad for Valentina here. ZachQT has shown to have extreme mastery overall on these majors. He's hyper aggressive. He's really good on his timings as well. So let's see. RSG, they see this. Valentina, all right, mid lane might be a little contested, right? I'm curious to see what the supports are going to be playing. Like Lexia, I don't think his hero pool is as big as Zorn's overall. Zorn has been a pure roam player for the longest time.
Speaking of that roam position, the Kaja can be straight locked in by RSG Slate. Really strong disabling tool. Really good form of engagement as well. I feel like the mage pick is probably what they want to prioritize at this stage. Choices like the Farsa, like the Eve, even the Kadita are open, but they're gonna start by locking in the Martis. This explains the Fredrin ban.
All right, it looks like RSG is fishing for some more information, right? We should expect that at least for Valentina, stealing away the Divine Judgment is already a powerful tool, but the fact that they also have the Martis as well leaves RG in a bit of an awkward spot. No Fredrin to actually play. You get the Akai, there's anti-CC coming in from the Martis, so you kind of get denied by the heavy spin regardless of what you do.
Let's see whether or not they will go for that position for now. Red Giants Esports does like to prioritize Gojas' hero a little bit early on because they want to be able to secure something that can play make with the team. If Arlet is open, they always go for it, but it was banned this time. So they're going to be starting things off. They're going to pick up the Beatrix and the Grok.
Beatrix and the Grok, huh? All right, let me think about this for half a second. Again, Beatrix can force priority, a really good combo component. Enablers here are going to be the Grok, which I think is going to get thrown into the EXP lane. I'll see in a little bit whether my suspicion is correct during the second half of the bans. But the Valentina is going to steal the Divine Judgment, and they immediately have a combo going.
That could be pretty strong right there. Grok going to be pretty powerful flex pick as of the current moment. We don't know if it's going to go into the hands of Zorn or Gojas, but I don't think we've actually seen Gojas play the Grok so far. So maybe leaning more towards the former. As of right now, RSG Slate going to be looking to pick up their final hero of the first phase. And it sounds like it's going to be the Melissa, the matchup in the gold lane.
Oh, okay. Melissa doesn't seem too bad. What's great is that, at least for the Red Giants, they already have the Grok, so the Get Away From Me is going to have a little less value in that particular avenue. And not to mention, even with the Valentina, Divine Judgment on that Melissa, especially if she is right on the center of her Get Away From Me, can still get hooked.
So they do have to be wary of that for now, but I do think this is a safer choice as of the current moment. RSG Slate MY are a very momentum-based team. And the same honestly could be said for Red Giants Esports, which means that early game is going to be a very decisive point where both teams want to make sure they don't fall too far behind. Otherwise, things will definitely start to come apart at the seams.
We see Zong get banned out here from the side of RSG. This could be EXP priority here. The sneaking suspicion here from both sides. It feels like both are looking to get Rippo and Gojas in a good spot.
You know, the EXP lane makes a lot of sense in this situation. When you have two teams that want to prioritize the early game, the EXP lane is a crucial part of the map. And making sure that their players are able to come out on top there basically ensures the ability to control and put pressure onto the enemy half of the jungle.
Well, let's see how this goes. I understand that Yuzong is a really great way of getting on top of the Melissa. Looks like RSG is going to get rid of Eve this time. All right, very understandable. RSG still hasn't shown what their mage pick is going to be overall. Aja seems like a very good idea, but more importantly, how do you kind of pair it with the rest of Red Giants. I would assume Kadita is going to be a consideration for the Red Giants in terms of their bans, but let's see. RSG, they decide to also ban out the Atlas. Why would you be looking to ban out Atlas? Are you trying to play Estes or something here? But then where does Kaja go? Does Kaja just...
Oh, yeah, this is kind of strange right now, because Atlas, it doesn't match up into Kaja very well in the first place, so this could be RSG overthinking some things. We'll find out in a little bit. As for Red Giants, what you mentioned earlier, the Kadita does make a lot of sense if they're still going to be prioritizing onto Izanami's hero. This was one of his signature picks to start off the season. Other than that, maybe the Faramis might warrant a little bit of consideration, but the Kadita will be banned out first.
Yeah, people are trying to get the attentions of the PM casters. Sorry, bit of a distraction, but I think that RSG, now that they're seeing, I mean, Farmus is a pretty good shout here, but the Call Altar is a really powerful tool. And honestly, when you're thinking about Call Altar on top of that Divine Judgment as well, it becomes a very difficult choice because Valentina either has to play defensively with the Call Altar at the right moment, and I don't think Izanami is going to like that too much, but if you Divine Judgment somebody, the Call Altar as a response as a defensive tool is going to be able to save that person.
Yep, that's why I think it's a pretty good choice for now, but I do wonder if the EXP lane is the priority. I think Lapu Lapu is basically the best hero in the EXP lane that's still open, and both Gojas and Rippo like playing it, so since RSG have first pick, yep, they're gonna be prioritizing on this hero first.
I think, dude, I think Red Giants are gonna lock in Cho. I'm gonna be perfectly honest with you. I feel like this is gonna be a Cho pickup for Zorn. Like, tell me this isn't a good lineup to do it.
The thing is, there's a Kaja though.
You got Shinpo.
That would require some serious timing. Like,
it's Zorn, baby.
I know.
I've seen him do it before. He can do it again, right? If this was a good time to show off Zorn, this is it. A high-risk, high-reward type of support, able to make the plays, can get on top of Melissa, can kick people out of position, and we get Terizla and Hayabusa. It looks like he's only going to get Grok.
So it is Zorn Grok. Okay, now... Now that we're seeing this, I actually feel like Cho would have been better against the Kaja. But we will see. This is going to be interesting. I think Grok is a pretty safe choice for Zorn to go for since it is his first game back on the MPL stage this season. The Terizla against Lapu Lapu matchup, though, is not that ideal.
I wouldn't. Well, it depends. I think that Terizla is able to force priority better than Rippo. So Rippo, unfortunately, on this Lapu Lapu, won't be able to kind of get into positions for team fights, but can affect the back line. I don't know how Beatrix is going to survive, especially since Grok is going to be on the forefront to catch out the Melissa at the end of the day. But we see Lunox get locked in. Wow. They really don't want Valentina to have a decent ult.
That is the Izanami Lunox. When was the last time we saw this? This is a hero where if Izanami gets just a little bit of space, he will turn around games. He will carry victories for RSG. And I guess that is what they're going to be relying on right now. Remember, they said late game is RSG's game. And right now, that does seem to be the win condition.
Well, I'm curious to see whether they can actually make it that far. In terms of scaling, they scale incredibly well towards the late game. Although the Red Giants, I mean, their combo components are definitely there. The Terizla is what I'm really concerned about. He needs to be able to hit at least 3 people with a penalty zone as well as have the flicker available to him.
Well, we'll find out whether or not they're going to be able to play around their utility and their resources. The reunion here as the legend returns to the land of Dawn. What will he bring to the roster of Red Giants Esports? And can RSG Slate MY show us the true potential of our SEA Games representatives?
Oh, this is such a stressful game already, but it's already begun. Red Giants on blue side, RSG Slate on red side. And RSG always does this opening to bypass the level 1. They go as a 3-man, collect the mid-wave, run down, miss literally 1 minion, but it doesn't matter. Both of them will hit level 2.
That is quite interesting, and that will allow them to apply a little bit more pressure as well if they do decide to go for the gank. As of right now, both teams are deciding to play a little safer.
Wait, Skies immediately went for the invade before he went over to the Little Wander. That's kind of interesting as well.
Oh, he's confident enough that he knows the rotation coming out of RSG Slate and that they won't threaten the Litho, huh? That is quite interesting right there, and it certainly pays off for them.
That's a very good adaptation. I don't know when the preparation, whether or not that Sky Dreamers called it out for his team to make sure that they have this sort of response, but now in the enemy jungle.
Yeah, Link is going to be threatening Skies right here, going to be forcing him back. He doesn't have Retribution as well, so this is going to be a little bit of a tricky situation as Link Eza does have his own. They do get terrified. Gojas is here to try and do some damage. Link Eza still anti-CC as Zorn is holding the backline. He's dropping real low though, a really nice flicker behind Link Eza who dropped as first blood to Gojas.
A mistake done by Link Eza. He probably could have forced the flicker out of Zac QT had he just held up his mortar coil and instead of using it to run away to actually go dive in towards them, because most of them weren't level 4 and they were below 50% HP. A bit of commitment for the side of RSG Slate would have instantly turned that fight.
Yeah, they definitely lacked a bit of communication there where Link Eza wanted to go a little bit further, but Zorn was doing a good job of holding the backline from RSG, and because their early game is not the strongest before level 4, they weren't quite able to back him up.
Yeah, Ripple, he's good. Again, we're seeing that RSG Slate strong priority on that side. Looks like Turtle is a non-contestation for the side of the Red Giants. They just have no position. Skies doesn't have his purple buff as well, so at least with RSG Slate, they had the foresight to flare towards the bottom side.
But I do like that Red Giants Esports has the awareness to just say, okay, we're not going to go for this right now. They know that they have to be a bit wary in this early game now that Lexia has hit his level 4. Zorn, he's gonna get pulled back with the Divine Judgment. Meanwhile, we can see the Darkening coming out. Ogi Shadow Kill, not gonna do too much. Nibiru's Passion missing entirely as well.
A good decision by Zorn to actually use the Wild Charge to disengage Skies. He knows that he's not gonna get a kill. They're too close together, and as well, there's too much HP to actually cut through, so they back off, and more importantly, Skies is able to safely take one of his Quad Shadows back.
Mid lane, an attempt once again. Brilliance coming out from Izanami means he will be fine right now as Skies continues to do some poke damage, and Link Eza continuing to pressure the jungle because Rippo does have EXP lane priority.
Very nicely done for the side of RSG Slate. As they keep up with the vertical jungling, that means that Link Eza is going to be a full level ahead. If not, he hits level 7 here, and Skies, he's got nothing else to farm unless he walks into RSG Slate's topside jungle.
Yeah, ideally for Skies right now, he does need to try and contribute towards a kill because he's really not getting space to farm in the jungle. The rotation looks like they're going to be targeting for Loliels, but Lexia, he is aware of this.
Yep, Zorn taking position on the map so far with the majority of the members from RSG Slate actually expecting to see a dive here. They have no information whatsoever, and now the mid lane is actually open. Looks like Red Giants, yeah, they're taking full advantage of this.
Yep. Hopefully they're able to get a bit of gold shield off of this, but we can see Rippo already rotating up to mid lane, so not too much they can do about that. As Link Eza, he's going to be scouted out by Zorn. Gonna block them out with the wall. A lot of pressure up in the top lane right now because the turtle is coming up very soon.
Yeah, and they've already fought for priority. Both Red Giants and RSG Slate are gathered here to duke it out. But more importantly, Skies is level 6 compared to Link Eza, who's about to hit level 8.
This is gonna be a 5v5. Even the EX coming up. Gojas jumping in penalty, so finds out Lexia. Wild charge on Izanami in the back line as Gojas. Massive damage. Brilliance gonna be popped. Landshaker going to miss because of the flicker from Gojas. Izanami forced back, and Red Giants take one kill for themselves.
Ooh, man, Gojas, so decisive from the side of Red Giants. They knew something was in the pixel brush and immediately punished it.
Yeah, Loliel's doing some good poke damage right now. Rippo still in the area. Skies dropping the turtle real low. Lexia has respawned. Link Eza secures the turtle, gets the Divine Judgment, but Zorn is able to flicker out just in time.
Oh man, Red Giants have to coordinate, especially since Link Eza is a level ahead, if not 2 levels ahead right now. On top of Skies, the burst damage needs to be in sync with the Retribution.
Lexia and Izanami now threatening top lane. Darkening has been popped out and SYF is out of position. He will be able to walk away. Flicker forced from Izanami as well since he's taking tower aggro. And Lexia will be terrified away, allowing for SYF to get his gold.
A little bit sad that Zac QT didn't decide to throw away the Decimate and then look to regain his cooldowns back to steal a Divine Judgment. That would have been a kill, but nobody is low enough right now.
RSG Slate still currently in the driver's seat, but the gold lead is not really in their favor as of right now, and Red Giants Esports are still sitting on the higher kill score. SYF though, his lane gonna be targeted very heavily. Gets a snipe in on the Loliels to try and match up their HP because a lot of members are up here right now.
Yeah, again, the turtle is gonna be spawning on the top side of the map, and Gojas just forcing priority onto Lapu Lapu. Can't really do too much about it because both of them won't be able to kill each other unless they get some strong trades or at least commit to an ult.
Link is a really high level right now, level 9 compared to 8 coming out of Skies. That's 3 whole levels up on Zorn as well. So even though the Grok is tanky, he has to be very careful when scouting out these bushes like that. If there was honestly even one more person there, he could have been in danger.
Yeah, Gojes still trying to keep Lapu Lapu in lane. He's going to rotate first here. Looks like the rest of the Red Giants are holding on to mid lane just in case.
We are seeing a very slow opening right now. A very different sort of situation as compared to our second match of the day, because both teams are definitely wary. Red Giants Esports wants to make sure that Zorn is acclimating back to the land of Dawn here. And RSG Slate don't want to risk losing out early.
Wow, these guys are playing an RTS right now. All sides, it's not about mechanical skills, what you're claiming across the map. Red Giants sacrifice top tier 1, but RSG Slate in response loses bot pressure.
Turtle dropping low. See Lexia trying to scout out, but Zorn shows, I'm over here. Gonna taunt them. A little bit of emoting from the king of emotes himself. Link is gonna be forced to rotate here. Divine Judgment catches one out, but a really nice pedal. Three members, Zach UT gonna be the first casualty, though. A lot of damage coming out of RSG Slate means that Gojes going to fall in quick succession, and Sky's not gonna do much with his Ogi Shadow Kill, forced to back out.
These are fast combos. FYF not involved in this turtle fight whatsoever, as RSG Slate now are going to take everything. They want to get the mid tier 1, they want to get the purple buff, they want to get that push on top side at the same time. Everything that Red Giants Esports has been working for in the early game, gone.
Red Giants was not able to force RSG Slate into uncomfortable momentum, which meant that they were the ones in control of the game from the very beginning, and this time they decided that they wanted to take it slow and apply pressure over time, which so far is turning out to be pretty effective.
Yep, it's looking really good as well. As we continue to see this game progress, Linkeza maintains his level lead, EXP lead onto Skies overall, and with 83 seconds left on the clock, there's nothing left to fight for, but Red Giants, it feels like they're in an awkward spot, right? Where do they put this Beatrix anymore? There is no technical safe lane to be in.
And this is really dangerous as well, because RSG Slate, they have the late game comp, they have Melissa, they have Lunox, they're really scary once the scaling comes into play. And Red Giants Esports, ideally, do want to force something.
Oh, let's see what they're going to force here. Zorn is looking to try and create some space for the team. RSG Slate tactically just cutting them off.
Blink has a really good zoning right now. Means that Lolios can get the tower for free. 4 members of RSG Slate down here in the bottom lane. They have control over this part of the map now. And the Lord is coming up on this side very soon.
Gojes is only going to get his flicker in 20 more seconds, so I don't think Red Giants are going to look for an engagement until the upcoming neutral objective. And even then, we've seen RSG Slate 2 times in a row now taking the turtle away.
Oh, charge point blank into Ribbo, right into the nearest passion, nearly catching him. Alexia flickering for, that feels so unfair. Pulls him out of his flicker, right into the rest of the team. SYF gonna be the first casualty, and now Skies jumping back in. Was he able to get the purple buff? I have no idea, but Ogi Shadow Kill is basically tickling RSG Slate.
I don't think he got the purple buff there. I think that Hayabusa still is kind of naked here overall. I did see Linkeza have the purple buff, and I'm looking at the map, his jungle still has a purple buff, so yes, guaranteed Skies doesn't has it.
RSG Slate just completely in control now. Red Giants were hedging a lot on giving space to FSYF, and now that he's been picked off, he's gonna fall even further behind. No doubt Lolios is at the top of the gold chart right now, and with a Lord claimed, RSG Slate are on track to end this game in their favor.
Yep, RSG Slate have almost guaranteed a 5k gold lead against the Red Giants after the Lord pushes. So let's see how much gold they can actually get. And with the help of Zorn, they might be able to manipulate the waves for the side of the Red Giants to mitigate the amount of damage this Lord-empowered minions, as well as the Lord itself, is going to do.
Fortunately, it doesn't feel like Zorn has been given a lot of space to be able to create plays for his team as of right now, because RSG Slate does have a lot of resources to be able to use to counteract engagement that Red Giants are able to initiate. And so far, this has still been a really slow game, but that's exactly what RSG wants.
Honestly, I think it's a pretty even score. Despite it only being the 3.7, it's about to go into that 4K to 5K. Looks like Red Giants are not going to participate in any of this.
Well, that is pretty good for them right now. Go for the split push. That is one of the benefits of having a hero like the Hayabusa. But I worry if this will cost them too much. Conceal play coming out once again. Lexia looking for the Divine Judgment, but not able to get close enough. They don't want to risk him dying. Skies nearly getting taken out, but he's okay for now.
Yeah, they also managed to actually stagger that bottom wave. Top side is going to get cleared out. SYF, does he have any ultimates to clear these loaded power minions out? No, that's a bit unfortunate.
Lolios gets another tower take just for free right now. Red Giants are looking for a potential angle, but it does seem like their movement's a bit slow. I do think Skies was able to get that. Yep, he got that one at least.
He definitely got that one, but it's not the important one. He needs that purple buff so badly to make consistent plays, re-entering fights, getting out, and then jumping back in once more. That's what the purple buff provides for a Hayabusa.
My question is, what does Red Giants Esports do at this stage of the game? RNG Slate have a pretty comfortable net worth lead, their cores are farming well, and I'm not sure Red Giants has enough damage to take out their members.
I think the Red Giants are able to pick off 1 or 2 people. I don't think they can completely wipe out RSG Slate MY, but it feels like Red Giants are okay with that. They're okay with, you know, trading up, going for 2-for-1s ideally, or maybe even go for 50-50s.
50-50s, huh? It's not the ideal situation, but it's what Red Giants Esports are gonna need to rely on as of right now. RSG Slate, their decision-making has been very clear, and they just don't want to go for anything that they cannot guarantee. It's a very decisive and very calculated gameplay style.
Yeah, it's really rough that RSG Slate's team fight is good because of their marksman. He doesn't need any enablers, just needs space, time, and the Red Giants to clump up really close together.
This is looking pretty tense right now.
Homebois guys here, right?
Red Giants are looking for something. They saw Rippo, but he's a bit too far. Unless he walks a little bit closer, they're not going to be able to engage on him. And ideally, they do need a pick-off. They do have Divine Judgment, but Rippo, he's going to gravitate more towards the Lord Pit right now because that's where the rest of his team is.
Conceal, this could be
He'll
big.
Play. Zorn, is he going to be able to find anything? They're going to have their eyes onto Rippo. Where is Zach QT? He's not looking for the engagement as of now. Lexia flickers forward. A really nice reaction timing from SYF to make sure he's not caught out once again.
Yeah, but that means they've just lost an important battle spell on their Kaja here. This could be big as Zach QT could make the exact same play.
Yep, Zorn is going to be providing vision alongside Gojas. Lexia, he's basically going to settle for anyone right now, but Zorn is doing a good job of spacing. So, Lenkeza, he's just working on the Lord this whole time. Red Giants Esports are not able to approach because of the threat of this Kaja, and it's very difficult for them. So, RSG, they're just going to walk away with it.
Okay, if they defend one more time, oh wait, do they get an inhibitor? Wow, they do get an inhibitor off of this. Okay, so now Red Giants Esports is in a much better position. Yes, they are behind 5K, but we all knew that was going to happen because of the initial Lord push. This second Lord push is really now important for RSG Slate because they're on a timer. If they don't hit that timer, Red Giants is going to eventually scale, and this game is going to get a lot harder for RSG Slate to close out.
Absolutely. So that does put a little bit more pressure onto them. They're losing out that inhibitor was wholly unnecessary. And Red Giants, I guess the goal was just to delay RSG Slate long enough to try and achieve that with their minions, which was successful. But now, Luminous Lord gonna be pushing down mid lane.
Yeah, and obviously, Red Giants Esports playing strong macro. Even RSG understand that their team fighting is better, and no matter what, if they can force Red Giants into a spot, which is now, this is where we're looking for the fight.
Lexia still looking for the Divine Judgment, but the crash from the Lord has already taken out the mid inhibitor. RSG now have their eyes onto the bottom one as Divine Judgment catches out Zorn. He flickers forward, but doesn't connect the wall charge. Meanwhile, Rippo gonna be zoning out the backline. Izanami, unfortunately, not picked off by the Oki Shadow kill, so RSG Slate will maintain their mid lane's life, and Sky's now in a lot of danger. He gets out just barely with the quad shadow. RSG still looking threatened. A beautiful penalty zone on the 3 members by Gojas, but do they have enough damage? Lolios with the wind chant survives the final hit of the execution strike, and now Rippo is doing the same thing, jumping backwards with the bravest fighter, not able to finish off Zach QT, but the damage is done.
Oh, SYF just wasn't at the right place at the right time. He was just a little short of that Nibiru's passion from finishing off his priority target, and if Lolios died there, that's going to be a commitment from Red Giants. They reset, they look for another pick, they do it all over again. Look, it's 38k to 44k. Even though it's a 6k gold lane for the side of RSG Slate, that gold, it's losing its worth. The inflation is causing it to mean that the demand for items is going to be negligent.
Yeah, they gotta give props there to Lolios though for a really nice trigger finger, waiting until that last moment just to continue baiting Gojas out. If he had used it earlier, I'm pretty sure that the Terizla would not have gone that far.
No, it would not. And the knockup from Terizla is already good for canceling out abilities, but that's the problem here. It's only on his ultimate. So I'm surprised that Gojes is getting away with as much as he is right now. But that could be, is he building an Athena shield or is he looking to go into something else? Maybe an Oracle? I doubt it, right?
I'm just mainly wondering how Rippo is so rich right now. He is so far ahead of Gojes in the EXP lane to the point that he has actually outfarmed both Lolils and Skies.
Well, I would say that Skies, unfortunately, in this particular situation, has been farming very, very well, considering that Linkeza has been stealing his jungle. But against Gojes, I'm guessing that his last hits have been good. It's a bit hard to say.
Well, as of right now, his Anami, he's just gonna take down the Lord so quickly. That is the value of Lunox in this late game, being able to deal max HP damage to the neutral objective, and now Rippo having Queen's Wings as well. He's farmed enough to go greedy, and that is bad news for Red Giants Esports.
That's what you want to see here. All right, how do they actually want to play this? For Red Giants, I mean, they want a team fight, but they need to catch Izanami or Loliel somehow, both of which are really difficult. With iframes on the Brilliance, to get away from me to ensure that nobody actually gets close or on top of him makes it tough. And I think it's up to Zorn here to find a wild charge of his career.
RSG Slate seems to have been reading exactly what they were expecting Zorn to do in this position, because Red Giants Esports is still a team that relies on the roam to be able to set up situations for them. And Zorn is not really able to find those opportunities because of Lexia's presence. And the way that RSG Slate are playing, just don't put themselves out of position.
No, not just yet. This Lord can be a non-issue here, but we don't see RSG Slate. Wait.
Oh! Zorn, a wild charge into two members. ZachQT doing a lot of damage. Where's the rest of the Red Giants? They're gonna try and follow up right here, but Zorn and ZachQT are already gone. Esco just jumps in, but he's too late. That's a double kill for Lolils. SYF forced the flicker back over the wall. Sky's not gonna be able to defend, and 5 members of RSG Slate MY will easily tear down the Crystal.
With barely enough resistance to take him out, RSG are in a great position, having full control over the game from the very first minute up until its last.
There was just some miscommunication there from Red Giants Esports. A really good positioning by Zorn and ZachQT. But where is everyone else? They took so long to rejoin the fight that by then, RSG Slate could just shift their entire focus towards cleanup.
Yeah, and with the Marcus as well, with the Motor Coils just pushing both Zorn as well as ZachQT further and further away from their team. It begs the question whether ZachQT probably should have taken a different ult. But let's hear the mic check from RSG.
Hari-hari telur je diorang dapat pada kita. Kali ni kita bagilah 2 poin
Kemarin
dapat 3 poin.
Kemarin makan telur dadat dengan telur mata
Iya. Tolong enjoy guys. Jangan stres. Tolong jangan Elton. Tolong jangan stres.
Hati-hati Trizal jalan. Ayah Dalti. Jungle dia, masuk jungle dia.
Ayah Dalti.
Boleh masuk. Boleh perang. Boleh perang.
Aku boleh backup kau.
Kalau dia pantai kau, aku pantai balik. Boleh. Alti dapat. Nice. Aku tunjuk dia. Ada guys. Dekat mid tu. Reconcile. Boleh cari fire guys. Boleh. Jangan tinggal aku. Ada. Okey. Balik. Guys. Tagih dulu tower. Nice. Alhamdulillah.
Calculated and decisive right there by RSG Slate MY. There were no doubts in their shot calling. They knew exactly what needed to be done. And you could tell that communication looking a lot cleaner than we saw during the earlier weeks of MPL MY, which is why we saw this sort of gameplay from them. It's pretty uncharacteristic, but if it works.
No, it's a much better showing than Friday, because on Friday they weren't even talking at all. A lot of the communication was not actually going through, but this time they seem to be very active in their communication. They seem to be very decisive on their calls, and more importantly, they are reacting accordingly to what Red Giants are revealing to them.
That is true. Being able to use that information that is revealed is going to be very powerful, just like you can reveal what is hiding under your skin by championing extra GG with Garnier Men and fighting 99.9% acne-causing bacteria in just 10 seconds.
Feel like a champ, look like a champ. Get some Garnier Men. I mean, a lot of their products are already good, but 99.9%, that's a high percentage.
It is a high percentage as well. As And that's exactly what we are seeing in this game. A really high percentage of solid decision making from the side of RSG Slate. Yes, the game was definitely slow, and I mean, arguably you could say a little bit boring. But if it works in the end, being able to make those decisions, being able to come out clean and not taking risks when it's not necessary, works out.
I personally think that the draft was really tough for the side of the Red Giants. Like, the Terizla was already a big question mark for me. The Hayabusa into specifically the Kaja, that is not a good combination. That is not what you want to see as an assassin player, especially if you're in the jungle as well. I feel like Red Giants, they did as best as they could. They wanted to scale until the far later stages of the game, but I feel like the only person who could really make the difference, or the two people that could have made that difference, was ZachQT and as well as Zorn. I was hoping that at that very final fight by the purple buff, that ZachQT would try to steal Lapu's ult to get the full arsenal, or maybe even Lunox for the AoE damage.
I do feel like at that point, the Red Giants were just a little bit too far behind, and RSG Slate MY were able to use their superior position, their superior farm, to be able to just overcome the difference here and come out on top, ending the game very handily in their favor.
Okay, maybe I was giving a little too much credit to RSG, because when I'm looking at the damage dealt, it's actually not too far off from what the Red Giants were actually providing. Only a, 12k difference overall damage taken. 10k difference. I would have expected the numbers to be more towards RSG side.
This is pretty interesting right here. Yeah, like what you mentioned, there is a solid amount of damage output coming out of the Red Giants. I think a lot of it does come down to survivability here, because Skies does get a lot of his damage cut off quite easily by the side of RSG Slate, with Izanami having Brilliance and a lot of anti-CC, basically negating the Grok. So it's pretty rough for the Red Giants, but the MVP of the game going to be awarded over to Lolils with some really good Melissa positioning.
Yes, his match GPM may not be the highest in the world, but his team has got him covered, playing towards his side of the map, making sure these neutral objectives always were in the hands of RSG. And as Lolils has been known to be a very successful, self-sustaining marksman.
The fact that he was able to claim just a pretty easy gold lane thanks to the presence of his team, and the fact that they were causing so much pressure across the rest of the map that the Red Giants couldn't really assist SYF most of the time, meant that Lolils is going to be able to farm quite safely, and Melissa is just great during team fights regardless, so all of the grouping up works out for RSG.
Yeah, let's look at the heat map here to see the movements from Lolils between the 15th all the way to the 18th minute of the game. And this is probably when the Lord was already down. They controlled that neutral objective side, and then immediately we start seeing more aggressive positions coming out from Lolils, walking up all the way to help siege the base, because that's what's great about Melissa. She has that added bit of range, and she can start teetering on that very fine line to bait something out of your opponents.
You can see in his movements as well, a lot of it is very decisive. There's not a lot of hovering around in a single location, because RSG towards that late game already knew this is what we need to do. Let's go here, let's go there, let's get this pick off. So there's not a lot of hesitation here, you can see, in terms of how his movements have been tracked. And that works out really well, because it means that they're able to make these decisions quickly and outmaneuver their opponents.
Well, let's see that all over again in the highlights, because in terms of decisiveness, I feel like both sides were extremely clear about what they wanted to do. Linkeza, it's really sad on this one. He definitely should have been able to get a kill onto somebody somewhere, but even though they died, Red Giants were not able to reclaim that tempo. And then RSG Slate continues to press their advantage.
We've gotta give props to Gojes. He was setting up some really good fights for the rest of his team. Terizla penalty zone isn't the most solid form of CC, but in the hands of Gojes, you could see just how much impact it is actually making. Unfortunately, Red Giants Esports just don't have enough damage as compared to RSG Slate. And a lot of these fights, you can see that not everyone is there. Skies is going for the split push, SYF is going for the split push, so they're lacking even further in that regard.
Yeah, I mean, ZachQT, he had the items, but it's SYF that they really need to be there, especially with the strong AoE ults that he had. But this final fight got really sad because ZachQT ended up stealing the Divine Judgment, which gives him zero value whatsoever when he's supposed to look for at least Rippo, maybe even Izanami.
And the lack of AoE damage in that sort of situation where you're gonna engage onto all 5 members of Red Giants, no point picking up the Divine Judgment. Everyone is going to be there. You just need DPS, and well, they weren't able to make that correct decision.
Well, I mean, all 5 of them were there. It's a quick tap of a button. You're hoping for the best. Zorn helps find these angles for the side of the Red Giants. I think Red Giants, as of right now, really good macro decision making, right? Oh, sacrifice something on the top side, look to the bottom side to get that farm back. But then we do see that hesitation, right? If you're sending one person down to the bottom side, they managed to get an inhibitor. That was the big payoff. But the gold lead was still 6k down. They should be looking for invades. If they're giving up an objective, completely give up on it, and then either force movements from your opponents or gain gold in the enemy jungle.
Yeah, I do think that if Red Giants Esports were planning to go for a split push style of strategy, they should have just hard invested into it. Like you said, hesitation. When they see that their team is being engaged on, they go back, try and contribute to the team fight, when in reality, they should just be trying to take more structures.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I like the way that Red Giants is playing. They're decisive, they play together, they make the calls, they pull the plays all at once. RSG, on the other hand, once they have that lead, it's very difficult for them to actually let go. All these veterans understand that as long as they maintain their lead, they're going to hit their item power spikes faster, and they're always going to be winning those fights during those neutral objectives, especially in these overall 5v5s.
Yeah, RSG Slate is a team that relies heavily on momentum and making sure that their cores are able to farm up well, because we know once Loliels gets all his farm in the late game, he's going to do a lot of damage. Izanami as well, playing on a hero like Lunox, you can definitely rely on him to be a secondary DPS at that point. And so RSG Slate just made the conscious decision, we're not going to interact with Red Giants. Zorn is going to be quite an annoying hero to deal with, so when we see him, we're just not going to fight around that area and make sure that Red Giants are always disabled from being able to take a full 5v5.
Yep, and now the second game here, what are the adaptations we should be expecting from both Red Giants and as well as RSG? Because I feel like, you know, overall, RSG, it's interesting to see the Lunox actually come out here. It worked really well for Izanami as he was able to dodge a lot of important abilities. Like he was dodging the penalty zone, he was also dodging potential chances of getting caught out by Zach QT stealing the Divine Judgment.
Yeah, I just think Red Giants needs to shift up their drafting here, because I don't really like the lineup that they ended up with there. Like you mentioned, having the Lunox on the side of RSG was really good because it allowed them to deny a lot of sources of damage. The Ogi Shadow kill just getting denied the whole time. The fact that they prioritized the Grok in the first phase when there was already a Martis and they could easily pick up the Lapu Lapu, which just didn't seem to be respected. I feel like there were a lot of loopholes that could have been closed up, and normally, Red Giants likes to prioritize Gojas' hero pretty early on, so the fact that they left it for this long is kind of interesting.
Yeah, speaking of Gojas, we're looking at his highest hero win rates, and so far he's 100% on both Hilda as well as the Arlet. 50% chance on the Youth Song, but he's only played one game on it.
Yep, so we're gonna see here. I'm pretty sure that they're gonna put a little bit more focus towards the EXP lane here, because allowing them to get the Lapu Lapu on top of the Martis is just so much anti-CC, and it's difficult for someone to be able to make any engagements, on top of the fact that the DPS output is not going to be reliable when there's so much utility for RSG Slate MY to play around.
I mean, we talk about utility, but it's just a draft issue here. I think, you know, that Red Giants overall, if they had a different looking draft, they might have had an opportunity. And let's just remember, this all occurred within the very first phase. Once we get into the second phase, it's basically done and dusted for RSG Slate MY.
Well, we'll find out whether or not the adaptations are going to come into play as we now enter into the draft for game number 2 between RSG Slate MY and Red Giants Esports. Some big changes gonna need to come over to the draft right now to make sure that Red Giants Esports can keep themselves in the game.
All right. RSG on blue side, Red Giants on red side. We're seeing the Arlight, we're seeing the Fredrin band, we're also seeing the Gloon as well as Joy. Nothing too out of the ordinary here.
Interesting so far. The Arlet ban obviously makes a lot of sense, but it's kind of surprising that RSG Slate wouldn't go for it themselves, considering they have first pick right now, and Fredrin definitely given the respect that he is deserved right now in this series.
Yeah, I feel like RSG might actually go for Valentina opening, but I could be wrong about this. I don't know. A lot of it comes down to what does Skies actually feel, what does he feel comfortable on? I know Assassins are great, but when he doesn't have access to Martis, when he doesn't have access to Fredrin as his majority of his games played as tank junglers, what does he actually want to play?
I think that's exactly why Skies as well as Gojas do need a little bit more priority towards the early phase. I think ideally for Red Giants Esports, they leave Zorn and SYF's heroes for the second half of the draft.
I didn't cure them.
We're seeing the Valentino opening for the side of RSG, which means that Mardis will fall into the hands of the Red Giants, but do they even care about it this time? Do they even want to consider it? The Fanny is already gone, Glue is already gone. A decent amount of EXP laners that can sandbag is gone. It could be a possibility of Esmeralda. She has gotten a couple of changes. She scales a little bit better, but she's still slow overall.
Yeah, I don't really think Esmeralda has a place in the meta as of yet right now. Madness, I think, is a pretty obvious choice for the Red Giants at this stage, and while I would like for them to prioritize an EXP laner, I don't think they should do it as of this moment. Prioritizing something like the Farsa or the Khadija might be pretty good for them. Oh yeah, the Kaja gonna be let through once again, and this time it's gonna be Red Giants who play it.
So it seems like the roles are slightly flipped here. Come on, RSG, just steal away Red Giants draft, just go lock in the Hayabusa as well as the Turizla, give the Lunox over to the Red Giants.
That would be a flex if RSG actually did that, but I don't think they're gonna take that risk. They need every point they can get right now, which means a 2-0 sweep against Red Giants Esports. I think going for an EXP laner here is fairly safe. If possible, they would want to go for something that's flexible, but looks like they're gonna start off with Lancelot and Kufra gonna be revealed pretty early.
I mean, it's great. The fact is that Red Giants have already shown what their support pick is going to be. I don't see Kaja going anywhere else in the lane unless they're trying to be cool, throw Kaja into the jungle and then throw Mardis into the EXP, then fair enough, but I doubt it. RSG, with the lineup that they have, making sure that the counter pick for the Lancelot is already taken away, gives them a lot of options, right? Counter engage if somebody gets hit by the Divine Judgment, and more importantly, just high mobility coming in from that Lancelot tanks a lot at this point in time, is able to kind of dodge around and use his iframes effectively against people like Mardis.
Yeah, so this is gonna be an interesting mechanical matchup between Link Eza and Skies. As the Red Giants, they're gonna be looking for their final pick of the first phase. Pretty sure it's gonna be a mage pick right now to be able to match up to Izanami. And Eve going to be the choice. Looks like they're not too worried about the real world manipulation being stolen because they do have a form of suppression.
Yeah, that's great, and I love it. I love it so far. The two natural synergies are coming together to make sure that they don't counteract each other. The Lancelot as well as the Kufra, the Yve as well as the Khadija. Nicely done from both sides, but we're seeing that it's going to be the Red Giants who's banning out the Yuzong.
Yeah, they're definitely going to be pressuring the EXP lane right now because they have first pick in the second phase, so they can actually take Lapu Lapu for themselves and force Rippo into a less comfortable situation. Hopefully, RSG, Slate, MY are going to be able to read this right now and ideally focus on someone else. As of right now, I do think that giving Lalils a better gold lane matchup may be the ideal.
Well, let's see what that gold lane matchup is going to look like, right? Because SYF, unfortunately, the Beatrix wasn't going to be enough there for him against the Melissa. It looks like Lalils still has his number for now, but we do see the carry ban for the side of RSG. You're expecting a lot of tanks, okay, fair enough. 2 tanks already locked in. EXP, Glue is already missing. So does it matter what he actually picks?
Looks like they're considering banning Claude. Interesting.
I don't think it's that bad.
Yeah, it is one of the Lalil signature picks. Looks like they're not too worried about banning out other EXP laners right now because Gojas can very easily lock in Lapu Lapu once the second phase begins. So the question now is, will RSG prioritize on a gold lane matchup more than the Lapu Lapu?
Oh, that's a tough call. That's a really tough call for the side of the Red Giants. Hopefully Azora Vecchi has a plan in place because RSG, if they keep on going the direction that they are right now, and more importantly, if they decide, you know what, I'm going to get rid of another gold laner, that might force RG's hand to actually show a gold laner.
Nah, I don't really think so. SYF has a pretty large hero pool, and even if you were to remove something like, say, the Melissa as of right now, he can still even take into the mage pool, like the Harif. But I think RSG may be betting on that right now, since they already see a lot of magic damage. Huh.
What?
Khalid?
What's the call here? What's the call here on the Khalid?
I don't no.
Look, scrims be kind of wild here in MY if Khalid is going to be the man. I'm trying to make some eye contact with the BMcast to hopefully see if anybody has some kind of information and they can translate it with their eyes to me, because I don't get it.
Yeah, this is weird. Like, yes, I understand that RSG doesn't want to lose their EXP lane and Khalid doesn't really have bad matchups, but obviously the choice here would be Lapu Lapu, right?
Or Benedetta.
Yeah, like, unless Gojas has, like, shown a lot of Khalid in scrims, otherwise, this does feel like a pretty weird choice.
Yep. Alright, last couple of seconds here, and it's going to be Lapu Lapu locked in for the side of the Red Giants. RSG now looking to finish off their composition overall. I mean, Benedetta's not that bad, I guess. They still could try to play a little bit more flexible. They could put like Rimbo on Cho for an example. Loliels, I feel like if he wants to go for a main, if he does want to go for a mage gold laner, I think it's overall not too bad. Giving Melissa over to RG kind of makes sense to me.
Yeah, mid gold lane would be pretty good here actually for RSG Slate. It's not ideal for Red Giants anymore since they already have 2 sources of magic damage, but Loliel's Hardif is something that isn't considered very much right now. Are they hovering over to Masha? Is that why they go for the ban onto Khalid? I don't really feel like it's necessary, but it's going to be the Loliel's Hardif as well as Rimbo picking up Masha in the EXP lane.
Very curious about the Khalid logic here, but overall, very good drafting for the side of RSG. And now Melissa becomes a big question mark. If you pick Melissa, you can protect yourself against the Masha. You might lose your auto attacks, but you definitely don't win against the Harif. So no matter what you do, it's a tough lane.
It's a really tough lane. So unless SYF can suddenly pull out like a gold lane Lunox, which has defensive options against the Masha, things are going to be a bit rough. Other than that, I guess going for an early game marksman to try and get as much of a lead as possible could work, like the Brody, but not a lot can match up well against the Hardif in lane. So I would think that Melissa is still a safer choice.
I think it's either or. It really depends on what he's feeling like, what's the flavor of the month, what's he most comfortable with, and it looks like it's going to be the Melissa to protect himself against this Masha. This is not going to be an easy game here, because we've seen this before on Friday as Team Hawk Lola was using the Masha. 4 Sky Guardians helmets, basically almost 100-0, most marksmen in the game.
Yep. I wonder whether or not Rimbo will go for a build like the 4 Guardian helmets there. I do feel like, yes, Masha scales well with HP, but you don't really need more than a couple of those. And getting a little more utility might work out, but we will find out. Because right now, RSG Slate going to have a pretty strong draft overall, looking at their chart completely being... Hold on, that is Red Giants completely encompassing RSG Slate.
Yep, at every stage of the game, and that's what that's going to be a little bit difficult to actually deal with. But if we look at the hero match predictions, we're also getting a different story as well. Looks like it's a bit difficult for the AI to really compute overall, or the data values may not necessarily be correct. But this is going to be a tough one here. Is it going to be RSG, or is it the Red Giants?
If even the AI has difficulty predicting, we are definitely going to have quite a game on our hands, as RSG Slate are going to be looking to secure as many points as possible to push them out of danger zone, while Red Giants Esports are still eager to work on their synergy with Zorn.
Yep, Zorn is walking up in an awkward spot here. Like, he shouldn't be here longer than he should, mainly because Lancelot can technically just chase him down with the punctures, but I don't think Lingeza is going to start showing himself after what happened in the last game. And there's a good chance that Red Giants might actually just keep him in check.
So far, they're going to be focusing on making sure that Lingeza is able to farm safely. Interestingly enough, they're just going to choose to ignore the Little Wanderer entirely. I guess they do recognize that ZachQT has a lot of pressure now compared to Izanami.
Yeah, that's going to be a full clear on their side. Mid lane still contested very heavily, but Izanami and Lexia are winning out on these trades. And now that they know that ZachQT is going to recall, we're seeing movements across towards the top side of the map, and Zorn recognizes this too, looking to match to get some kind of info.
What's important now for Red Giants Esports is that they need to be the ones in control of the momentum. They have the Kaja, they have the Divine Judgment. Ideally, they're able to force out fights from RSG, Slate, MY, but we're actually seeing some really aggressive movement from them right now. LinkEza looking to steal a camp away. In the meantime, we can see Skies. He's on top of Izanami. He has Decimate. He'll get it. First blood going to Red Giants.
Caught off of rotations. That's what you want to see as Martis. You're looking for these squishy targets in the early game to start your snowball.
And that's exactly what Red Giants Esports are going to be doing right now. Skies, he was seeing if he could find Rippo as well because they want to secure this bottom control to go for the turtle. But LinkEza already there as well.
Liking the idea here. They both Lexia and Zorn contesting for this mid-range, trying to get as close to level 4 as they can.
Rippo on top of Skies, trying to be as annoying as possible to create space for LinkEza. This turtle going to get the target. Lexia misses his Tyrant's Revenge. Bravest Fighter comes in. Landshaker going to miss, but Real World Manipulation going to be zoning out the rest of RG Slate MY. Skies gets the Decimate onto Lexia, follows it up with a double kill onto LinkEza. This turtle will go to them for free.
Nicely done. It looked like Zorn was a little lost there for half a second, but once he knew that LinkEza had nothing left, he flickers right on top of him to guarantee the Divine Judgment.
Lolios though, still gonna be winning out this. Actually, SYF doing a pretty good job right here in terms of EXP. Rippo gonna be taking a lot of pressure. We can see Red Giants are comfortable enough now to try and apply some pressure for themselves. Oh, Tyrant's Rage. Lexia gonna find 2, but it's not gonna do too much. RSG are focused on making sure they can get the buff, and they don't do so. Skies stealing it away from LinkEza.
Nicely done, and this is what you want to see from the Red Giants in this early game. They are getting ahead, and now that Skies is at least 2 levels ahead of LinkEza, that puts him in great odds for neutral objective fights. Like we saw in game number 1, RSG Slate was doing the exact same thing here against the Red Giants, and now the tables have turned.
This is really not good for LinkEza right here, being that far behind compared to Skies. And when you give him Martis a 3-0 score at this stage, this is going to allow him to play very comfortably across the map. LinkEza, this could be dangerous for you right here. He's going to be able to get out with his ultimate, playing with fire a little bit.
Skies is still chasing him down. Zorn is actually nearby, misses the Asura's aura, but that's what we want to see from Red Giants, just complete control over this top side of the map.
Divine Judgment is just too much pressure. They jump in, Lexia gets the Tyrant's Rage onto Zorn, but he himself is forced to flicker away. Now Izanami wants to try and finish the Kaja off with LinkEza, but Zorn will be able to get out of their clutches.
Yep, they're still holding on to it. As we look down bot side, we're seeing that Lapu is going to rotate back into Masha, who proxied his wave. He's going to lose a bit of EXP because of this, but Red Giants are still ahead.
Still ahead, that's for sure. Quite a bit as well. 2.4k at this stage of the game is pretty comfortable.
How in the world is Gojas a level ahead of Rippo right now? When did Rippo lose EXP?
Oh, that is kind of interesting. I do think it's probably when Red Giants tried to go for the invade into the jungle. It might have pulled Rippo away at a crucial time.
Ah, that's a good point. That's a good point. But looking at the movements across the map, it's great that Gojas is a level ahead of Rippo because I think he's forcing priority pretty well, but Rippo continuing to be annoying, making sure that Lapu Lapu doesn't get to affect this upcoming turtle fight.
As long as Rippo is able to proxy, he's going to be able to keep Gojas in lane and not contribute to team fights that Red Giants are attempting to take. Right now, Turtle going to be targeted once again. Zorn is pretty dangerous right there. He gets the Divine Judgment onto Lexia, right into the Real World Manipulation, and Lexia going to be taken out. Mega kill going over the Skies. No engager for the side of RSG Slate anymore, and with Muddles there to provide vision, Red Giants will have no contest taking the turtle.
What a very clean combo from the Red Giants. They went to the Divine Judgment, pulled them back. Instantly, we do see the Real World Manipulation block off Izanami and the rest of his team from walking in, as the edges do stun you when you come in contact with them.
I do like that LinkEza is going for that vertical jungling. He knows that his jungle is going to be threatened, and that's exactly what Skies did. Now Red Giants, they're looking for this top tier 1. There's 3 members of RSG Slate here right now. Lexia charging out the Tyrant's Revenge. Not gonna find an appropriate target though.
Yep, Tsunami's still getting hurt here, but Skies, he's really far ahead when it comes down to the jungle matchup here. A full level, can't do too much, and I think at this point Red Giants should start invading the bottom side. Like Gojas, he sees all of this. He sees that he sees that LinkEza is on the bottom side. Why not invade and put him even further behind?
that could be difficult to do right now, though, because it does look like Red Giants Esports are going to be focusing a little bit more towards this gold lane, give farm over to SYF, disable Lolios for as long as possible, which means that if they were to take resources away to deny Link Eza in the jungle, which they've already done so far successfully, they may not be able to apply as much pressure.
Well, let's see. 45 more seconds. I think now no time to actually invade, especially since Retributions are coming off of cooldowns here. Zorn flickering on top side. Oh, wait, did they get the kill onto the half?
Lolios, he's out of position here. Lex going in for the jump, but to go away, gonna be pushing out the Cupra as Izanami dealing with Zorn right now. SYF, he's actually out of position. 1v3, Lolios gets the turnaround. Zorn not able to provide the backup that his gold laner needed, so Red Giants Esports now looking for the revenge. Sky's coming in. He's not able to stop Lolios, but Izanami will fall easily. Unstoppable streak going to the Martis. He wants to follow up the decimation combo. He sees Lexia. He sees Link Eza. Will he be able to steal this purple buff away? Looks like he
does. He does. He gets it. That's really unfortunate.
Oh, Zorn got it.
Zorn was able to achieve it. Wait a minute. Then what does Link Eza have right now? Wait, did he steal the purple buff on their side? Yeah, he did. He still has it no matter what.
Okay, so that's not too bad for Link Eza, but Sky's currently 5-0 on this Martis. Pretty terrifying. Rippo, though, he is such a pain. He's just tanking all of that damage. Takes a tier 1 down bottom. Link Eza, though, 1v4, and he still gets the turtle, and he dashes out to safety.
Ooh, good timing. And wait, they also get a kill on Lapu Lapu as well on that top side. Divide and conquer, says RSG Slate. And now Link Eza is actually equivalent to Skies. Despite having a little less gold, the EXP matters so much more in this matchup, especially for these neutral objectives. It's going to be a lot less difficult for him to secure.
That's actually a massive series of mistakes on Red Giants Esports. They have 4 members, including Divine Judgment, and they cannot even stop Link Eza from taking the turtle or get the kill, resulting in Gojas losing his life in a 1v2 up top for nothing. Lolios now gets the top tier 2, RSG, Slate, NY turning things around for themselves.
Yep, and now Sky's just hovering. Oh, Link Eza's dead!
Flickering forward, Divine Judgment onto Link Eza. He dashes out to safety. Real World Manipulation is here to stop the rest of Red Giants. Lexia may have come in a bit too late. He falls as a monster kill to Skies. Rippo coming in as well, but Red Giants aren't going to risk it.
Oh, I really thought Link Eza was going to die here, but instead Lexia is the one who ends up falling. Red Giants very happy. I'll take free kills anytime soon, but we're still seeing that RSG Slate are up in turrets and map control.
Yeah. Ooh, hold on here, Sky's trying to push Rippo and Link Eza back, but they have enough dashing. And he's actually willing to just jump forward. He knows there's no Divine Judgment, forcing the flicker out from Zach Cutie.
Yep, and I think his ult should be back up. The Zaman Force should be back up by the time this Lord spawns. Red Giants, they're going to back up here. And right now, Link Eza, he needs to find EXP just in case, because Skies is about to hit level 12. And if he clears his bottom side, I think he should be even. I could be wrong about this.
Skies is still going to be a pretty big key for Red Giants right now, because he is absolutely massive. And Zorn needs to be able to set up more kills for the rest of their team. Ideally, beating as much into SYF as possible, because this Melissa has been denied a lot of free space for farming.
Yeah, SYF has been struggling a little bit with it.
Oh, Zorn, he's gonna walk right into the bush. Tyrant's Rage catches him out. Zaman Force gonna down with the Real One Manipulation as SYF actually gets the double kill right there. A lot of damage on the Melissa. Skies chasing Lolios down, but he has the purple buff, so he's able to dash away. Link Eza as well will be able to escape their clutches.
Man, these are some really weird movements here. Like Zorn manages to live 2 from the side of RSG Slate, end up dying in that. Just a great Real One Manipulation coming out from Zach QT.
Yeah, that's really weird right there. Like SYF, we talked about funneling gold to him, and well, he just got 2 free kills just like that. RSG Slate underestimating the amount of stationary damage coming out from this hero. Red Giants have regained their net worth difference.
Yep, and now Skies is going to purposely delay this. Both Link Eza and Skies don't want to commit to this 50-50. They're both level 12, and it's a coin flip. But more importantly, the ultimates for the side of the Red Giants aren't back up just yet.
Neither team looking for the split push as well. So they are preparing for the potential 5v5. Not willing to leave the rest of the team in the lurch. They know that things are pretty even right now, and difference in numbers will make a big difference. They're still dancing around the Lord.
Yep. Red Giants hovering that top side. Ripple, he can take the damage here. I don't think he's dead just yet.
Yeah, they're not going to use the Divine Judgment on him, but Skies is going to get caught out with the Tyrant's Rage. Loliel's looking for the damage, but he gets caught out. Divine Judgment has been saved for this precise moment. They catch out the Harif, they catch out the Kufra. The Lord is now in their control.
Played very well by the Red Giants. They managed to zone out zone out Loliel's, getting a kill on him, and Lexia also biting some damage. Izanami just cannot get in on it.
Linkeza, he's gonna be remaining in the vicinity, but he is 1v5. He gets caught out. They go away, pins him against the wall. The Lord goes the Red Giants Esports.
Oh, this is looking like a Red Giants game already here. I don't know. It feels weird. Like Lolios is getting caught out by the Divine Judgment. Like RSG Slate starting to get a little sloppy here, despite actually maintaining a pretty decent goal differential against the Red Giants.
They're definitely getting caught off guard in terms of the damage that Red Giants Esports is able to output here. SYF already has his Trinity, so there's going to be a lot of DPS. And ZachQT, so far, his positioning with the real-world manipulations has been really good. And this is setting up excellent fights for Red Giants. Not to mention Zorn, his trigger finger, pretty good right there.
Yep, he is very, very patient here. Very, very accurate at the same time. But SYF, he's going to be able to get his Inspire back up. And that just means that if they clump too close together, SYF is going to get so much damage out.
Lord gonna be crashing down mid lane. Red Giants controlling RSG, not allowing them to walk out of their base. They want to do as much structural damage with this as possible. Gojes taking the bottom side. Real One Manipulation coming out, stoning out RSG Slate. Divine Judgment catches out Izanami, but Lexia jumps in. Two-man Tyrant's Rage. Rippo jumps forward. Thunderclap not able to finish off SYF as he's just hiding inside his shield, and he survives all of it. Godlike streak going over to Skies as Linkeza finally shuts down to Melissa, but he's gonna get caught out. Immortality expended as Zorn and ZachQT are here dealing with him. Flickering forward to get that kill. Meanwhile, Loliel's 1v2. Will he be able to defend against Red Giants Esports? He's doing a lot of damage to Gojes. Gojes will eventually get taken out by the Zaman Force. Loliel's 1v3. Red Giants Esports, no minions as of right now.
All right, not bad. RSG Slate, despite everything, is able to survive. They don't get the game closed out on them. Red Giants Esports is getting so much value out of RSG. And now with the 6K gold lead, this next upcoming Lord should be GG unless RSG are able to steal it away and get away with enough members to defend.
What's important now is for RSG Slate MY to regain map control. They've lost basically all of their towers except for one inhibitor, and Red Giants are going to be able to roam around the map very safely, which is dangerous when there is a Divine Judgment in their hands. So opening up the map is very important.
Oh, now a game pause is called. Yeah, opening up the map is important, but also extremely dangerous at the same time. When you're not playing Grok, or if you're like a high priority hero, that's when it becomes really, really uncomfortable. When all of a sudden you walk in, you think, hey, two bushes are pretty close to each other. I really hope Kaja isn't in one of them.
Yeah, that's the scary part, isn't it? And we've already seen that Zorn is capable of recognizing when and where the Divine Judgment needs to be utilized. Lexia as well as Rippo are trying to bait the ultimate out from them to set off for Loliel's, but looks like, so far, Red Giants Esports doing a good job of responding to their aggression.
Looks like it's a Type 2 issue as they're trying to troubleshoot it. The Marshals will have it covered, but at least this gives us some time. What does RSG need to do to actually get back into this game? Because it feels like no matter what they've done so far, the lack of information that's being given by the Red Giants, and by the time they actually see him, it's too late. Just a fast, quick, responsive hit from Red Giants is enough to put them back.
I feel like what RSG Slate might need to do right now is just to forego the risks and just try and shove in, because Red Giants Esports is a really strong composition when they're able to perform zoning, when they're able to control their own space and go for pickoffs. If RSG Slate MY are able to dive onto the backline, if they're able to pick off SYF early on, that could be the ideal.
That could be ideal here, but I was really hoping that this Harith pick from Lolios would have been able to do more. And yes, so far it kind of has the damage, but we haven't seen that fourth item just yet, so he is struggling to walk up and take space.
Especially when there's a Divine Judgment on the opposite side as well. Lolios has to be so careful. And right now, RSG Slate just doesn't have the heroes necessary to be able to force out the ultimate from Zorn.
I don't know. Maybe if it was a little bit more even in terms of goal differential, there is an opportunity because Lolios, we've seen him on this Harith before. A lot of AoE, especially when you have that Chrono Fissure closing in on all 5 members of RG. But I think, you know, RG at this point of time, the Red Giants have played really, really well. They're making sure that when they do decide to control space, Zach QT is very close by to respond with the real-world manipulations.
Yep, the Eve is great at being able to create space to zone out the rest of RSG Slate and just create the area that is necessary for SYF to output his DPS. Because we know, if Melissa is able to just stand at the back and plink people down from afar, then there's not a lot they can do about it. And the go-away timing from SYF so far has been pretty clean.
Yep, very sharp indeed, but it just sucks for Lolios, right? Whenever you fight, the box. I either have to fight in the box or outside the box, but it looks like it's time to jump right back into this game.
All right, let's see how things are going. RSG Slate MY currently on their final inhibitor, and the Lord gonna be respawning in another 15 seconds. It is just completely imperative right now that RSG Slate are able to take this for themselves, because this is the win condition for Red Giants.
Yep, and that's why you see Link is just hovering nearby. He just wants to threaten Skies. Even though he is a level down, he just needs to show face.
Show face, but is it worth it? Lexia jumping forward. If he connects, Divine Judgment actually going to be used on the Kufra. Tyrant's Rage comes out, but Immortality has been expended. Meanwhile, the front line being distracted by Goje. Skies with the legendary streak onto Lexia. The rest of RG Slate having to make a quick retreat. He's going to be stealing the Lapu ultimate. Izanami just barely escaping those blades right there. Goje's not able to finish him off. This actually means that he's a little bit out of position himself, but here comes Zorn and Skies to make sure that he is able to get out of that position. As Rippo just going to continue to be kind of annoying.
Yeah, what are you going to do, Gojes? Turn around and fight me like a man.
Speaking of fighting, Bravest Fighter onto Link Eza, going to miss with the Phantom Execution. Lolios, he's in the back line. He's looking for the core members, ideally SYF. The minion wave. RG, are you aware of this right now? They're going to leave Lexia to deal with it. Not the best choice. Looks like they will finally retreat. They're just going to give this over to Red Giants Esports. Better they deal with that for now.
Yeah, again, the conditions are just not there. RSG Slate rather would just play for their high ground defense, something they can actually do with the help of Loliels and as well as Izanami, but it's getting tougher and tougher by the second. RSG Slate finally get to a comfortable 42,000, while Red Giants Esports at 48,000 with 5K. The gold is not going to matter if this Lord push doesn't crush the crystal of RSG.
The fact that 3 members of Red Giants Esports have not died a single time this game speaks to the volumes that they have been in control of the momentum. Skies, especially 8-0 on the Madness, is unstoppable. And although RSG Slate MY are looking to defend on their base defense, the Lord now going to be poking its head right here. RSG, will they be able to defend against this? Luckily for them, the waves aren't the best synced, but they're still going to do some damage. Bottom inhibitor will fall very, very quickly. Zorn still looking for the best target for the Divine Judgment, which was stolen away by Izanami. Bravest Fighter jumping in. Melissa doing massive damage right now as Red Giants are just frontlining. Legendary streak continues for Skies, and the suppression comes out onto Lolios to make sure that he won't be able to stop what's coming. Red Giants Esports evens up the series 1-1.
Ooh, hair-thin margins there for RNG. If they didn't close that out, that would have been a complete team wipe as Lolios was starting to pop off. Good job by shutting him down with the Divine Judgment. Looks like RSG, unfortunately, unable to close out this game, and it's going to be the Red Giants who evens it out 1-1.
They talked about adaptations during the draft, and that's exactly what we saw for game number 2, where Red Giants shows as long as they have the tools and the heroes necessary, they will retain control and not allow for RSG Slate MY to gain the momentum that they require. Let's find out how they feel about that victory as we jump into mic check for Red Giants Esports.
Pencuri.
Terpick, right?
Kita kuat ni. Kalau kau nak rusuh boleh ni. Matis. Dia dah dash tau. Ability dah dash tau.
Okay.
Dah habis skill. Boleh retreat tak? Mati ni. First blood ni.
Pam!
Mantap! Dapat.
Pam!
Nice one.
Mana lagi?
Sekarang kita nak fight ke tak? Ability dah kanan aku.
Aku. Nice! Aku tak mati!
Mantap. Cover Melissa.
Cover Melissa.
Wow. Widih. Dekat aku, dekat aku.
Good discipline there from Red Giants Esports, but also definitely having a lot of fun as well now that they are in the driver's seat. A convincing victory, bringing the series to a tie, and now a best of one will determine who takes the series in their favor.
Ah, man, it's good to hear Zorn being all vocal again, making sure that he's not only helping out the team, but he's making calls for the team as well, which I'm rather surprised with. I would have imagined that, Red Giants probably would have had a different shot caller, but it looks like, since Asia is out, Zorn is in, they look very cohesive.
Yeah, it does work out pretty well. We already expressed earlier in the day that I personally think Zorn will fit in pretty well with Red Giants because I do think they share the same sense of aggression. I was just worried about whether or not the tempo would match. And here, Zorn does seem to be specifically working together to synergize with his new teammates, and that's what we like to see.
Yeah, we're liking to see. Maybe it was just like a warm-up game at the very beginning, but now it feels good, Red Giants, we know them. If they have that early lead, they're going to continue it all the way to the very end. It's very methodical, very interesting how they've been playing so far. What's terrible is the fact that Red Giants, we haven't seen them come back from behind, but the same can be said about RSG, right? Both of these teams struggle when they are behind.
They are both very momentum-based, which is why early game is so important for them, making sure that they have priority in mid lane, in EXP lane, in the jungle, because like you said, once either of these teams fall behind, they don't quite have the capability in order to make up the difference.
Yeah, and I mean, Lexia was trying his absolute best here to try to find a pick-off on to the side of Red Giants, specifically on Zorn, to deny him the right to stop Loliels from just going crazy with the Zambon Forest here, right? Now, if we look at the post-game stats, I'm pretty sure that we're going to see an overwhelming majority of damage. Yes, that's the number that I want to see. 300,000 for the side of the Red Giants.
And 100,000 of that is all coming out from SYF. Melissa is such a scary hero if you don't have anyone that can threaten it. Like Rippo, they gave him this mush specifically to force SYF into difficult situations, but he was never able to get close enough because a lot of that time was spent making sure that his teammates weren't caught out and trying to create space.
I would also say that, especially the early to mid game, Red Giants had a really good macro game to make sure that Ripple was always late to this fight, and by the time Gojets was in it, the decision-making and, more importantly, the quick impact that the Red Giants were able to achieve. Go in, get the kill, walk away. It ends all within 4 seconds.
I think one thing's for sure when we go into Game 3, Kaja needs to go. It has been on the winning side. It has been the determining factor. Both games this series. Let's take it out of the equation and see what both these teams truly have to bring to the table.
Yeah, I'm just surprised at how much this game has kind of like turned the tables on each other. Like now, Red Giants are the one who's looking like RSG game number 1, and the opposite can be said about RSG against the Red Giants in game number 2. So it's interesting how we've looked at it so far, but the MVP of this game going over to Zach QT with 100% match KP. He has been so pivotal for the team. Harith, you're about to pop off, lock you out from getting the trade. You're in the middle of a team fight. Let's keep you in the box and make sure that Loliels doesn't flicker in.
Even with the reduced radius of the real-world manipulation, Eve still proves to be a really effective hero at controlling the battlefield. And when you have a player that's able to perform it to this extent, it's no wonder that SYF got so much free space to just chunk people down from the back line, because everyone was just busy attempting to escape from the real-world manipulation. And the choice of going for Impure Rage made sure that his damage would always be relevant throughout the game.
Yeah, and I mean, he didn't want to greed out to go for Mystery Shop. I think the Impure Rage was a very good option here, considering the lineup, the majority of the lineup coming in from RSG. Majority of these tanks, they can just keep on taking the hits, and the Impure Rage just gets better and better each time they connect. More importantly, if we're looking at the heat map for Zach QT, you can definitely see where he likes to position himself.
Yeah, obviously a lot of hovering towards that mid side to make sure that he's going to be able to see any aggression coming in from the side of RSG Slate. But we can also identify rotations to both the top and bottom lane, playing around the aggression that his team has and setting up the slows in order to make sure that the rest of the Red Giants can just jump in, skies his kill score this game is ridiculous.
Yeah, it really is ridiculous. His kill score is through the roof here. 9-0 and 4. Making sure that he follows up, ZachQT follows up with him is really, really important because half the time, Marnus just secure the kill but struggle to get out for free.
The fact that ZachQT had 100% kill participation meant that Izanami just wasn't able to match up the mid lane prio here, and a lot of that does come down to this first blood as well, completely removing him from the lane, leaving him behind in terms of EXP.
Yep, and he just does it again and again and again and again. Skies, again, just keeping his head up, making sure that his team is aware. And this was a really sad kill here. SYF probably should have been able to secure it, but just gave a little bit too much time.
Towards the mid game, you could see that RSG Slate MY were seeing signs of life. They were actually being able to win back fights in their favor. They were able to secure objectives, steal them away from Red Giants. But the damage was already done. The farm is already pretty solid for the cores. SYF, just look at him here, plinking away, being able to stay alive this entire time, and forcing Link Eza to overextend just to be able to finally finish him off, resulting in his death. Not sure if that's the most worth it.
I mean, it was definitely an attempt here, but just look, no matter what they do, the real world manipulation is just that devastating towards Izanami, towards their jungler as well. It's just really tough to actually get past it after having 100% KP, just accelerated so fast.
We were definitely expecting a match here with the return of Zorn, the reunion between Orzor, Becky, as well as Rippo on the opposite side, the battle between the kings of taunting and emotes, and it now comes down to game number 3. We've identified these are momentum-based teams. They need early game pressure. They gotta win the EXP lane, they gotta win the mid lane, they gotta win the jungle. So draft is so important.
It really is for both of these teams because they can't play from behind, and that's the worst part, and something that both these teams are going to need to work towards later on. But for now, it looks like we've got a little something with Rose up on the stage to go mess around with the audience. So Rose, what you up to? What you doing right now? Let's throw it to her.
Okay, since the game is currently at a 1-1 maksud tu, it's time for a little bit of fun. Betul tak? Betul. Betul. So macam biasa, kita akan main pop quiz. Saya akan invite 3 lelaki audience ke atas pentas, one by one. Saya akan bagi a certain time dan dorang kena jawab betul dalam certain time tu. And as usual, I will need the help of the audience untuk countdown. Boleh tak? Boleh? Kita bagi dorang pening dan stres. Boleh? Okay, asyik player je yang stres. Our first contender. Where is our first contender? Oh, okay. Our first contender. Hello. Hello. Okay, here's your mic. Hello, what's your name?
My name is Wong Jin. You can call me King.
Okay. So today, which team did you come to support?
Red Giants.
Red Giants. Don't run away, come closer. Don't worry. I will not ulti yet. Later you will ulti.
A bit nervous.
A bit nervous. We will make it even more nervous. Yeah, don't shy. Betul tu.
Thank you.
Guys. Do you play ML?
Yes.
Alright. Main ML. Boleh jawab soalan. Alright. Dalam 7 saat. 7 saat, okay guys?
Okay.
You give me 5 items that you can use for mage.
Mage.
7.
Now start.
Yeah. 6.
Genius 1, Glowing 1, Blood Wings,
3,
Holy Crystal,
2,
and Clock of Destiny.
Wow! Wow, you're nervous ah? Yes. Why like not nervous only?
Still nervous.
Very impressed. I also impressed. Baru nak suruh dia out. Alright, thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you. I rasa 7 saat tu lama sangat tu guys. Lama kan? 2 saat jangan nanti orang cakap I jahat. Alright, 5. Alright, so our next contender, please come up on stage. Okay, 5 saat 5 saat. Janganlah 2. Unlimited. Lagi lah cannot. Okay, hello.
Hi.
Wish, energetic. I like. What's your name?
Daniel.
Daniel. Okay, Daniel. Woo! Wow! Hari ni Daniel datang untuk sokong pasukan mana?
RSG.
RSG.
Sorry. Saja main-main. RG.
Dia punya Tai Chi game pandai. I rasa dia macam dia dengan Sid kan ada relationship. Pandai Tai Chi. Pandai gula-gulakan orang. Okay, Daniel. Dalam
Spell lah, 10 second lah.
Oh, mana boleh? Dia nak request pula. Tak boleh. Dalam 5 saat, bagi saya 5 item sesuai untuk marksman.
Oh,
5.
Wind Talker bersuka Black Fury.
2. 1.
Pressure. Main tipu, pressure.
Pandai. Okay, so korang nak tengok ulti mana?
Fanny.
Asal dia yang request ni? Dia yang request. Korang nak tengok ulti apa?
Kat hitam mana boleh, air tak ada air.
Tak ada air, betul.
Tak ada air.
Bennett.
Weh, jauh kan nak slash.
Okay, Bennett. Alright, count with me. 1, 2, 3, Bennett. Why? Lepas tak? Dia almost ulti I. Nasib baik tak ada petrify. Alright, our last contender, please come up on stage. Uish, dari depan. Wow. Hello. Okay, what's your name?
Amirul, but can call Lizon.
Zon, okay. So, hari ni datang untuk sokong pasukan mana?
Zon only. Saya minat Zon je.
Okay. Alright. So, Diorang marah. Okay, hari ni dia datang untuk sokong Zon sahaja. Zon only not the team Zon sahaja. Alright, since macam tu, I nak bagi susah sikit. Betul tak? Susah sikit. Dalam 4 saat, bagi saya semua pemain untuk RSG Slate MY.
Ripo, Izanami, Lesia,
2, 1. Sorry dah bang. Tak apa. You're not done.
Okay, belum lagi.
Belum lagi. Since tak dapat jawab, nak tengok pose apa? I tengah fikir juga sebab Zon kan? Cho. Okay, tapi I tak nak Cho punya ult je. I nak combo, ada flick. You kan suka Zon. Zon kan pandai buat TikTok moments. Sekarang masa untuk freestyle. Freestyle Cho. Kalau boleh, kita ada emote kat atas kepala dia. Okay, ready? 3, 2, 1. Apa ni? Sekali lagi. Ada flick. Okay. Lepas tak? Tak lepas. Sekali lagi. One last time. Flicker. Lompat je. Lepas tu sepak. Jangan sepak Ros. Lepas. Alright. Terima kasih. Oh my goodness. Okay, kita bagi audience hype sikit. Sebelum match game ketiga kan? Betul tak? Stadium Juara, are you ready for the third game? Siapa akan menang? RSG Slate? Red Giants? Oh my goodness. And with that, casters, oh my god, do your best and make this last game the most exciting one. Casters, take it away.
You know, Gideon, I wasn't aware that Bruce Lee was in attendance. Yeah, that was some pretty good moves up on stage.
Yo, man, I don't know. The kicking was definitely on point. Other than that, I think the Shunpo was by far the greatest one.
That's true. Just casually Shunpoing around. Moving so fast, it appeared slow.
Yes, that's true. We have to increase the number of frames for you guys just to make sure that you caught the action at the right time. But the action isn't done yet between these two teams. RSG and as well as the Red Giants still neck and neck. They haven't won the series yet. And honestly, it feels a little bit of it's a bit of a downer for the side of RSG. They weren't able to kind of come back from any kind of deficit, and more importantly so, they really need these points.
Yeah, being able to get those 3 points from a 2-0 victory would have been huge for RSG Slate MY. But now, the best that they can do is settle for 2 because they really cannot afford to lose this against Red Giants Esports or risk dropping into that dreaded bottom 2 position.
Yeah, and I think, overall, the draft has been rather interesting from both sides, and I think, the priorities could be a little bit tweaked here and there. I'm trusting that both Azoroveki and Kuja are going to be coming up with their best because it feels like at the end of the day, if you can't win from behind, therefore it comes down to the draft. It's really a battle between Azoroveki as well as Kuja.
Yeah, the draft. Such an important part of the game nowadays, especially considering the momentum that is required by both of these teams to achieve their win conditions. We've already gotten to see the drafts in the first couple of games, so I think a couple of heroes have definitely stood out at this point. Kaja, Valentina, Eve, as well as the Lapu Lapu.
Yeah, all of them have been pretty devastating. I feel like Gojas has been following up on a lot of these picks, and more importantly, just zoning out people like Izanami and threatening his position time and time again. Really nicely done coming in from him, but Zach QT, 86,000 damage overall. We're not even touching SYF. We know he did a good job.
Yep. SYF just had so much free space that game, and that's the ideal for him. If you're able to set up these situations, especially on a hero like the Melissa, it's just free damage being output all the time. Unfortunately, RSG Slate MY didn't have enough of a lead to be able to threaten the Melissa in the backline, even when they had heroes like the Lancelot and the Masha. So, going into game number 3, that is going to need to change. Make sure you guys don't miss out on the action. If you gotta go grab a snack, gotta go to the bathroom, make sure you do it now because the draft has just commenced between RSG Slate MY and Red Giants Esports.
All right, let's see what they're gonna go for here because RSG, despite losing game number 2, have decided to stick to the blue side, which again, very interesting how teams have kind of adapted. I wouldn't say adapted, but evolved slowly from everybody wanting to be on red side and then realizing the formula, everybody starts jumping towards blue side now.
What does concern me is that Arlet is such a powerful hero, the first pick on the blue side, and the fact that they're just banning him out straight away. Can Rippo just not play the hero?
I don't think that's the case. I feel like there are bigger issues, and Rippo is the one who's willing to make the sacrifice. I'm willing to say that RSG is probably going to be focusing a little bit more around Link Aza and Loliels, right? Lexia, it depends on what he gets, but once again, you're seeing it. The Fredrin gets banned out for the side of RSG. It's a rinse and repeat all over again.
So Kaja probably will need to go at this point in the game because if it is allowed to go too far, then it's very easy for RSG Slate to first pick that. But another hero that they may want to force Red Giants into picking between is that Wanwan. So far, we know that Loliels is pretty good with this type of hero, and with that first pick option, they could just let it through.
I suppose, but then again, considering the pattern so far, I don't see anything really changing for either side. I feel like it's going to be a rinse and repeat of either game number 1 or game number 2. The drafts have not altered that much.
Well, hopefully we do see some altering right here, because if they just stick to the guns and go for the same sort of style, I feel like it's just going to end up in a 50-50 again, and I don't really feel like that's going to be good enough at this stage of the game. The Joy going to be the final ban, so I do think that RSG are trying to force out they're going to be making Red Giants choose between Wanwan or Kaja.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. I think RSG is still going to ban out Wanwan though. Like, I'm fairly confident about this.
What are the chances they leave it open, though? Like, just open up the draft entirely.
Open up the draft. What else are you going to be giving over? I mean, there is an option. Oh, there is an option for farmers, and I don't think that's not too bad. But both sides haven't picked it up at all. So that's why I'm a little confused, right? Again, there are many different types of picks that could have been circulated in the pool. Half the time, they're not even selected.
I guess it does come down to the fact that both these teams do still rely a little bit on comfort picks.
Okay, so this is a bit of an adaptation.
They are opening up the draft, and RSG are going to prioritize Kaja. This is going to be a 1-1 from Red Giants. RSG seem to be prepared to deal with this.
Yeah, let's not forget that Harith is still an optional pick for Lolios. And Harith against the Wanwan honestly isn't too bad. As soon as you pop that Zaman Force, when Wanwan is trying to get behind you to get that last weakness point, you can actually reposition yourself. So it all comes down to whether or not Wanwan actually lands the first ability on connection as it hits you and on the pullback.
This is pretty interesting right now. The Divine Judgment going to need to be respected. The Valentina is still open for ZQT, so he can use that to steal away the ultimate as well. Right now, what else are they going to prioritize now that Fred and Martis are out of the pool?
Lancelot. Oh, Farmis. Okay, yeah.
There it is.
I was mentioning earlier that a lot of heroes didn't get selected, but Farmis finally gets selected here. So we now know for a fact that Red Giants, they're playing for a team composition that's designed around team fighting as much as they can.
What is going to be the decision-making coming out of RSG Slate now that they are aware of this information? Going for a mage hero that has a lot of AoE is probably going to be pretty good. Something like the Eve is still open for RSG. Otherwise, they could force out Cult Altars early with a hero like the Kadita or the Farsa. I think these are pretty solid options as of right now.
Better yet, since Ripple has been playing some of the weirder stuff, he played Masha, he played Lapu Lapu so far. What if he plays Yin just to make sure that Farmis is never going to be able to get that ult off effectively?
Take a page out of Red Giant's book, huh?
Yeah.
I feel like that's a bit too risky, but not impossible. For now, RSG gonna be sticking with the safe pick, gonna be going for that late game scaling, which is their comfort zone, handing over the Lunox and the Melissa.
Okay, please, just lock in the Yuzong while you still can. I mean, we're seeing the game 1 draft all over again for the side of RSG, right? It's pretty much almost 1-to-1.
The Yuzong. Would Yuzong be a smart choice in this situation? I feel like he would be very easily disabled by the Divine Judgment, and his combo can be disrupted by both Melissa and Lunox. Personally, I'm not a big fan of it, but the Lolita gonna be coming out from the side of Red Giants Esports. I think this is pretty good.
Overall, I think this is a little bit more flexible. I guess they still want Gorgeous to actually have a good time so he doesn't get counterpicked in lane, but I don't know. Maybe it's personal preference for me, but I do think that Yuzong, at the very least, can bait out, almost guarantee spells from the side of RSG because he's so good at forcing the situation. Lolita kind of in that same realm, but is very dependent on the flicker.
I think the Lolita pick here is not just to create better opportunities for Red Giants Esports, but also to deny it from being taken away by RSG Slate, since it's a pretty good counter towards the Cult Altar. As for the EXP lane position, I do think that Red Giants might still be focusing a little bit more towards picking up something like the Lapu Lapu. Gorgeous is very comfortable with it, but this obvious ban,
just to make sure that, you know, Wanwan doesn't get countered out.
Yeah, I do think that if they have access to either Lapu or even Yuzong, both kind of do the exact same thing in this position just to threaten the Melissa overall. I'm curious to see what RSG wants to put as a jungler. I'm guessing they still want tank a lot. I'm guessing that they also need to start considering how the shape of the team fight needs to look like, but RSG are going to be on the forefront here. The fact that they've already seen Go just play the Yuzong before, they know it's in his hero pool, might as well just ban it out.
Yuzong makes sense here. I feel like they're probably going to want to ban out the Lapu Lapu this time just to try and deny as much from the EXP lane as possible, but you never really know. As for Link as a jungle pick, I'm not too sure. I feel like Tanks-a-Lot is still a pretty safe choice at this point, but I don't feel like it's going to threaten enough of the backline, and I really like the Akai ban just to remove AoE and allow for Link Eza to just cause a lot of havoc.
Yeah, I like that ban too, but then I'm thinking like, oh boy, does that mean that Rippo's gonna play Masha all over again to try and get on top of, like, at least for the Wanwan, put her at some critical condition?
I don't know. This is kind of a tricky position right now. Wanwan is such a hard hero in order to lock down. I'm trying to scroll through all the EXP lane options, but no one that has been regularly picked up at this point has enough hard CC to be able to disable SYF.
Yeah, I mean, he saw Wanwan. She has a natural purify. There's literally nothing you can do about it unless somebody else baits it out. There we go, the Lapu Lapu ban like we expected. Let's see where the Red Giants are going to put their money in here in this pick.
Now, Gorgeous does like playing a lot of Hilda. That is an
Oh, that is true. That is true. But then what would be thinking about it. We see the Lancelot get picked up by the side of the Red Giants. We should expect to see a potential Hilda coming off of the side of the Red Giants as well. So RSG, unless Ripple's the one who's like, no, I'm gonna take it first.
It would be pretty funny. I don't know. We've not seen Ripple play a hero like Hilda just yet, but I wouldn't put it past him, that's for sure.
More so, I think this is the first time I've seen this many EXP lane bans.
Yep. Both these teams recognize just how important it is to win out that EXP lane because they're both early game teams that want to scale up, that want to create space, and the EXP laner has such an important role to be able to achieve that.
You know what? Just take the Grok, Ripple. Just take the Grok.
Grok, huh?
Why not? Because what else do you really care about? If Hilda gets into lane, it's not like she can bully you out of it. Ooh, Karina is really good here now that I think about it. Especially against the 1-1 Khalid. Is that why RSG was banning it out earlier?
Because it's something that Rippo himself would play? I mean, it does guarantee a lot of early lane dominance unless it's on a hero like the Masha that has a lot of HP to be able to deal with it. I do like the Karina pick. This is one of the classic Link as heroes, and there are squishy heroes on the opposite side that they could bounce the ultimate off of.
Yeah, I do hope that Izanami just doesn't. I pray that he doesn't take the dire hit roam blessing later on into the game. He needs to have max items as quickly as possible, especially since you're up against a Farmers. And honestly, it's difficult to catch him already, considering that the team is going to be grouped up for as long as possible. So Lexia already has a difficult job, not to mention that Izanami needs the skill and can't afford to fall behind. There we go, the Hilda gets locked in for Gojes.
Gonna be going back to that comfort pick right there. One of the better heroes to deal with someone like Khalid, because we know that most EXP laners are not going to be able to survive his damage. And even now, I wonder if Hilda will be able to put up that fight. As of now, though, this is going to be game 3. Both teams have completed their lineups, and we will find out which one of them will come out victorious once we re-enter the Land of Dawn.
Yep, looking at the graph so far, the kill pressure for the side of RSG is really, really high, but that's all about they have, other than the late game, with the help of Izanami. But Red Giants, look at their composition as well. Their team fights just 0.2 off from RSG, but they've got all the utility, all the pickup, all the push, and most importantly, the early to mid game.
Early to mid-game stats, so important in this matchup specifically. Will Red Giants be able to live up to the predictions of the AMI? We will find out, because this is going to be the final game of Week 4, Day 2. Which of these two lineups is going to be making the final slash today? As Zorn already getting hooked out heavily here.
Again, RSG with the 3-man into mid and then rotating down to that bottom side. Even Gojes actually decides to come up here to say hi.
He's just gonna say, if you're gonna try and clear out the mid lane as fast as possible, I'm going to be here to make sure that you are not going to be able to turn that aggression into something else, even if it does result in losing out a bit of EXP.
Yeah, let's see how this is going to play out, because now it's 2v2 down on the EXP lane.
Gojes gonna be doing a good job here. The thing about Rippo jumping in onto Zac QT doesn't quite have his Desert Tornado right now, so we'll be fine.
Yeah, and this is great, especially for Rippo. Like, he was definitely nervous against Gojes, especially at level 1, but as soon as he hits level 2, now he can sustain through the lane, now he can maintain control.
Zorn looking for the stun, even pops an emote there, true to his name. They want to win out this lane for SYF.
More importantly, RSG Slate want to break out of this lane freeze.
Lexia up here, Zorn already providing vision over to his 1-1 as Sky is going to be challenging Izanami right now. He was able to take one camp away from Link Eza, but the Karina farms pretty fast. He uses his retreat to get the gold crab.
All right, fair enough. Both sides still going back and forth. We haven't seen first blood just yet. More importantly, 17 more seconds until we see the very first neutral objective spawn, and Rippo and Gojes still going at it, with Gojes actually having a bit of an advantage, making sure that Rippo can't confidently walk up into lane.
Speaking of walking up into lane, Zorn going to be providing some defense for SYF right now, just tanking hits from Lolias, not quite able to get the projectile out. A 2v2 in the gold lane once again. Meanwhile, Turtle spawning on the opposite side.
Yep, now they're forcing priority down on bottom side. ZachQT hasn't hit that level 4, so Red Giants are going to do this nice and slow, and hopefully the supports are going to get here in time. Gojes, really deep flank here.
Yeah, do they remember that he's there? They literally saw him walk in that direction. Not sure if they're aware. He's still waiting. For now, Skies, I think he's going to try and reset this if possible, taking a lot of damage from the Khalid. Meanwhile, Zorn can be targeted down by the Brilliance, force the Flicker away, just barely surviving. Here comes the Raging Sandstorm, but the Cult Altar comes out to keep Red Giants Esports alive. Meanwhile, Rippo really low, but he's alive thanks to the Quicksand Guard. And now Gojes is in a lot of danger. He gets picked up alongside Skies, but Rippo on the tiniest sliver of HP.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. All this because of the man advantage created by RSG Slate MY. ZachQT. ZachQT!
Oh my goodness, is Anami with the kill onto the enemy mid lane.
Oh, you hate to see it. You absolutely hate to see it. Now, this is a lead that RSG Slate and MY can actually work with. And now, I'm not too confident about it, but I feel like the game is going to play itself.
Yeah, this is actually really bad for Red Giants Esports because Izanami, when he gets farmed on Lunox, is terrifying, and he usually should not be getting kills in the early game, and he is 2-0 3 minutes in. This is ideal for RSG Slate.
I would like to believe it is ideal, but then again, you know, Red Giants with the momentum they actually pulled off in game number 2 might carry over to game number 3. Top side looking very heavily populated.
Sky's gonna be targeted here. Lexia gonna be focused in return. That Judgment, really nice movement right now, but SYF still able to walk away. Numenum Blast gonna miss entirely as Link Eza walks out.
Wow, very smart idea coming in from Lexia. Walking in like that, trying to give that free kill over towards SYF just to lock him down with a Divine Judgment.
Izanami gonna be pulled back by the Shadow Stampede. Skies, I don't think he did have his ultimate, but he's gonna choose not to dive too far for it here. He can't afford to give another kill to the Lunox.
Yeah, and more importantly, Izanami still has Brilliance, and he hasn't popped it just yet.
Zorn and ZachQT now 2v2, but Loliels is nearby. They need to avoid the Divine Judgment. Luckily for them, still on cooldown.
Slow pace so far, 5 seconds until the next neutral objective, and RSG's lead doesn't seem to be getting any bigger. Sky's actually same level as Link Eza, 4 now. Retribution coming back up in 4 more seconds, but unfortunately for Lexia, he doesn't actually have his Flicker, so this might be a moment that Zorn might make the difference with the Numenor Blast and Flicker.
He does have his Divine Judgment back though, so that's where Red Giants Esports has to be careful. I think especially Skies, right now, he's actually more important than SYF in order to secure this neutral objective. Zorn gonna be scamping out. Link Eza keeping the turtle on their side. He sees Zorn, Zorn goes for the stun, not able to get it. Link Eza secures the turtle, Cult Altar comes out, Numenor Blast on 3 members, but Red Giants Esports not able to collapse fast enough. Gojes gonna be able to finish off the Karina, gets the kill onto Link Eza.
What a fat angle coming in from Zorn here. This is great for them. It's all good.
SYF, he popped his Purify too early. Divine Judgment will land. Loliels secures the kill.
Come on, the timing of that. I was going to compliment the Red Giants, man. All right, despite already losing SYF here, and that means that he's going to start falling behind compared to Loliels, who's going to get so much gold off of this top side. Zorn's going to deny him for the time being, but Skies, he's not going to commit for this, right? Okay, good. The fact that he's not going to commit to this, keep your eyes on the people who scale. Izanami in this particular case, and more importantly, SYF on the side of Red Giants. As much as ZachQT can do damage, it's very conditional.
But ZachQT will need to wait for a few more items before he's able to really contribute in terms of DPS, which means that RSG Slate still have the lead here in the early game. Link Eza able to just dive in and take buffs away from Skies.
Yeah, Link Eza is in his comfort zone now, especially on a Karina. All you just gotta do is power farm and make sure that you can take out the right targets. Loliels will be getting that Demon Hunter sword, and man, Rippo's falling behind.
But I don't think RSG Slate MY mind that too much, because as long as he's here, he's forcing Gojes to match him in lane, and that's actually allowing space for both Loliels and Izanami to pick up more of their items.
Yeah, now bottom side, well, it's same as always. Oh, wait.
Raging Sandstorm, the setup for Izanami. Darkening doing a lot of damage to the Hilda. Gojes able to regen for now as Flicker forward by both members in order to finish him off. Loliels gets a free tier 1 up top too.
Well, let's see how worth it that's going to be. 2 flickers coming out for just 1 guy, and especially with Gojes, he flickered himself, so it's a 2-for-1 in favor of him despite him dying here. Rippo is not going to scale, so giving him the kill is kind of interesting, but more importantly, so RSG Slate will have first position on this turtle. Red Giants looking to kind of just clear up that top side before collapsing on it.
Something that worries me is Red Giants Esports may be a little bit too reliant on team fight pressure here with support like Lolita as well as Faramis. You can see they're losing out a lot in terms of macro control.
Yeah, it feels like RSG Slate is slowly increasing the tempo, and Red Giants struggling, I wouldn't say struggling to keep up, but we've seen this story before.
Uh-oh, Zorn out of position, getting pulled back by Divine Judgment, forcing the flicker out to make sure he's not feeding another kill into the Lunons.
I think that's well worth it for RSG.
SYF is trying to force this right now, not able to get the last weakness point, but Zorn gonna force the flicker from Lexia. ZachQt just a bit too slow with that Shadow Stampede.
He didn't have his lightning bombs to dash over the wall, so he had to flicker. That's really unfortunate because Lexia already blew the flicker from Zorn, and now he has to blow his own flicker, so it basically just nullifies each other.
Do they even know how close they are to one another right now? There's so much damage coming out, but the Numenon Blast up to 3 members. Once again, Gojas jumps in, picks up Lolios, takes down Izanami. Lexia can do nothing about this. Lengeza, he wants to get some revenge kill. SYF is able to recall in time as the concealed play from Zorn will keep him and ZachQt alive. Gojas, not sure if he wants to be here right now. Pulled back with the Divine Judgment. Meanwhile, Raging Sandstorm will force ZachQt to flicker away to safety.
Why did Lengeza ult Gojas there? I thought he was going to go for a reset or something on top of Zorn and then get back onto Gojas, or maybe look for some of the lower members in that fight, but hey, they're both struggling to keep this lead.
Yep. Meanwhile, SYF, he has returned to the lane. Lengeza, he obviously wants to target the 1-1, but doesn't quite have enough pressure yet to be able to do so. So that's going to allow space for Skies to get the tier 1 up top.
Yeah, but now the tier 1 that has fallen, the gold lead is significantly dropped. Now, Izanami, he does get his Lightning Trundle, which is a really big buy.
Lexia, concealed play. He has Divine Judgment. Skies, really nice eye-framing, but he's going to dash right through Izanami. I don't think he's getting out of this one. Still doing a good job, forcing the ultimate from Lolios to finally finish him off.
Disrespecting the space so far, but that means that Red Giants will make the play on bot side.
Rippo in danger. ZachQt and Zorn zoning him off of SYF. A free tower in their favor, especially here is important since the Lord is coming up bot side. Gojas forcing Lolios back, nearly taking him out, even flickering away to make sure he's not caught out by Izanami. As now Zorn gonna be stunning Rippo. Lengeza working the Lord down, 50% HP right now for all members here in the mid side of the river. Raging Sandstorm comes in, backwards, catches out ZachQt. Zorn gets the Lord, he steals it away. Rippo with the quicksand guard, not gonna survive thanks to the stun coming out from Zorn as Lolita secures the Lord for Red Giants.
No way! How does Lolita get that? There's no real world. Skies didn't even have to use his retribution, and now he gets to walk around for free.
That's just huge right there. Zorn, you can be sure that he's going to be taunting them the next time he sees them because that is massive. A huge mistake by Lengeza and a really nice Numenon Blast to turn the fight around with 1 kill in their favor means that Red Giants Esports regaining the driver's seat.
It looks like Zorn is trying out for Homeboys at this point with that steal, but now with the Lord pushing on their side. Whoa, yo!
Hurts from Loli. Oh, Lolios, where did his health go? ZachQt, he has damage. The Melissa is dead instantly, and so is the mid tier 2. Make that the top tier 2 as well with a massive wave pushing for Red Giants.
It looks like RSG Slate are crumbling here. Their mental is going down. They're starting to lose focus. They're falling asleep at the chair, on the chairs. RSG, what's happening to them?
I just want to know what ZachQt's build is. That's so much DPS onto the Melissa. And now Red Giants still maintaining the pressure here. Not going to allow RSG Slate to walk out of their base.
Yeah, but they have to just hold them hostage, right? Red Giants now swinging the tide in terms of gold to 3.4k under their belt. And now that the First Lord is going to be coming up, they've got 6 towers compared to RSG Slate, who only has 1. Major map control for the side of the Red Giants Esports. I think that RSG Slate will struggle to get out of their... Oh, do they know that Lancelot... Oh, it's a bait. It's a bait. They're walking up here.
Gojas will be able to scout out the movement, but Red Giants aren't going to full invest on this right now. They're going to challenge the purple buff, which Skies will secure with his retribution. Meanwhile, Zorn looking for the setup, but a good retreat by RSG Slate.
Yep, just have to hold them hostage here, making sure that all the buffs fall into their hands. Red Giants can continue to keep this up for as long as they want to, but more importantly, they need to start setting up these waves. In about 50 seconds, we will see the First Lord come out, and it, well... should be Luminous at this point. I think Red Giants are going to take it nice and slow.
RSG Slate are pushing out though. They do still have the tools to be able to pick off a couple members of Red Giants Esports if their positioning is not clear. But Gojas provides a really good secondary tank position in order to open up the map without needing Zorn's presence.
Yep, and let's look at the Lord push advantage they were able to get off of that. 4,000 in total with 6,000 EXP. Okay, not bad. Pretty good push coming in for the Red Giants overall. Now RSG Slate, how do they bring this back? Okay, how do they honestly bring this back? Because no matter what they do, it feels like there is an appropriate amount of ultimates that are that Red Giants can actually utilize to escape.
Well, they were trying to do something to bring this back here with the combination of Izanami and Lexia. That would kill most members of Red Giants, but they see Skies, they see the immortality, they know, yeah, we're not going to get the kill here. Ideally, they get a pick off before the next team fight, but it's going to be hard. They ideally want to find SYF, but he's got so much defensive utility with his teammates.
You know what? I think RSG Slate should target Zach QT, force out Cole Altar as early as possible, but maybe Izanami tries for a Ruby DD combo onto SYF?
It's tricky, but not impossible. Except Red Giants Esports, their positioning this game has been clean. They're definitely comfortable with the lineup that they've been given.
Oh no, Red Giant. Oh, that's so smart. Red Giants, they've got 3 pushing waves here. RSG Slate, there's no point for them to walk up. Linkeza either has to try to steal this, because Red Giants are going to hold them hostage.
That's actually a really nice flow push down in the bottom lane as well. It's going to force someone to go back and defend this, because once that next wave collides, yeah, it's pretty dangerous. Alexia, he finds SYF, but the Cold Altar comes out right into the Raging Sandstorm. There's a lot of damage coming out from Melissa. Oh! The first one picked off as SYF is caught out by Izanami. Red Giants looking for the revenge, so they'll find Olios on the opposite side. Look at the bottom lane. RG Slate, they have to go and defend this. Otherwise, they're going to lose an inhibitor straight away, which means that Link Eza, he is by himself. He has been abandoned. The best he can do is try to escape. The inhibitor has already fallen to the massive 3-wave from Red Giants Esports. And Skies should be able to work on this Lord pretty easily. Izanami, he's waiting for his opportunity, but Zorn will scout him out right now. SYF still down for the count. As Izanami, he's caught out. Brilliance will pop. Sky still looking for him. He manages to dodge the Numenon Blast as well, as now Ribbo is on top of Zorn. Link Eza still alive. Izanami finally picked off by Skies. Not nearby, which means Izanami gets the Lord in exchange for his life. Ribbo gets the shutdown onto Zach QT just to end things off.
What is this game? What is going on here? People are turning around. All of a sudden, Skies wants to get this kill onto Izanami. The Ruby DD combo takes out SYF prior to that. And without the Lord, let's see how Red Giants is going to siege them.
Yeah, I don't think they should force this right now. The defense is so strong with a hero like Melissa. Skies may have made a mistake there trying to go for the kill onto Izanami. Yes, he's worth a good amount of gold, but the Lord is more important at this stage.
Yep, and now that is pushing back. You know, Red Giants are expected to lose a couple of turrets here, but at the end of the day, nothing too significant. I'm guessing that RSG Slate will be able to, you know, mitigate the amount of gold achieved by Red Giants by 2K to close out that deficit, I would assume.
You'll see, Lexia being able to catch out SYF in that last fight was huge. Let's see if he can replicate it again. Concealed play coming out. They're looking to engage onto Red Giants Esports and get as much as they can out of this Lord. Skies, he could be out of position here. He's able to dash away just in time to flicker forward. Divine Judgment onto Zach QT, but Cold Altar comes out anyway. Raging Sandstorm locking down the Paramis. They get the kill. Meanwhile, SYF, Wei is 1 versus 4. RG Slate gonna be charging him straight down. Meanwhile, a lot of damage still being taken as Red Giants Esports are being pushed back. Zorn gets picked off by the final hit. He has immortality, so he'll come back. Gorgeous with the killing spree. He's able to finish off Lexia and survive through all of it, flickering back into his base.
It's Izanami. That's the difference here. Izanami making it work right now.
Skies is going to go for the lane clear here. He has to be careful. Izanami does a lot of DPS, but he's able to do so successfully. Zach QT now, he's going to look for the re-engage with Gojes, but not gonna risk it.
Yep, it's exactly as I called it. 2K deficit here. Now from previously 4,000 What a messy fight this has been. This game has been from macro perfection from game 1 to game 2 when you're snowballing with the lead to what the hell is going on here in game number 3.
It does feel like we are watching a bit of sumo wrestling because they are just running their bodies at one another considering how tanky some of these players are, and SYF is unfortunately just being squished in between like a ham sandwich. This 1-1 positioning needs to be cleaner.
Yeah, honestly, I can't really blame SYF because unfortunately, Lolios is getting the exact same treatment. It doesn't matter who it's from. These teams are basically twin brothers at this point.
Ooh, this is pretty scary right now. Still a 3K net worth lead for Red Giants Esports, but RSG Slate looking in a much more comfortable position now. A lot of defensive itemization as well to make sure their heroes aren't easily caught out.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's going to happen all over again, right? Everybody's got their battle spells, except for Gojas. Half the time, it doesn't really matter whether Gojas actually has the flicker or not, unless he's running away or looking to finish off a kill. But most of the time, he's either conveniently there or RSG Slate are just handing it to him.
Well, speaking of handing it over, that's exactly what RSG Slate wants to avoid right now with this Lord. This could be the end game condition for either of these teams if they're able to win a team fight alongside it. You can see that while the waves are still pushing for Red Giants, it's going to be a lot more manageable for now.
They got to manipulate these waves. Top side is at a slow push. Bottom side is naturally pushing, but Rippo doesn't want to go up to it because 3 members from the side of Red Giants have not shown themselves with only Sky and Go just giving off that free info.
It's kind of an interesting position they're in, looking to see if they can catch anyone mid-rotation. Lexia, he's got his eyes on SYF. Concealed play comes out. He does have the flicker. He's not going to risk it for now. Meanwhile, the engage comes back for Red Giants Esports. They're able to force out some defensive CDs, but RSG Slate NY come out mostly unscathed. Link Eza now going to be focused by Gojas. Again, not a lot of damage happening here from both of these tanky heroes.
The worst part is that Link Eza is just going to heal back up with Sky Guardian's helmet, so does it really matter? Honestly, no. But top side is getting pushed in by the Red Giants naturally. Izanami is going to match it so far, but Lexia trying to go for a flank angle here. Is it worth it?
The top lane is a bit too close in order to really force anyone out of position right now. Lord starting to drop. Link Eza still in position. Red Giants Esports, they see Rippo as well. They have information about the positioning of a lot of RSG Slate. Is it worth risking this right now? Is it better to reset it? Link Eza probably not going to allow them to do so as SYF, he's going for the split push. They're sending him away. They're going to delay this Lord for as long as possible. They're even making sure Zorn is in between so that if he does get caught out, there is some safety there. This is a slow one.
I think Red Giants, they need to reset this. Just reset this right now, wait until the next wave crashes, and then they have more than enough minions to actually make it happen. No, he's walking up. They're going to do it. Here we go. Here we go.
Force it out right now. They're going to stop RSG Slate from retreating as much as possible, but the positioning making that very difficult to do. SYF, he's cold. It's time to back off, but Link Eza going to be the next target, doing a lot of damage. Izanami comes in. Brilliant's going to force out the Cold Altar as Zorn gets the stun onto Lolios in the back line. Is it enough, though, to go away, cutting off their escape? But Lolios is the one who's caught out. Mega kill going the Red Giants Esports.
A genius move from the Red Giants. They utilized the fact that they were attempting that backdoor, showed themselves for half a second. RSG are forced to back away, and then Lolios is caught out of position while Zorn blocks all of the shots with the Guardian's Bulwark.
Zorn's positioning was excellent there. He wasn't the initiator. He left at the Gojas. His goal this game, find Lolios and make sure he doesn't DPS his team.
All right, now the second hardest part of this game. Coin flipping the Lord, but this time it's way easier for the Red Giants, especially since Wanwan is nearby. They could attempt to do it all over again.
Link Eza is going to be dealing some poke damage. Banana Blast comes out, going to miss entirely as the Lord going to knock up a lot of Red Giants Esports, including Zach Cutie, who is instantly taken out. With the Trunkian, going to be forced out by Link Eza as Goja is still continuing to zone out the backline. Link Eza going to be able to walk away for now, and he's able to dash out of position. Goja wants to force out the immortality, but they're not able to do so. Zorn is taking a lot of DPS.
Oh no!
Able to finish off his immortality, and Zorn now out of position. He's going to be sacrificed
away.
No! Slate MY. Red Giants Esports have to reset their positioning.
Mid-wave is huge. RSG are going to push that out, but now it's even more likely. Izanami does have the Blood Wings on his side. They should be able to get this with no issues whatsoever.
Yeah, look at how quickly they force it down. RSG Slate MY instantly reverse the positions. by taking advantage of Red Giant's aggression. And now the Lord is in their pocket.
How did this turn out so badly for the Red Giants? They come up with a genius move. Next thing you know, they're chasing down their opponents. They're cutting the tethers off. Lolios is dead, and they lose 4v5, giving enough time for Lolios to actually revive and get back into the middle of that fight. Nobody died from the side of RSG Slate MY. I'm surprised.
This is just a ridiculous game we are watching right now between these two teams where the mirroring is very evident and there's a lot of respect being given, but it's also resulting in a lot of mistakes and safe plays where something needs to be forced out. And RSG Slate now threatening the base.
Yeah, both sides really don't want to lose this, and the Lord is strong right now. It is so very strong.
22 minutes in. This Lord going to do some damage. They will lose the top inhibitor for sure. They need to avoid losing too many more structures with this, but do they have good defensive heroes? SYF going to be focusing on the Lord. Meanwhile, the mid inhibitor needs to be defended. They're going to pull people back. Divine Judgment onto Zach. Cutie catches him out. Killing spree.
Oh!
Nami, as the tower will be broken down. Sky's jumping in, but Lolios will be able to deny all of it with the damage. He is doing so much DPS to Red Giants Esports right now. Currently 3 members only surviving for Red Giants. Goja's doing his best. Sky's doing his best, but they will both fall to the pressure of RSG Slate, who turns things around and secure victory in Game 3.
RSG finally break out of their losing streak this time. Getting that win. It's Rippo, baby. You know what he's like when he wins. He's got to show face. More importantly, he's just got to show some swag.
The kingdom of emotes has fallen to the king of taunting himself as RSG Slate MY regain their momentum and secure the victory that they were desperately looking for to inch ever forward in the MPL Season 11 rankings.
Oh my goodness, what a game that was. Both sides not giving an inch to each other, coming up with more innovative plays to match up in the map. And even so, the king of taunting himself still is willing to show sportsmanship.
Yeah, sportsmanship being demonstrated on stage after, honestly, after a match like that, these are no longer rivals. These are basically brothers in arms going at war on the battlefield. And although RSG Slate were the ones who came out victorious today, the results really could have gone either way.
They're basically the same team at this point. They all have different picks of their own, but at the end of the day, they're basically the same person.
Competition really is ramping up here in MPL MY, and you can tell that the players are constantly growing, constantly evolving to adapt to what is needed to secure a top spot. So let's see what they have to say. Throwing it over to our host on stage.
Okay, everybody, RSG Slate said, dah, stop. It's my turn to shine. Tadi dorang cakap apa? Asyik korang makan telur je. Hari ni
kita sedekah telur.
Okay, Ripo, sebelum anything, I nak tanya one thing. Tadi, you heard Zon cakap, dia ialah satu player yang tak pernah miss pun satu season. Come on, man.
Betul lah, dia memang setiap season tak pernah miss lah.
You nak cakap apa dekat Zon?
Cakap apa dekat Zon? Sebab Zon dah masuk Red Giant kan. Yelah, dia cakap apa? Tadi dia cakap apa?
Nak menang. Dia masuk Red Giant sebab dia bagi tahu Becky nak menang.
Nak menang, tapi tadi kalah.
Today Ripo is in a good mood. Tu tak pedas lagi. Knowing Ripo, dia ada banyak lagi.
Tak apa, yang penting RSG ada Ripo.
Okay, so semalam dengan exactly the same lineup kan. Semalam we saw a disappointing loss untuk RSG Slate MY dengan Red Esports. Adakah ini revenge dengan warna merah?
Sebab semalam tu mungkin ada miscom ataupun salah play kita orang kan. So macam yelah mungkin baru line up tukar aroma kan. So macam nak biasakan diri dengan diorang tu yang ambil masa lah. So kita semalam kita briefing, kita reset semua. Lepas tu hari ni kita bantai Red Giant.
Wow, I like that. It's good though, diorang reset cepat. Dalam sehari, diorang boleh turn the tables and I think it means late game is still RSG's game.
Yes.
It's still RSG's game?
It's still, but maybe I want to change a little bit.
Oh, okay. Nak change tu apa?
the whole MPL is RSG game.
The whole MPL.
Whole MPL.
Okay. Setiap kali dia naik dah tukar. So I rasa the next time dia naik, I rasa ML pun dah untuk RSG lah.
Tapi ada satu.
Okay.
Sebab itu hari tak salah saya time tu ada buat dekat TikTok kan. Gojes kata dia nak bantai saya. Saya biasa-biasa je. Ni saya nak bagi tahu sikit lah. Kau menghadap Ripo bro. Hati-hati.
Hati-hati, alright. Dan so okay, Ripo dah okay. Cukup panas, I pun dah speechless. It's now time for the MVP of the match. Korang rasa siapa MVP of the match? Count with me, okay?
Hujah.
Woi, salah. Count with me. 3, 2, 1. Izanami! The Prince of Mage in Malaysia. Oh, wow. What do you have to say? Ni yang represent SEA Games, guys.
Walaupun MVP of the match, tapi agak kecewa di game kedua tu lah. Sebab ni lah, sebab Valentina tadi tak menjadi kan. Tapi dah apa, sebab saya still ada Lunox untuk menangkan MPL.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. RSG is in a different mood today and I like that. So, Izanami nak cakap apa dekat semua orang yang datang untuk nonton korang?
Kepada semua yang menonton ni, tak kisah fans mana-mana, fans Todak atau RSG, thank you lah sebab datang, sebab sokong tim-tim di MPL ni. Thank you so much lah.
Wow. Alright, sekarang masa untuk invite a lucky fan up on stage. Amirul. Tu pakai jersey RSG juga. Semua lucky fan hari ni pakai jersey tim dorang sokong. RSG bila nak dapat jersey? Besok. Okay. Hello.
Hello.
Dia punya happy lain macam.
Sangat happy.
Sangat happy.
Yep.
So, nak cakap apa dekat RSG?
Okay, saya nak ucapkan tahniah kepada semua player RSG untuk hari ini. Walaupun dah kecewa dalam 3 game, tapi untuk hari ini korang dah bangkit and ini is the best lah. Dan saya dah pernah cakap dekat Air, Lunox dia memang the best in the world.
Wow, best in the world.
Tapi lupa saya cakap yang hari ni kan, ketam masak gulai sedap lah. Tak, bukan. Maksudnya ketam merah, gulai warna kuning. So, boleh faham lah. It's okay, biar hamba yang penting cua. Boleh.
Ni belajar dari Ripo ni, I rasa.
Tak apa, it's okay. Boleh buat?
Alright. Thank you, Aste. I nak bagi dorang peluang untuk ambil gambar closer, boys. Alright everybody, dan kalau korang nak saksikan game-game yang menarik macam ni, jom datang ke Stadium Juara by scanning the QR code down below. And kalau korang ialah satu fan untuk naik pentas, korang akan dapat skin yang bernilai 899 diamond. Alright, thank you Amirul. Teruskan. You nak cakap apa kan? Teruskan. Itu dia! Alright, congratulations RSG. Congratulations RSG. Interview dengan Ripo tak pernah kecewa. Tak pernah disappointing. And now, mari kita dengar mic check dorang untuk game ketiga. Nak tengok Ripo hype macam ni tak dalam game?
Jadi orang main tak apa. Vicky tarik kepala dia bawa balik rumah. Bantai.
Let's go.
Bantai.
Aku tak ada burst ya. Kamu main ni.
Boleh deh.
Boleh mati.
Tu. Let's go. Nice.
Hilda dulu.
Nice. Bantai dia nak.
Bantai dia pun dulu boleh.
Ni.
Boleh ni. Bantai dulu ni.
Boleh.
Nice.
Apa Farami boleh tak?
Boleh.
Tu.
Boleh.
Apa si Farami dia ni yang kacau ni?
Boleh.
Dapat. Tengok aku.
Mati. Nice. Mati. Masih boleh guys. Aku masih boleh. Kita tengah gerak ya. Masih boleh. Aku kuat. Kuat ni. Kamu fokus je objektif.
Lo masuk ni boleh.
Tengok aku.
Maju je.
Boleh.
Tahu.
Mantap.
A hard-fought victory here today for RSG Slate MY, but they have regained their momentum and are looking to secure greater heights here in MPL MY Season 11. What a series to end the day with.
Honestly, it was a really interesting series. Again, both sides, the two two same sides of a single coin, honestly. They basically play the same, they have the same ideas, the late game, very, very interesting macro movements overall, and I think, you know, an overall great viewing experience, but that game 3, so dirty, so messy, both sides refusing to give an inch of ground.
Yeah, it did really seem like it could have gone either way, all the way until the last few moments when a small mistake cost Red Giants. Once you reach that point, even the smallest difference makes a huge distance.
Yeah, and speaking of distance, guys, if you want to go and watch us live at Stadium Juara and book a ride, maybe consider the AirAsia Super App. Because if you are a new user, you can use the code new MPL MY for 5 ringgit off for 5 ringgit off for your first-time users. Sorry, just getting it correct in my head. 3 ringgit off 2 rides if you're an existing user.
Yep, so make sure you guys download the AirAsia Super App to book your ride now. You guys already saw the audience here is super fun. Everyone is enjoying MPL. And if you never know, you may be one of the lucky audience members to go up on stage with your favorite team. But we of course have to highlight this match where RSG are able to take a win on shaky footing. Is this a sign of their comeback?
Honestly, especially if a team like RSG is considering themselves, yes, we're going to have to put one foot in front of the other and slowly build up to where we want to be, I would be very concerned. Because if I was in Kuja's position and I'm looking at the game, what could have been done better, and the things that they have been practicing, obviously they went up against a matchup where they both had a very similar strategy. So then the next step comes, how are they going to actually play these early game situations to mid game? Because it feels like it's something that RSG is lacking in right now.
Yeah, I think it's something that both teams are lacking on, honestly. The fact that they rely so heavily on having that early game momentum, and then they have some difficulty closing out the late game where there were a lot of opportunities where either side could have gained a really strong advantage and not let go of it to claim an easy victory, but it was just trading back and forth. And because the fights are so chaotic, honestly, a lot of that strategic movement goes out the window. It's just all about who does more damage.
I mean, if we're talking about who does more damage, I can't wait to see the next chart. Looking at the items, nothing too out of the ordinary here, but once again, Izanami still going for that dire hit after his 4th item. I still think it's a very good option after the 4th item. Anytime before that, you're putting yourself behind for no reason whatsoever, but I think that when you look at the draft here from either side, it's interesting to see how much they squeeze the EXP lane.
Yeah, considering that this is the first time we've seen Khalid this season, if I'm not wrong, Rippo did a pretty good job, especially considering how much pressure he was receiving from Gojes on the Hilda. It's a very good thing that he was able to come back in that situation. And after all of that, still having the highest GPM in the game is really surprising.
Yep, he's the one who's taking care of the side lanes. He's making sure he's trimming these hedges, doing the weeding in the garden, making sure that everything is nice, pristine, and clean so that RSG doesn't really have to think about anything else other than securing the objective, taking on these team fights. I am surprised, though, that Loyals and as well as SYF got very minimal help in terms of peeling.
Yeah, it really just felt like it devolved into a sumo match. At the end, you just have bodies crashing into one another and seeing which one is heavier to come out on top, because Lolios and SYF were both getting a lot of pressure, but Lolios can obviously position a little bit safer, and we were worried when the game started. Do they have enough CC to deal with the 1-1? They don't need it. They just out-damage him, burst him down to the ground because everyone else is so busy with their individual 1v1s.
Yeah, and that's why it felt like that, you know, that just absolute monstrous clash, a collateral. So many things were occurring, and everybody was so tanky that it took forever for these fights to actually you know, resolve itself. But that's the thing, right? I'm hoping that at the very least they recognize that the marksman is extremely important. Like, this game would have been so much easier had the Melissa survived a little bit longer, had the rest of the team been able to peel for them, and more importantly so, when you are jumping for that backline, you have to have a cohesive team composition.
Yeah, it really did feel weird once we got to those later stages of the game, because these teams were just running at each other. Yes, there was some discipline, there was some communication in terms of their positioning, otherwise the game would have ended a lot sooner, but things just devolved into chaos. Either way though, Izanami was able to make space for himself within that chaos, and playing Lunox in both of his winning games, this is easily his signature pick.
What makes Izanami so good at Lunox is his timings on the brilliances. He has dodged so many ults from Rippo. He has dodged an incredible amount of assassinations coming in from Link Aza. I don't know how he times it, but he nails it every single time. When the brilliance comes out, he is dodging a key ability.
But the fact that he's able to have the timing and space to decide when to go in is also thanks to the efforts of his team, of Rippo being able to take the front line, of being able to rely on Lexia to actually get some catches here. It's been really effective, and the fact that Izanami got such an early lead with 2 kills to start off the game already doesn't result in a good situation for Red Giants Esports.
I mean, look at that. He was able to get that kill onto Zach QT, but later on into the game, you can definitely tell that the Call Altar, again, that temp HP doesn't stay for very long. Like in the early game, it's like, yeah, it's super effective. We're able to kind of like run at our opponents and not really care about our positioning because we have this extra life, quote unquote. And then later in the game, when the side lanes start losing out on their HP, when the Guardians Bulwark and especially these Numenor Blasts come through, look at how quick that temp HP just disappears.
The problem is they were relying a lot on the Cult Altar in order to keep them alive during these team fights. And I do have to give some props to Rippo's timing in this game. It was excellent, saving his Raging Sandstorm for whenever the Cult Altar was about to expire in order to get that additional stun when he knows all of Red Giants Esports are just going to be grouped together, allowed for him to solidify a lot of team fights.
I mean, yeah, this is towards the end of that final fight here. Rippo continuing to be annoying, and that's the thing, right? Every time we expect to see a particular outcome, some team in the MPL is going to turn it on its head. Unfortunately for Zoran, it just wasn't his day today. He needs a little bit more time.
And speaking of that time, RSG Slate MY has definitely bought themselves a bit more of it now that they were able to get a 2-1 victory against Red Giants Esports, now actually tying up with them in the standings, both at 6th place, pushing RSG Slate up above Madness.
Yep, and tying up against the Red Giants Esports, kind of poetic to a certain degree. Team Hawk still in the red zone here, and their major competitors are going to be Madness Esports, as one of these two teams are going to look for wins to make sure they don't get relegated. But even at the top of the boards here, Team SMG very comfortable.
Yep, you can tell for sure that the top few teams are probably going to be moving on to the upper brackets without too much issue unless something massive shakes up the competition very soon. But I don't really think we're going to be seeing that. For now, it's going to be week 4 already of the regular season out of 6. The competition is heating up. The standings are becoming closer and closer to what we are expecting to see towards the playoffs. And that just means that every single game matters that much more.
Yeah, the weeks are just flying by. And honestly, it feels like it's flying by a little too quickly. For the next thing you know, it might just be C Games as well as MSC. And I'm excited to see how this is all going to progress. I do think that the meta, especially with the patch changes, everyone's feeling a little bit more comfortable with it, but it has opened up a couple of new avenues for everybody.
Well, speaking of new avenues, we're going to have brand new matches for all of you guys to watch and enjoy in week 4, day 3 coming tomorrow. We're going to have 3 whole new series. It's going to be Red Esports versus Team Hawk to start off the day, followed by Team Secret versus Todak, and ending things off with the Red Giants once again up against Team Lunatics.
Ooh, Red Giants versus the Lunatics. That's going to be a little interesting here because Red Giants, they are ahead of RSG, but Lunatics aren't too far ahead of the Red Giants as well. And considering, you know, how hot the Lunatics have been looking like so far, this could be an interesting match.
And for the other 2 matches as well, we have teams that are currently at the bottom of the standings, which are desperate for any points that they can potentially get. Red Esports has been looking pretty strong after their last victory. Is Team Hawk in a state to be able to take them on?
I think, you know, previous champions of MPL, as much as we hype them up and as much as it is disappointing that they are in, well, basically in relegations at this point, there's still hope.
Hope is what is important right now, and these players need to be able to cling on to any flicker of hope in order to make sure that they're able to keep spirits high and maintain their momentum going forward now that there are only 2 weeks left in MPL MY Season 11. That's going to be the end of week 4, day number 2. Thank you everyone for joining us today. Make sure you guys tune in tomorrow for more MPL MY.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rockstar?
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard